Shoxy has to run, and he gets in on Keto fairly quickly. Searson with the AWP. What?
Look at us pushing out long. It's RPK, walking up right behind, and that is annoying. He's going to get that one huge double. Oh, and he's just going to continue.
The problem is you have currently on Vitality both Cybo and Shox activated.
They have no idea where. Oh, side. Whoa.
Vitality get it done with a 2-0 here. It's Complexity to take on Faze next, and it's our elimination game.
Attacking a fantastic spray down.
10 seconds. He's gonna drop Cold Zera. All too easy for Poison. First 2 kills come out for Complexity. Oh my goodness, blink and you'll miss it. 16-12 for Complexity on Mirage. FaZe Clan sent spiraling to the Blast Ball showdown.
It is the final day here for Group 2 at Blast Premier. Only 3 teams remain and only 2 will march on forward. 1 will get eliminated to the showdown. I'm your host, James Banks, and I have 2 amazing analysts to the side of me. Always well dressed, always well prepared. Maniac, you ready for today? Because it's your boys, right? They got to come through strong in the grand final.
Yeah, as you said, I'm ready for 2 reasons. First of all, I get to see Vitality. I'm always happy. And then we have a decider game. One of these teams going to make it to the finals. Another one's going to send to the showdown.
And is it as clear-cut as the viewers may think, Pimp?
No, because Big Clan is a good squad, right? They haven't been looking good so far this tournament, but when needed the most, they have a tendency to turn it up. So if I'm Complexity today, I would be a little bit scared of Big Clan.
Well, let's see the brackets. Let's see where we are. Let's see what games we are going to get today. As always here in Blast 4, we get 2 best of 3s a day. Beautiful Counter-Strike action, but we're starting off with the consolidation final, but it's also an elimination match. Big taking on Complexity. Complexity looking for that dream lower bracket run, and Vitality, well, they're chilling. They're waiting. They're spending their time in the background saying, okay, who's ready for us next? Who's even going to be able to step up to us? And this is exactly how it looks in terms of our match day. Now, honestly, if you're Vitality, you've had fun, you've experimented, you sat waiting. Do you even care who you face at this point?
I think you do. I think you do because you're a competitor. You always want to win. You want to watch that game. Maybe the coach is going to do it. The staff is going to keep an eye on what's happening between Big and Complexity. But you're right. For Vitality, it's all about bonus now. They've said it. They came here doing experiment. Now it's only about the seed for them, but also the honor.
Well, let's find out how we got here as well. Let's take a look at some of the results from yesterday. Because yesterday was 2-0s all the way. And Vitality, even though the scoreline's like this, they did pretty much manhandle Big. There was never a point we were really thinking that Big may have had a game here.
Now, there was a couple of moments in the game where I thought to yourself, okay, this can be close. Overpass, I believe the score was 10-10, and from that point on, Vitality was just a better team. I mean, what they showed yesterday with the mentality they went into the game with, you know, switching out a player, starting NIBR in the game as well, putting Mistura on the bench from the get-go. That told me that Vitality, they came in as prepared as they could, and they came in with the right mindset. We heard Shox say in an interview as well that, you know, it's not necessarily about us being switched off. It's not necessarily about us, you know, not being picked to play a certain map. It's about us being a 6-man lineup now. We are one unit, we are one team, and that whole mentality caught me off guard a little bit.
And Masuta showed it, right?
Yeah, you're right. Exactly. I wanted to go on Masuta because he's not in an easy position in these, you know, swapping in, swapping out. You have to take a break. Maybe you don't start the series, but anytime he's been in the server, would it be at the beginning or mid-series, he's always delivered. He was at the top in terms of stats, 1.43 for him in that series. So for Vitality, these are very good signs.
And I'm glad you touched on him, right? That's why I wanted to bring him up, because I just need to give him some credit, because it's not easy to do. He's done it twice now, and he's looked great. But we had one other game going on as well, and it was FaZe Clan going up against Complexity. And for those guys, right, when it came to FaZe Clan, okay, right, Nuke, it went a bit back and forth. It was a bit awkward at times. But Mirage, they looked like we were going to be like 16-2, 16-3, and then they just got some dignity rounds, I think Launders called it.
Yeah, I mean, there was no doubt Complexity were the better team yesterday. They played a good game of Counter-Strike. I mean, again, had they won against FaZe Clan 16-3, we would be standing saying here, you know, okay, Complexity yesterday absolutely manhandled FaZe Clan. They did a decent job. The guys from FaZe Clan, Olaf Meister tried his best. The rest of the squad tried their best, but there was no doubt about who were going to win this game. At no moment in that game did I fear Complexity wouldn't win 2-0.
No, yeah, that's fair. It's fair to say. I mean, FaZe, they came in here with limited expectations, right? They had Olaf coming in, stepping, luxury, mercenary for sure, but when you compare them to Complexity and how fierce they were looking, it was night and day.
And even though, right, we see this and we say, okay, FaZe are going to the showdown, the thing I liked is first we heard out how hard coldzera is willing to work right at this. We also know they're going to take their time with finding a coach and finding who they want to be that final actual dedicated in-game leader, which is kind of what FaZe has needed for a long time here.
Yeah, long term, it's a good thing. Short term may not be as good, and it's going to be interesting to see if they already by the showdown have found that new player, or at least they're going to test some of the players, or if it's going to be Olaf Master playing again. We, for good reasons, don't know that yet. But you're right, you know, the positive for FaZe Clan in this group was that they made a couple of the games competitive, and I don't think any of us would have expected it.
And now, one thing though, when it came to complexity, is even though those rounds started to slip away towards the end on Mirage, this is a team that also tested Vitality in a big way. We could have been looking at it being a different scenario and Vitality being in the lower bracket. So I'm just excited to see how hungry, how motivated they are going into this opening match for these guys.
And they look to be very hungry. And what's so impressive is that the performance they've put so far makes me forget that JKS just joined.
Yeah.
That is the reality. They've just had a roster change. Obo was out, JKS stepped in, but they looked ready. You've mentioned it. They could have pushed Vitality away from that winner bracket position and we'd have a completely different story. So let's not be blindsided by the fact that they're in consolidation final. They are looking deadly.
I just do want to note, right, we have already painted the picture of Complexity being the favorites coming in against Big Clan. Biggest ranked number 6 in the world, Complexity number 14.
Wow. See, sometimes rankings don't tell the whole picture, right? This crazy online scenario. But for now, we are done with the pre-show. We're moving on to our opening game. And it is what we've just started to talk about. But we're going into a lot more detail after the break for Big and Complexity.
Have the best Counter-Strike teams competing here in the world. I'm Semler, your host.
Yeah, I just wanted to be accurate. So you said we've got the best teams in the world and complexity.
This is the best team in the world going up against a team who, you know, hasn't even been able to qualify for the major yet.
And Obo in a 1 versus 2, that's almost unwinnable. He's going to stand up for a kill. Oh my God, he turns around for it. An unbelievable round, a quad kill.
He's got another one. That's 2 in a row, Poison.
Sid stays alive. Oh, the flick comes in and Poison will take him down. Oh my God, I can't believe it. 16 and 12.
I've seen every big CSGO match ever. I can tell you that would already be like a top 5 upset of all time.
Who's ready for Vitality versus Complexity? I introduce you to North America's newest juggernaut. Complexity have one last beast to challenge.
We wanted to build Juggernaut, but we're gonna destroy the Juggernaut.
Of course.
And the NAVI storm has come and conquered today.
Great job.
Juggernaut was a meme. Now it's not a meme. Now it's the future, you know.
There you have them. Complexity, end of the run versus NAVI, but still nothing to be ashamed of. 2 huge wins this weekend here at Blast Premier.
Yeah, it all ended up in a pretty nice storyline, right? Having Complexity come through in this fashion, upsetting teams like Astralis, upsetting Vitality. It's an exciting, you know, couple of days that we've had here, and it doesn't feel like we've had any losers other than maybe Astralis.
There's something special, and I encourage, you know, the Counter-Strike diehards on Reddit and HLTV that are cynical at times to just come on this journey with us and believe for a minute, you know, that special things are possible. We're gonna screw up, we're gonna lose games we shouldn't, but I promise you one thing, we're gonna be a hell of a lot of fun to watch. Everyone back home in the Complexity headquarters, you know, they had on our Instagram yesterday, they had this video of everyone exploding in the player lounge when we won, and I saw it this morning, it brought tears to my eyes because everybody in our organization is so passionate about what we do. And we work so hard. This was a special week for us.
Big taking on Complexity. That's what we're looking at next. One of these teams will be eliminated. One of them will go through to the full final. One of the two either way. But this is how we've got there. This is what we've been looking at. This is the overview. And all in all, these teams are waiting to see if they can go up against Vitality. For Big, they would love to get another chance at that because it didn't look good for them at all. For Complexity, they already said they felt like they should have won that the first time around.
I think we need to paint a picture of two teams who are in completely different situations, right? On one hand, you have Big, who have been at the top for a brief time and now are stagnating. We talked about Tabson, they're struggling just a little bit. They want to find the confidence again. And you have Complexity rising, bringing up JKS, having the motivation. We heard in the interview as well, they are pumped. So these two teams, they collide at very different trajectories.
And Pim, you said it right just before the break, that actually, okay, Big's ranked 6th, Complexity's ranked 14th, but when you look at the style of play and what we've seen in this tournament, you definitely think the Complexity be ranked higher.
Yeah, you'd say so, but of course bringing in JKS has deducted some points for them, and again, as Maniac said, they have to make that rise, you know, they have to earn their points, they have to earn their place within the world rankings. It is a scrut, you know, Big Clan, then as Maniac said, they've been stagnating a little bit. They have been at the top. They were once considered, you know, in this little online era to be the best team out there. They were playing some of the best Counter-Strike we saw, and as Tabson said yesterday as well, the entire team, when it came to individual skill, was just at another level. They were feeling the game on such a high note. We have not seen that Big Clan at this tournament thus far. It's only been 2 games. The sample size is not that big yet for us to make a conclusion, so I wouldn't be, you know, too afraid if I'm a Big Clan fan out there. They can still turn it on, they can still come back, but it has not been looking good. And you know, should they lose to Complexity without even making a fight out of this, I would even go as far as saying that we're starting a little bit of a crisis within the Big Clan because it didn't look good yesterday.
Yeah, and that's what you've got to be very scared of, right? We look at the players like Cyrison. We praised him so much just a few months ago. At least in this tournament right now, he's not hit the same high level. It's not like he's been playing bad, but it's just he's not had that extra oomph, the extra level we normally see.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the problems when you think about Big and their win conditions is that there is a lot of pressure on certain individuals to shine. This is not the case if you compare to Complexity. We're going to talk about it later, but this man on your screen, he was instrumental in any big result that Big had this summer. He was key. He was one of the most improved sniper, very impactful. So far, let me put it out this, he is not playing a bad tournament, but he's not playing at the level that they need him to. And there's another man that we could touch on, Xantares. Same story, same storyline, exactly. He is not doing bad, but he's not doing what Big needs him to do if they want to win. And that is my issue with this Big Clan. I feel like the individuals have a little bit too much pressure on their shoulders.
And this man right here, yeah, if we look at this, okay, 0.98 on the kill to death ratio when it comes in there, 76 ADR, but this is the guy I looked at as being the full-on superstar of Big Clan. But is he being utilized in the right way to allow him that at the moment?
I would say so, because he was a superstar when they were doing good, so you must assume he has some of the same roles. Maybe they changed a little bit internally, but still Xantares is not playing up to the level that you'd expect him to. Just to quickly touch on the individual level we're talking about compared to Complexity as well. The highest rated player right now within Big Clan the past 3 months has been Cyrison. He's putting a 1.10 rating. The lowest rated player outside of Russ is Config from Complexity with a 1.10 rating, right?
Same
so
rating.
The disparity between the two teams and the individual skill level on the teams is unheard of. So when Maniac is saying that Cyrison has to play well if they want to win, that's a fact. You know, if he's not playing well, there's not enough firepower within the clan of Big to win against Complexity, and that will be a problem because he's not been looking good so far.
And I would usually say at this point with Big, you'd go, maybe they have a tactical advantage of it, but they're going up against Blame F. This man's the hardest worker in the room.
Not only do they have a big opponent against them, but we've heard from Taps in the interview, they don't really have time to create stuff right now. This used to be one of the dimensions. This used to be one of the praise we'd give to Big, is that they were coming in with new ideas. They were creative. They were finding, you know, new ways to think about the map. They haven't done that now. They're just playing, trying to make, I want to say, short-term arrangements. They're not finding new ways to think about Counter-Strike, and that's a problem.
And just on that subject, right, we're talking about Tabson, we're talking about Blame F, 2 incredible in-game leaders. So let's have a look at just how crazy it is when it comes to all of that. Because look, right now, when you compare it, Tabson, a player who has had to reinvent himself many times from being the star to now the in-game leader, but also still fragging out as an in-game leader. But this man right here, Blame F, he's on a whole other level.
I think the viewers would probably say, "Ah, mein Gott." That's what the German viewers would say looking at this graph. The man on your right-hand side, Blame F, he just embodies the juggernaut, the confidence, the decision-making. You know, he's bullying his opponents on the T side as well. I was looking at the entry fragging ratio as well. He's 1.35, which is insane. He's basically creating opportunities for his whole team, and we need to take the time to praise him. Also ranked number 3 in the event. That's just massive.
Just to put some context into the numbers you just saw on your screen right there, Tabson going up against BlameF. Had it been 3 months ago, Tabson would have been on equal numbers. He was insanely good as an in-game leader. I was just looking into his stats. The last month, he was at 0. The last month of playing Counter-Strike, he's at 0.92 rating, which is unheard of for a player that is as good as Tabson. But if you look into the last 3 months of his play, he's at 1.10, which is the same for BlameF, right? So they are equally good under normal circumstances. But as of right now, in form player-wise, there's no doubt that BlameF, the man on the screen right here, is insanely good at Counter-Strike, and Tabson will have to find some of that old level again if they want to make it a fight.
And that's it, right? There's a huge win condition when it comes to that, because when you look at it, I can look at basically everyone on the complexity lineup and go, could be a star, could at any point pop off, could anyone do some serious damage? Well, you're literally looking at 2 to 3 players within the big roster.
I agree with you. I think that's the key. That is the absolute key factor in that game. The depth of the complexity roster is so impressive. Pretty much anyone. And we even have seen Rush, I think, overstep and overperform in that tournament so far. He's been key, for example, on the B side of Mirage. He was playing really well. Anyone on that roster on any given day here at Blast can make the difference. And I don't think I can say that for Big.
Now, Tabson was kind enough to talk to us yesterday. This is the interview that we managed to do with him at the end of the day. And he was very open and honest about his struggles. So let's have a look back at that.
Don't want to throw you under the bus, but it's not a secret that you individually haven't been performing up to the level you were just 6 months ago. I think the viewers out there would be curious to know, what do you do as a player to change that? Do you deathmatch more? Do you play more? Or is it just a period you have to go through?
It's definitely a period I need to go through. I need to admit as well, I didn't have it for a long time. I think the last time it was maybe 2 years ago, something that I had such a big fluke, I guess you said. But I need to go through it, and I will keep playing. I will keep doing my stuff. I'll keep doing my routine. I'll just keep on playing FPL as well. I just need to spend maybe 1 or 2 days more longer break to regain my energy. But I will just keep on doing it, and I believe in myself that I will just jump out of it.
One last thing, right? Yeah, you're talking about it already. You have to go through it. For you as a caller, does it affect the way you're calling? Do you lose confidence, or is it just about, powering through it?
No, I never lose confidence in that case, because I always believe in the things what we have, and it's not about my feelings or whatever. It's always like I have a certain level, I always have my energy and stuff, but it's affecting in that way that because I have some roles and that I need to be really effective, active as well, and if I don't make the kills, then it's really hard for our sides. And on top of that, I think I just need to go back to the old Tabson, and I will make sure that I will be there.
Now, guys, some real interesting points to note on this. How many players do we hear that have a burnout or take a break or swap since the end of 2013, early 2014? There has been no time, even between changing teams for Tabson. He has just played Counter-Strike, played Counter-Strike, played Counter-Strike. And that is so difficult to do at such a high level. And especially, he's been doing this for Big now for over 3 years.
Yeah, and as he said, he's putting in a lot of energy, and he takes on a lot of responsibility upon him as well. He's not only the star of the team, he's also the in-game leader. He was the one working the closest with GOP when he was still part of the lineup. Yeah. So I can imagine how tough it's been for Tabson, and you can only allow him, once in a while to have a bad period. And that said, I'm not worried for Tabson, right? Because I know he'll fight back. I know he may have a month or two where he's not going to play some good Counter-Strike. And as of right now, that's a problem, because you're facing complexity where the individuals are shining. They're top motivated. But I'm not worried on behalf of Tabson for the future, because he's going to bounce back.
And when we come to the other side of the coin, right, it's the BlameF show, because not only is he a fragging out in-game leader, he is the best fragging in-game leader we have right now within CS. This man is doing everything for his team and more.
Yeah, he absolutely is. And one of the fears, one of the doubt that I had for Complexity going into this tournament was the potential overlap of roles between JKS and BlameF. We've talked about it. Well, truth is, I've been looking at the demos, and they have found a way to make both players activated. You will have JKS also lurking, but more of a passive role. For example, inside on Nuke, he's going to wait behind the door. Yeah. And you'll have BlameF be very active, be very aggressive on his lurks. Well, sometimes they also send config. So for the opponents of Complexity right now, it is really hard to read that new game, because the roles are swapping around.
And that's what classifies a good player that is able to adjust, a player that can play aggressive, a player that can play defensive, and basically fit into any given role that you're being assigned to. That is what makes JKS, that's what makes, BlameF such a good player. And again, that's where you separate the good players from the great players.
And when it comes to JKS, right, I want to hear some more from this man, because we don't get enough time to talk to him. He has been slotting himself into the new Complexity roster. So let's hear what he's got to say.
I also want to ask about BlameF's leadership as well. Obviously, you were under the leadership of Azza for quite a long period of time. So how do these two leadership styles kind of differ, and how are you feeling about being under his leadership?
Yeah, they differ a little bit. I think they have some similarities as well. BlameF tries to micromanage quite a lot, and him and Keto work really well as a pair, coach and player. So I think there is like some differences, but I don't know. To be honest, I think they're just two different people, and in game it's kind of similar, but that's about it.
So you mentioned there about a sort of micromanaging aspect of BlameF. What has he specifically been working on with you as a player?
Nothing too much for me personally, because I mean most of the roles that I have are quite similar, and I'm normally going to be like the outer skirts of the map, so it doesn't really I don't really have that much interaction with him other than like relaying info across the map and stuff like that. But normally he's in the pack, so he's focusing more on the other.
It's not very often you hear, right, when you get a player that comes into a lineup that they are given a chance to have so much of like what's normal to them, right, without having to adjust massively like that.
No, and he makes a great point. I think we need to nail down here that it would be different if he would be brought in as an entry fragger or he was brought in as an in-game leader. You know, there's a lot of dynamics you need to know when you get into the pressure situation you are in when you're an entry fragger. But JKS is allowed, and JKS has always been allowed to be the player that is on the outskirts of the map, as he just said. So he's kind of taking care of his own business. You know, whenever he sees someone, he's killing them, and if he doesn't, he gives the info right. So it's not the most complicated role that he has to be slotted into, and that's why I personally don't really fear that much that he's new to the line.
And he has the experience for it, right? I think that's what's quite unique about that scenario is that basically you have a player being brought in a system. So, of course, JKS will have to learn the protocols, learn the strategies. But if you think about the individual level, he's got more experience than almost anyone on that roster. I mean, he's been at the top of Counter-Strike for so long. He's been all over the block. Obviously, Config also has a lot of experience. But I think it's interesting that they can have this exchange between them. He comes in with ideas, he knows what he needs to do, and he slots in the system.
So we're already seeing the veto come in, right? No Inferno, likely going to see no train as well, unless we see some crazy go down.
Whoa, there's already something's happening over there. The last 3 times these teams met, the bans were Overpass and Train. So we have Complexity already making a choice here to remove Inferno, leaving Overpass open now. Big will have the possibility to pick Overpass if they want. That could be a punish. We don't really know if Complexity is ready for that. But as for Complexity's pick, Vertigo. Now I am getting really bamboozled.
I like it. I like it a lot. You know, Big Clan is by no means a bad team on Vertigo, but the results have been a little bit up and down. And I said it as well the first time we saw Complexity. They are one of the best teams in the world on Vertigo. They were even with Oppo on the lineup. They were playing well. BlameF, maybe, to my understanding, you know, one of the best performers on the map of Vertigo. He's always with a 1.3, 1.4 rating whenever they play it. So the fact that he feels comfortable in that map pick is not really a big surprise to me.
And we get the Dust 2 pick from Big. It makes sense. They love to go for it when it's open.
Yeah, they will. And they've decided not to go for that Overpass opportunity that arises from that first ban wave. They go for Dust 2. Dust 2, again, last 3 times this team met, Dust 2 was the 3rd map, so they kind of went in handshake on that one. Now, the discussion for the 3rd map, Overpass, I guess, would be removed. Complexity are allowing Overpass to stay once more in the pool. What has been their natural veto when they met is now being allowed. So definitely BlameF, probably something up his sleeve.
They must have put in some work, right? They must have put in some work, because I would be surprised if Big Clan is not going for it right now, unless they haven't put in the work because they didn't think they were allowed to do it. Okay, well, there we go. We get to go to Nuke. If I'm Complexity right now, I am so happy. They get Vertigo, a perfect map pick for them. Dust 2, let's just remind the viewers what we've seen from Big so far in Dust 2. They won against Faze Clan 16-9, and sure, if you look at that result, you think to yourself, convincing win. They lost 8 rounds in a row on their T side against Faze Clan with Wolfmeister, who weren't playing well, so they showed weakness despite winning 16-9. And yesterday, they lost 16-10 to Vitality, so their Dust 2 haven't been looking solid so far.
Yeah, and the Nuke as a 3rd, they had so much trouble just blocking Faze. Again, Faze coming in with no strategies, coldzera making it on the fly, and when Faze were on the T side, they completely destroyed Big defense on Nuke. So I'm getting a little bit, again, bamboozled by that veto. Teams must see things I don't, know things I don't. Obviously, they know way better than I do.
Complexity won that one.
Counter-Strike, but yeah, Complexity must feel happy about that veto.
I completely agree with you guys, but let's wait and see how it's going to go when we get into the server. We know what Big Clan can do and prepare for, but will it go their way? It's Complexity taking on Big. It's an elimination match after this break. We are kicking things off between Big and Complexity on Vertigo. Now, Vertigo, when Vitality went up against Complexity, was incredibly close. But looking at these map stats, Pimp, you mentioned it. Big, it has not been looking pretty for them in recent times.
It's been very much up and even more down for Big Ten, let's put it that way, as of lately. It's not a map they really want to go to. I think Complexity, when they played against Vitality, it was, of course, the third and deciding map, back and forth. They had a strong CT side. They got 10 rounds on the CT side, but couldn't capitalize on it. Only got 4 T rounds, and that was the big problem. The T side looked a little bit weak, let's be honest. It looked a little bit bleak. So if Big have done their preparation, they know that if they can handle a good CT side, if they can shut down the CT side again, there is a chance. But as you said, looking by the stats, it does not look like they're going to be able to.
Now, we spoke about not touching on Poison yesterday. So looking at this AWP head-to-head is very interesting because we've already said how Syrison has not really been in his best form.
He hasn't. At the same time, I feel like Syrison did have a resurgence in the latest series of Big, so I'm not going to go too hard on him. But Poison, again, in the shadow of our desk, we need to bring him into the light because he deserves it. Currently in the top 5 of the tournament. Very impactful as well. That Mirage side that he had right here, I think he had 22 kills in one half, 22-5. He was key versus Faze lane. He was laying it onto them. He was moving around the map, finding opening kills left and right. He was an absolute X-factor in that game, so he's going to be needed here too.
And then he went missing, right? That's something we have to take into context of the stat lines we just saw right here. He had a fantastic half here on Mirage, Fantastic 22 kills CT side. That inflated his stats a little bit because overall in the tournament, yeah, he's been playing well, but he hasn't been playing super, super well. That one half on Mirage, that is obviously going to put his stats up to a point where we're going to say, okay, this man came here to play, and that was a fantastic half. But overall in the tournament, I would agree with Maniac's sentiment that Syrison, he's definitely been redeeming himself, and right now I see that as a 50-50 duel, and maybe also a key point in the game where if Syrison is going to be better than Poison, that could be enough to make this game competitive.
And when it comes to Poison though, right, we see him have some great games, we see him be consistent, but why do we forget him so much? It's almost like we're doing him a disservice at this point, Maniac.
No, I think we should see that as a token of appreciation for Complexity, right? Because there are so many players to talk about, but I feel like it is also my duty, our duty, to say when Poison is doing a great job. I also believe that he's not a sniper that is going to create opportunities for himself. I think he's slotted in the system. He does what he needs to do, and as a result, he's not that shiny. But again, versus Faze, he reminded all of us what he can do on a good day. So yes, let's give him the praise that he needs. And you know what? Let's be patient. He's going to have plenty of opportunities to shine.
Oh yes, I'm certainly sure he will. It's time for us to get into the game. It's time for us to get into Vertigo. It's the opening map, and we're going back with Anders and Semler to bring us all the action.
Yeah, here we are. I think this has been some great games that we've had throughout the days. I've really been enjoying the quality of Counter-Strike. Now we've got Complexity and Big. Are you ready, Semler?
Yes, I am.
The odds?
This is the redemption.
Yeah, just to say real quick.
Not a Betway. Betway's been baller through and through. Yeah. Big shout out to our sponsor for providing the odds and the bets going into this series. But, the redemption arc of Complexity. We picked Complexity to win on the first night. They kind of disappointed us. Well, 2 30-round maps versus Vitality. It could have swung either way.
It
didn't swing their way the first night. This is the redemption arc for Complexity. And that's why I bet on Complexity both times.
You did. I didn't even check what everyone else did. I thought you were going to be the only. So you know what?
I'm not the only one. Launders is in there. Who else is in there? James, I think, is also on the Complexity train.
Well, I didn't want to take it away from you, so I went for Vitality on the second go. But I think it is pretty much a toss-up. I think Complexity are great. Santera's starting off. Well, we're not even going to get into this. They're already going at it. Tizian dropping next, but I'm just going to say, I don't think it's impossible for Big to win this matchup, though. I think they can win this best of 3, so don't want to underestimate them. But Blamef is doing great job at trying to prove to us that will never happen. So great shots coming out. Nice triple for him. And he has really just been the all-out fragging in-game leader. It's amazing.
Yep. He's the full package, man. It's crazy. Insane work ethic. He's built like Schwarzenegger. And he frags. Guy can do everything.
It's everything you want, really, isn't it? It's good to see.
Damn straight.
Well, Syrison was definitely one of the fun players to watch when Big were playing. Last time, I remember, an Overpass had him. Oh, good night. That is, he just cruised into that kill. It's not done yet. 50 seconds around the corner, and Config will take him down. That's a nice attempt from Syrison. That could have worked out. But yes, I think it's possible for Big to do some damage here. I think it'll require you know, 3 of their players or something getting up to that A game. You remember some of the games yesterday, or some of the maps yesterday, where Santaris was kind of not being talked about that much?
He wasn't. No, he was kind of absent on the first series.
Yeah,
and I mean, this is where you really need that fragging power, because when I think complexity, you know, there's just heavy hitters on this team. You got Poison, you got Config. Now you have JKS added into the mix. Rush was carrying the other night. I mean, you've got guys who statistically are some of the hardest fraggers in the tournament. They're on this team. So, but then when you think big, it's like, who are you thinking right now, Anders? You know, it's like, yeah, you want Santaris to be one of those guys who's just smashing face. He needs to be up there.
I think him and Tabson, and then with I mean, Sursen was very fast with the AWP, like incredibly fast. So I don't think, I think it's a stretch to say that he will consistently out or Poison, because Poison is also
you want to play speed
way
game
up
with
there.
Poison?
But like those 3, I think have to have like their A game right now. Like you know, there's not going to be much time to warm up into this. So if that happens, I think it'll be really interesting. But yes, I went for complexity on this one too, in case you guys had not figured that out yet. Well, now we've got a chance to even say welcome to everyone. We almost didn't get to do that. They were at it so quickly. I've had just so much fun doing this lately. I've really been missing Counter-Strike at a good level, and I just think it's time that we get spend some time and enjoy Tabson with some good shots, taking down Poison now. What is it? 4 for Masters and 1 M4. He's gonna get another one taking down Rush. This is unseemly, isn't it? How are they just getting picked apart? And BlameF dies to Searson. I don't know what's happening in this round.
They started off so aggressive, Complexity. They looked so confident there, and it just completely fades away. Tabson with a monster triple. Just one after another peeking in and just dying. So that leaves, what, JKS alone, unfortunately for him. Vertigo doesn't really feel like you get too much action over on this bomb site. It feels like it's just A site after A site after A site after A site. It just feels like ramp is always the main spot on this map.
Well, it's almost, I mean, in some strange way, it's almost like on the T side, you almost have to try and take it, because if you don't, they'll just rotate more people over to B. So you sort of have to make an effort of pushing people back there, which is a strange mechanic for a map, really. But you're right. I forgot to ask, you were doing a pull-up challenge earlier with one of your guys.
Yeah, with my wife's brother.
In the dungeon.
He's a monster, dude. He got to 45 pull-ups.
What is it, in 10 minutes?
In 10 minutes. I got to 37.
All right.
So, but he's scary. And actually, I think he was still like, oh, I'm sore from yesterday. I'm not that strong right now. I'm like, dude, shut up. I'm over here dying.
What a bastard.
I'm like, oh, my God. Leave me alone. But yeah, loads of fun, dude. Loads of fun. All right, good way to get pumped up for some casting. You know, that's the thing. Get some exercise in there, get the blood flowing, and then you can sit down and really enjoy some CS.
That is, I completely agree. Definitely worth thinking about. Get fired up in some fashion. Poison takes a bit of grenade damage. They have bought into this round. I think they would have had to double eco anyway. Oh, what a nice shot! Searson is gone. That's not his hat on the back there, but maybe if he would have worn it, I don't think it will stop a bullet. They're just made for construction, aren't they? It's more in case someone like drops a hammer on your head or something.
Yeah, that hard hat. Not so much. Ooh, dodges the HE as well. Good job there, Poison. Again, Poison, he had a bit of a quiet start for Complexity as well.
Yeah.
Then he started warming up a little bit. He started hitting some shots, and perhaps now he's going to start coming into his own here. You kind of hope to see an Opera of his quality hit the ground running at the beginning of a series so that you can just establish dominance in that confidence game.
Yeah.
There's a lot of opping is, you're confident. You have that confidence. It's inflappable. You know that you're the fastest Opera, the best Opera. You're going to hit all your shots. That's what a lot of sniping is all about. And so there's so much riding on the Searson versus Poison duel. Who shuts who down? Because that's going to give a major asset to the team whose Opera actually comes out on top there.
I think you're even more right when you think about the fact that we're playing Vertigo, where, you know, like very often for the CT side, it does sort of become about getting that man advantage, and like you feel a little bit more safe at that point in time. So yeah, the Orpas can definitely do that on this map. It'd be great if they either of them manage to turn up in that fashion. Still some good kills. Still 2-on-2. This is actually a great round for Complexity right now. They're a little bit low on health, and obviously they're quite outmatched in the weapons departments, and BlameF baited into it. Smart thinking from Tabson, who's working on a quad kill right now. Could be the ace if he could catch Config inside, and there it is. He's so fast. An ace in the 3rd round. Well played, Tabson.
Indeed. And Tabson's had his moments over this past couple of series that we've gotten to see from Big, but he feels like he is one of those linchpin kind of players that has so much experience, right? He has so much experience. He should be the one to step up for big when things are starting to swing against him. He's got to have that veteran mentality. And yeah, you can see BlameF just not happy at all.
I think when he had some of his real sort of breakout games, when a bunch of people were mentioning Tabsen as being like, my God, this is the player that the German scene has actually been needing for a long time. You know, and then he had like a big fall-off, and normally maybe that could be the sign that we had all, you know, overestimated him, but I actually don't think that's what happened in this case. I just think, you know, the big organization as a whole was going through a bunch of different things, and they were switching out players, and it was God B, you know, it was good stay behind. Like, there's so many things happening that I think some of that was affecting him, but I still rate Tabsen quite highly as an impact player in games, and yeah, when it's working out well. I mean, that's one of the things that has to work for Big, surely, in this particular matchup.
100%. I mean, there's too much fragging power on Complexity. So if you've got anybody who's flagging on Big, you're going to feel it, and you are definitely going to lose out in that scenario. I was about to say, dude, Poison, he's boxed in. HE to get it as well. Doesn't really matter. They all had rifles. It would be $300 anyways. All right, let's see it. Anders, that was a hard eco coming in from Complexity. They have just enough, I think, to squeak a by here. But they're going to be light on nades. I mean, that's why BlameF is going for a FAMAS, just so he can afford a full set of nades.
What a teammate. Yeah, I mean, it's not the best buy in the world. We'll suck a little bit. Only 2 people without head armor on Complexity. That's Config and BlameF. But it does mean that FAMAS that Santaris is carrying around will suddenly have a different impact on the game than otherwise. At least if he's fighting those 2. All right.
Interesting.
Early on the wall bang.
Yeah. Very. A little bit of a challenge over there towards ramp. It's what we expect to see. Searson, once again, his usual spot here. Trying to find an angle over that smoke, hoping somebody's going to get greedy on the side of Complexity. But Complexity, this time around, they are trying to play the long game here. Holding on to nades. They're trying to play greedy.
And they have to, right? They didn't have that many to begin with. So I think it's a good choice to try and be as conservative as possible when it comes to the grenades. And see if they will, if Big will allow it. They could also put pressure on and force out some of these grenades, right? That's part of the meta game on all maps, really. All right. They're down to 55 seconds. They still have 2 people at B and 1 in middle Complexity, so they're not that well defended at the A-bomb site. They don't know what's coming. Now they're starting to rotate back, and that might have been a second late. Keto picking up Poison, and if he stands up here, BlameF, well, now he's going to get smoked off, but that's a perfect angle to get headshot immediately. And Keto covering this really well. A nice double kill for him. And they're going to get the bomb planted and everything else. Yeah, definitely back on out right now on the Complexity side. Not worth losing these guns.
You already have the rotation coming in from Tishin towards mid, though. He's going to try and cut them off before they can get out.
Oh, that would have been even better.
That would have been really sick.
It's like 5 seconds away maybe from getting that.
Yeah. Instead, he's going to rotate around under. And well, that's a little bit unfortunate, really, for Complexity. This was a big round for them at the beginning of this half to at least show some fight against Big, try and shift things back their way.
Yeah. Well, that's so much a symptom of the fact that they had no eyes on the B stairs, they had no eyes on the A ramp. They had 1 guy in middle. It's going to be hard to push middle alone on the CT side, but I'm just saying they did not know what was happening anywhere on the map. So it's just all of the enemies are in the fog of war. You've been playing StarCraft.
That's just the worst time for Keto. Well, the peak from Keto was great, but Poison, you saw, it's literally as he drops off those pipes. So yeah, he's midair when Keto peaks. Yeah, he can't return a shot. It just could not have lined up worse for him. And so I'm liking this tactical timeout coming in here from Complexity. These are the kinds of kills that you're giving up where you just kind of got to shake them off.
Yeah. Make sure everyone is focused. Make sure people calm down a little bit. Maybe make sure Big calm down a little bit. That can be another thing, right?
That can be another thing, yeah.
So yeah, I don't disagree.
Slow down the pace a little bit here. Let things slow down and.
Maybe has anyone ever done that comparison? You know, a game like StarCraft, you have to send out probes or whatever to scout, to find out what's going on. I feel like there's a similar thing going on in Counter-Strike. I'm not saying send players just out to die on their own, but on the CT side, it's like you've got to know something. Just any little thing will do it. But
information is is what it's all about, isn't it? The more you know. After all.
And now they're going to go aggressive, flashing their way through, and that works so well. I don't know if they can turn it into a full round win, but certainly that would have put Big in an uncomfortable position. Do they have the bomb, or is it? No, it's further back. All right.
Config getting greedy. But now BlameF has got that AWP. Does he catch somebody out in the open here? This would be big. The smoke goes down. And we see a rotation coming out here from Big Clan. BlameF not going to catch anybody lurking over here just yet. 3 players alive for Big. And Tijan in the meantime still keeping a presence, just hoping that Complexity are going to try and push for information. That will not be the case. Tabson and Keto working together as a duo over towards this B site. JKS is alive and he's got an M4. Big opportunity here for JKS to shine.
They don't need much more at the moment here on the Complexity side to make this work. If the smoke wasn't there, I'm sure he maybe could have caught there. Yeah, it looks like maybe there would have been a chance. He's actually tucked in behind the steel beam back here, and Poison is crouched in. They have Molotovs, and this is a common position that JKS is in that people throw Molotovs to, but so far they're not doing that. It's going to be a little bit further out. He's going to pick up a kill there and goes for it. Misses the chance just tiny. A little bit more, and he would have had it. Rush going to be showing up instead with a deagle. And now it's down to Tizzy, and I said, don't fight him. There's only 18 seconds left. It's not worth it. They're still going to get the kill on him, but I'm sure they could have played that even more safely at the end. Still, amazing round out of Complexity. That's actually pretty impressive.
Going aggressive at the start, setting the tone, getting in Big's face, and then winning out in the end. Such an important round. So we see JKS's perspective here. He did get his chance to shine. He played it very passively, played off of Poison. Poison took the contact first because he had a pistol, and then you play off of the rifle to make the difference there for Complexity. So very well done on the side of Complexity. Really liking what we saw that round, and JKS just trying to get super aggressive. Searson going to be ready for it, though. And that's just a kick in the nuts for JKS. There we go. BlameF is going to bring it back and find a kill off ramp. But Searson has been over towards ramp with that AWP every time so far. So how are you expecting him to be over here, right? It's just unfortunate that that's the way it turns out. Rush, though, going to make the difference on B and Complexity. Back in control, man advantage.
Well, and I'm assuming when you make that run, both from the C and the CT side, to go for the stairs over at B.
Yeah.
It is a bit of a spawn gamble as well. You don't really know if you're going to be the one beating them to the corner or if they're going to be getting there first. So I guess that's probably also just a mix there. Mid control, and they do have someone watching. The Poison's watching this with the AWP, I think. So could be real trouble, and indeed it will be. And again, I appreciate this on Poison. It is not worth it to go and die now. 50 seconds is a long time, but just try and see if you can stay alive here, because if you go down, suddenly it's a 2-on-3, and I mean, maybe it can work out. Ooh, what? He absolutely should be dead. What a lightning fast AWPer he is. 3rd kill coming in, but I cannot believe that he survived that second engagement.
That's what Poison's supposed to be doing all the time, right?
What a god.
Yeah, he's so fast. He's a speed freak. Oh, it's just he is definitely one of the faster AWPers in the game.
Yeah.
And he can be consistent in this manner. Just shot after shot. So if this is the Poison that we're going to see throughout the rest of this half, Big Clan are going to be hard-pressed. A monster HE to kick things off. Tijan and Tabson just getting battered. Rush has to be careful about overextending. Yep. Traded, and it's all on JKS, who's now sandwiched in, and Xantares takes his head off. What a turnaround from Big Clan.
Huge.
This is a hard eco, essentially. I mean, just P250s and deagles.
And it's all because you didn't realize, I guess, that one of the guys that just run past you at that moment. Config's going to get a kill. 3-on-3 for the retake, but they're so far away. Oh, man.
They're saving.
What an explosive start from both teams. Like, no one is letting this go right now. They're fighting back really hard on either side. That's what we want. That's the setup for a great best of 3. If they could keep going in this fashion, I would appreciate that. Careful now, Config.
Does he stay hidden? Nope. I gets the kill. All right. Solid. Good job there on Config. Thought he'd be going down. Getting spotted out. Getting deaded.
Kept it going. Made it all work. All right, 5-3. It doesn't completely undo the round that Complexity won, because economy still would look much better for Complexity now. If they had, if they hadn't won that earlier round, they definitely would have been poorer. But Still, shocking situation here. This is from earlier on.
Tabson's monster round.
One of them. There was the ace as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tabson is 11-3, which is miles ahead of everyone else. He is doing a great job. I would like to see Poison take up. I mean, the fact that he's holding middle, he's doing such a good job, but I'd love to see him find one of the first kills in the round. Such a luxury if you can do that, right? On the CT side, just, you know, sneak in a kill, and then suddenly you're 4 on 5, and you have so much more.
Where do you find that kill, though? Because, I mean, the smoke's been going down on ramp.
Yeah.
So, I mean, like, earlier, just hold an angle, right? Do you hold mid? Hey, there's Lake. El Jefe of Complexity, always tuning in for his team, always watching.
Is that a little Juggernaut statue in the background?
No way.
Production enhance.
We need to see that. Does he have a Juggernaut statue in the back of the office?
We need production to step it up. They have been doing an amazing job, but
they have. But
we will always want
this is
more.
a big ask.
Exactly. Always interested in more. 9th round, 5-3. The scoreline favoring Big on the T side here. And as you said, that smoke always goes up. Does make AWPing really tricky.
It's just
more of a lottery
than
actual skill, you know.
And I'm pretty sure Big are going to be taking anti-flash positions now too, right? You don't want to get jumped again.
Yeah.
So you got to be careful about this. Slow going. Searson once again over here with that AWP. Really is his comfort zone. Trying to take shots, trying to bait a reaction. And in the meantime, it's just really lonely for JKS over at B on that CT side.
Yeah.
Poor dude just doesn't really get to do anything. It's like da-da-da-da-da.
That's the job, isn't it?
Don't mind me.
That's what's being required. Santana is going down. Good timing on Config, escaping the Molotov and also getting a kill. Classic position, of course. 50 seconds, and there's still at least moving one guy up here, Tizian, but the rest of them are in middle. Rush is right around the corner. See if he can avoid getting flashed. Well, Blamef is also almost taking the fight. That's the kill on Poison. Nice return from Rush, and there's only 35 seconds, so Big, also Complexity need to start thinking about the time and just if they can, you know, stay hidden for long enough here. Is he going to be able to sneak on in? Yeah, Config. That's an easy kill. And he wanted to make sure that he could maybe swing for a follow-up. 20 seconds? I think it's save time for Big.
Yeah, how do you break a site in 15 seconds? You're not even anywhere near it. Yep, they are going to back off and save. I mean, both of them will be able to afford full sets of nades next round. So this is really the only call that you can make at this point.
Yeah.
It's not even a terrible call. So stay alive, hold on to your gear. 4th round on the board for Complexity. 1 round away from tying it up with Big.
Apart from the fact that they were getting murdered at the A ramp.
Murdered,
Yeah, I think what they were wanting to do in that round was just at least take control of A ramp enough that the mid push could then, you know, like they could sandwich the A bomb site from middle in that, or even just like dislodge it. Oh.
What a baller.
There we go.
That's sick.
That is great stuff. Appreciate it. I thought I saw it, but then could have just been a hallucination. I'm never sure. Sometimes suspect the entire world is similar, you know. So
I know, Andrews, I know.
Always need confirmation.
It's always the same question, though, isn't it? We've been asking for thousands of years. Nothing new under the sun.
Gonna be Counter-Strike / philosophy. So we're doing it all here. Don't even worry about it. JK is still back here, and they've already seen him back here once, so I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to try and do something about it, although this is just a replay, same exact pathway run. This time JK is not going to miss the second engagement, though. He'll get that. He'll keep following it up. What a B anchor he is turning into B right now, and yeah, I don't know, they're going to get slaughtered here. Tizian, last one left, and getting shot through. JK has his thing on that one. Wonderful triple kill from him. That's really impressive. But now, again, okay, that's twice now he's been there, and they've been stopped by him. Next time, I'm expecting Molotovs.
They better Molotov that spot, yes. But well played, JKS. You know how it usually goes when you play quiet bomb sites? In your mind, you're sitting there like, okay, they're gonna show up, and I'm gonna get a triple. It's gonna be great.
Yeah.
Except that when we do it, we all just get shot in the face, and it sucks. I'm just like, man, it sucks. But JKS, he does it. See, that's back-to-back big opportunities for him to shine, and he doesn't miss them. He gets in there, and he just slaps big around.
Yeah, amazing stuff, isn't it?
Ties it up.
That is not bad. They're running behind him and he doesn't know yet. He could have been dead right then and there, but at least he'll get the 1 kill. That means something. I just don't think he was expecting for them to be that quick. And now everyone needs to take a deep breath here on Complexity. Just stop right now, Rush. Wait for the others to show up. You've plenty of time. You've got the kits and everything else. They still win some of these fights, but I would say it's so dangerous because let's say Rush just goes down immediately like that. Suddenly, that retake is going to be really tricky. So, good job on Rush. I'm not going to criticize him too much. I'm just saying, you know, they weren't that far away.
That's where JKS wishes he had his M4 instead of an AK.
Maybe
would have been a little bit would have been a bit easier against a hard eco to hold with a more consistent spray instead of the AK. Slow rate of fire, just kind of a little bit more chaotic.
There is something about that.
Slight decisions, slight adjustments, but it is Complexity. They are actually reaffirming a bit of control here in this first half. 6-5 the score. They're finally in the lead on that CT side. This is their map pick as well, is worth mentioning. And well, Config just neatly gets his head taken off by Searson.
I still vote that that if you do like if the damage that it takes to kill someone is like 100, then I still vote that if you do like more than triple that or something, people just explode.
Just disintegrate.
Yeah.
It's like getting hit with a 50 cal or something.
Exactly. Just
there's nothing left.
I realize, in some sense, we're trying to take the game into like a more approachable sales.
Yeah, exactly.
But
we're trying to take the game into a more approachable, realistic.
Well, I don't know about that, but still, I think it would be cool. This time, that pathway that Kito's been trying to run that for 3 rounds, and it's failed the last 2 times due to JKS being in the back. But this time, it worked out really great. And I don't know. Yeah, well, now it's definitely done. Searson is lurking around middle on his own while they've taken a bomb site. No one was expecting that.
Reasons.
Rush waiting for a smoke defuse. Hang around, just jump around the outside.
Yeah. Just don't speak too loud or they might hear you.
Well, yeah. Unfortunately.
Damn it. Why'd they have to go and check it? And nice. They are really good about hunting these guns down. Tabson gonna get in there. 6-6. Tied up. Big Clan getting the drop on that B site. But after a strong start with a kill on Config on A. So now Complexity going to have to make some adjustments here. That was, Config. And well done by Searson. So that's a fast peek, and you cannot miss that shot. And he just got that job done. So good on him. You can see a bit of frustration there from BlameF. That's one thing that the Complexity guys have, and I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but they've got a lot of emotion.
I know what you mean. It's hard to say if it's good or bad for their overall sort of performance. I love it. I think it's one of the best things about the team. But yeah, I think you're definitely right. It can backfire. That's JKS winning the same fight against Searson, by the way, that he lost last time, and they sort of almost had the identical timing, but it just worked out. That smoke's not going to be anywhere near in time, and BlameF wanting to save Config, I think, and that's the trouble sometimes. You end up with even more losses. Sometimes you have to let him go, like Leonardo at the end of Titanic. Have to
just let him fade away
into the icy waters. Well, got carried away then, but JKS and Rush, 2-on-3, bombs already down, and a nice wallbang from Tabson. This was looking like a very bad round out of big, and then that trouble over at the A ramp just collapsed the round from Complexity. So big about to be at 7 rounds, and the money could buy a little bit. 2 of them can easily buy. BlameF and Config have money. JKS, if he saves this, maybe he could drop it to someone else, and then maybe they could pull it together. I think they're going to try anyway.
They might if he saves. That's the question right now. Ooh.
Well then.
Doesn't want that. Doesn't want them to get that AWP, but he's not going to survive it. Done. Dusted. Op picked up by Keto. And so big. Yeah, they've got their money sorted. What are we looking at over on... man, 3 of them are only at $3 grand. You think so?
Yeah. BlameF could drop this up for someone. Config could drop it from us for someone. I'm sure they can even it out. He's going to buy an org instead, in fact, Config.
Yeah, but Config plays for Config, you know what I mean? The thing is that Config needs to wake up a little bit. He's died a couple times now. Look
at this interesting... Did he spawn in some... Yeah, I guess Config spawned close to the A-ramp, so he's got the orb and he's just going to be running there. That's It's a bit of a switch up. I don't mind that they... Oh, but Santeris will take him down. He is there. We're going to need a camera on him. That is definitely going to be tilting him. That's because you make that call. You say, like, just give me the AWP. I'm going to go for it. And then you get exactly nothing for it.
Yeah, he's gotten bopped 3 times now over at ramp. He's actually costing his team way more right now than anything else. So Config on an individual level, he's trying to make plays, and sometimes those plays just don't work. And so now Big Clan looking very good here to just extend their lead. Barring some magnificent step up here, not going to happen. JKS getting overwhelmed in mid. And with 3 players on A, this is Complexity just gambling. If JKS finds something, if it works out, cool beans. And if they hit B, well then Complexity will just save on A, these 3 guns, and have a reasonable buy going into the next one.
What is Config's score at the moment? He's got 9 kills, so he's kind of, you know, he's doing all right.
Yeah, he's not a Tizian, but he's died 3 times, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying.
3 big rounds there. That's that really puts Complexity in a tight spot.
Yeah, it does. And it's been in a similar fashion, right? Like, it's been same smoke that's up there. You can't really see them.
Mm-hmm.
And now out hunting, they definitely should be. 15th round is coming up. Try and see if you can take some of these guns away. Every single one will matter. That one. And Rush helping his teammate out. It's big news, but yeah, I think this is still worth it. They have another AWP save now, so that's a bit interesting.
Yeah, you just hear whispering, don't peek, don't peek. Okay, good.
Definitely don't.
Hold on to it, and now this is it, 15th round. Last round of the first half, Complexity, they were looking like they were going to get control, but Big have ruined those plans. Big Clan will end this half in the lead no matter what.
Yeah, but I think this is, I think even if they don't get another round here, Complexity, and they just stay at 6 and it's 9-6 at the end, I still think that's perfectly fine. I think they can still do a lot on this, so I think regardless, they've at least got like the base level that you'd want. That's a nice counter nade.
That HE is nasty. And well, Config has survived, Anders. Longer than 10 seconds at the beginning of the round. So that's solid. Rush gets him to line up! Double headshot!
Oh man.
That's sick from Rush. What a play from him.
Yeah, that's, I mean, the fact that he dodged the AWP bullet and then he just, you know, it all worked out after that. And he's still here, being flashed in to try and take a bit of a fight. The bomb is there, so he knows eventually they are going to show up. He's called in Poison with his own AWP, and he'll take down Santeris, no problem. Finally, Rush will fall, but definitely way too late. So it looks like Complexity are going to be finding that 7th round, unless Keto could ace his way into this with 10 health and 50 seconds.
We'll try to make some noise there. Yeah, why not? Clever stuff, hoping that somebody's going to walk into this. Unfortunately for him, BlameF does not get mistaken. Fooled easily.
Ah, there it is, ladies and gentlemen. 8-7 of the first half. We'll be back after the break with the second one.
3, 2, 1, go. What? Stand on this one. Yes.
Oh, okay, see. You can go first.
How can I go first, bro? Good.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, sure.
You have a gun over at your place, maybe? You don't have anything on you?
No. On my side, no.
Oh, here, yeah.
Wait, nice.
Oh, wait, what? Okay, you ready? I don't know if this is gonna work. Double click or left click? What
no,
is it?
left click, left click.
Okay.
Nice.
Yes.
But it has 0 bullets.
Yeah, you,
okay,
you drop it on this, drop it on this. Yes. Is there more in there?
I need to find something else, yeah.
Captain, come on.
He's a ball. Oh no, my god, I kicked it away. No way, if that's it, then we are lost. Oh no, okay, I got it, nice. Wait, Cristiano Ronaldo.
Yes, come. Oh, whoa!
Goal! Oh no!
Okay, I'm over here, I'm going in next time. What up? Yeah, no, run. I'm holding the door, bro. Come. Nice.
Nice. Okay, that's the big chicken. I see.
Oh
no.
Okay, you ready? We have to do
let's
same
go.
time.
Yeah. 3, 2, 1. Oh my god.
Come on, bro. No. Okay, let's try again. 3, 2, 1, go. What? 3, 2, 1, go. Don't jump. I jumped this one, okay? Did it up?
Yeah. Oh! What? Go.
This is good, this is good. I'm dead, bro. I'm dead.
No. Now we'll make it.
I think we're doing it the hard way. Maybe that's the easy way.
Yeah.
When red cross, go.
Yeah.
Remember to jump. Okay, chill. Red cross, we go. Next
cross. Next red cross.
Yeah. Go.
Let's go!
Yeah!
Woo! That's exciting. What a great break we just had. That was intense. And now we're going to get back to even more intensity similar. It's the second half here. Still, obviously, the first best of 3 of the day between Big and Complexity. So, welcome if you just joined us. It's going to be a fun time. It's split down the middle.
It is right down the middle, 8-7. Big Clan managed to squeak it out at the end there, but Complexity was starting to show some fight, so that bodes well for this T side from Complexity. It's worth keeping in mind that this is Complexity's map pick, and so they should feel like they have an edge, that they're going to have a game plan going into the terrorist side. But now let's see, can they get bomb plants? Can they coordinate better than Config and Tijan just did against the Big Chicken?
I don't know, that was some incredible teamwork, I've got to be honest. Molotov with the back, smoke going up, and they're not going to be wasting any time here. They're going straight for it. They're all here. Already tagged up, some great counter nades coming out. There's another one on Tizian, and that one grenade on the CT side can actually be massive. Tabson gets shot down. I thought for sure he would have had that kill. And actually, yeah, they cancel it. I'm not sure if they thought more was coming. There's the grenade. And it's Rush to step into it. So still a 4-3, but the health looking questionable right now for the Complexity side. And they're just battling. Instead of planting the bomb, they're saying, fine, all right, we're going to do this the hard way, then come and get some Glocks. And instead, it's Tizian and Searson actually now fighting back. It is a 2-on-2.
Oh, Tizian doesn't smoke. That's so good. Wait. Going to use it here instead. But that allows for that bomb to get picked up. Now JKS trying to dart back to the side. He's JKS! Just going to get both headshots. Why not?
Wow.
Get it done that way, son. What was that, 3 kills for JKS in the pistol?
I
think so.
Was. It definitely was.
Yeah. Solid stuff. Well, that was a bit dicey there when the smoke started to clear for Complexity and they hadn't gotten that bomb planted. But we will eventually, yeah. You can see the frustration there from Santaris. Tough break, my dude.
I thought, I mean, it's such a... It's a cool idea from Big to be using those grenades on this map. You almost always know where people are going to be planting, so they're not the first team to think of it, but I think that was worth doing, especially in a pistol round. 8-8, all tied up. They've already lost Searson here, so checking the smoke a couple of times, even though you feel like no one was there. Always worth it.
Ooh, the gamble here. Eventually, yep, they're going to take that peek, and Santaris is going to take his head off. And you can't have a repeat here from Complexity. You cannot lose that second round. Big Clan, if they're allowed to just pick up the second round each time, it's going to get ridiculous.
Well, they need to get that AK back. Yeah, no, you're right. That would not be acceptable. And yeah, I think he wanted the Molotov, the corner, where Tabson is in fact hiding, so they're going to do it anyway. Probably a really, really good call.
Very nice coordination. Hardly any damage taken by Tabson. He just got toasted a little bit, but that's it.
That's what you like to see. Those are the kind of friends you want, right? That'll put you out when you're on fire. That's kind of a low bar, I realize, but...
The telegraph is real, though. Look at this damage. All 4 players from Big Clan have rotated over.
Ow. How is he still in there? Oh, he's finally going to go down, but Keto then finding a lineup for a shot. 20 seconds. Yeah, and they're going to keep going here. All Deagles waiting for them. Santaris getting that headshot. It took a little while. And Blamer and JKS, there's no choice. They got to plant the bomb right away. And oh, it's being held as well. JKS is at it again, and he'll get the last one. Back-to-back triple kills for him, and they only barely make it out of that round.
He's starting to wake up as well, considering he was over on that B side at the beginning of the half. It started to pick up a little bit towards the end. But he was getting some action on that CT side, JKS. But it's good to see, I mean, obviously for complexity's sake, that the young gun is just barreling through. Can we even say that about JKS anymore, young gun? I mean, once upon a time. I feel like he's a bit more long in the tooth now. He's more of a veteran, so.
Yeah, he's probably has to be moved into that category.
Yeah, but I mean, they pick him up for the fragging power, and right now he's demonstrating that he is definitely capable of bringing it to the table.
And it's so early game, right? Like, I mean, it's, you know, if he wasn't playing really well, I would easily be able to say, yeah, you know what, that's fine. Like, it's first tournament, first, 3 days or 4 days or whatever it's been, you know, it's fine. Tapson going down, a boost. Eagles and Terrace. No, a bit of a mess up there. Looked like that was perfectly doable. Tizian and Keto left to try and get another couple of kills, but this looks like it's going to be 10-8, and I think Complexity are just fine with that. A Bison has been picked up by Rush. I love it. Bison doesn't get used.
Definitely does not. Config losing duels. Yeah, once upon a time we saw a bit more of it, I guess, just because you could have those positions. For whatever reason, I was thinking short dust too. You just have a billion bullets and a choke point.
Right.
Yeah.
I really like it. I really think it's worth it every once in a while.
Just to spice things up.
Yeah. It's also like, if you're only fighting like 2 people, it's probably not, but on the rare occasion, they all show up with that armor.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, that's the thing. Like, you run into that, definitely rare today. I feel like that's probably it. You know, we used to see it more when everybody wasn't just forcing with Kevlar and freaking run.
Probably true, yeah. Oh, wow. They run boosted him to make it all the way around. I love that from Big. I am going to need to see at least 3 different replays of that at some point. I want to see it where, like, got the camera flying around the building and he's just skydiving in there. Like Drop Zone, do you remember that? With, what's his face? The guy that plays Blade. Oh god, why am I blanking?
Wesley Snipes.
Yeah, Wesley Snipes in Drop Zone. One of my favorite actors, I just think he's a badass.
Well, in Blade, yeah.
No, but in every movie, yeah. He's always good. I've never seen a bad look like Wesley Snipes movie yet. Never seen one that's not good.
Yeah, but he was a total badass, for sure. I'm all about it. Dude, Blade still holds up.
Just saying, he made a film, 90s film, called Drop Zone. Skydive into like a building to do something, and I can't even remember. It's not even relevant. It's just cool. Like, just trust me. 40 seconds, and we do have still a 5-on-5. Some damage on either side been taken. Config kind of low. That's why he's got the AWP tossed over to him. Seriously though, maybe a little bit alone out here. Worries me.
Get wrecked. Oh, but Zantaris, he's still going to trade it 1-for-1. But that still favors Complexity. Tabson, though, once again will have his say. Could find a third, but Config is holding the angle. Tizian, however, going to take blame of that, and it's all on Config, but not for long. Keto goes ahead and removes that pressure from his shoulders, saving the AWP. Not able to save an AK, but Big Clan, once again, Tabson making the difference.
Check this out.
Yeah, that's a sick.
I was so impressed. I really like that.
Tabson is such a savage. Yep. You know you had that. You know you had that, Blame F.
Yeah, not happy at all, is he? Well,
he's always got that pump going.
Ready for it. That's a tiny little like sofa
coffee table down back there, yeah.
That's
this interior design Anders that's gonna come out.
How do
those pillows are just clashing?
Yeah, I know. Well, you know you can get those like pillows now that have like this little I don't know what are they called, like little pallets or something. You can move it up and down.
Ah, yes. Bangles? No.
I don't know what they are. Those sparkly. Listen, I obviously didn't know. You guys know what I'm talking about. I'm sure that they're everywhere. I really wanted those for our house, and my wife said there's absolutely no way they look like those.
Really?
Yeah. She said, "You're not a child. Stop finding these things."
Stop fighting these things. I thought she would have a rational, you know, like, no, this isn't good because the kids lead it, or
no,
the dog.
I think she was just like, not under any circumstances. I'm sure I would have grown bored of it in like a week. I'd been like, this is not much fun, but.
Ooh, buddy!
I find it very unfair that some people's deagles can like those second shots just hit like headshots, because I feel like if I don't hit the headshot on the first bullet, I just wait for like 5 minutes until I shoot it again. Like,
I thought you meant wait for 5 minutes until the next round because you just die.
Well, that's probably true as well. Ooh, config. He actually found that. Nice attempt to find an angle there. That looked like it could have definitely worked. 4 on 3, 45 seconds. If they get a quick kill here, maybe it's possible, but there is some backup for Keto. And yeah, he's only going to get the 1 kill, in fact, but Citizen was there covering the line. He's already been found out. He's going to have to call for some backup. That's a great shot right through the box, a takedown rush. He gets a leg shot on JKS, I think, as well, through the wall ever so slightly. Now he's jumping and no-scoping. Someone's got to put an end to Sears, and it'll be JKS, but Santaris is there with the instant return. But I think they're going to be fine with this round complexity. 4 kills and a bomb plant. That's so expensive. And, yeah, I think they're going to be loving it.
Must-win sort of scenario there for Big Clan. But tying it up 10-10, money now is going to be looking solid. We have Tapson calling for a pause. Is this a... Ah! The VAC criminal, the spin botter. He's here. That poor dog.
Is that the dog?
Yeah, the spin botter.
Didn't realize.
I mean, you know, it's imagine your master's getting all hyped constantly, and you can't partake in what he's doing. You just have to sit there and,
yeah,
you know?
That's true. I thought you were trying to like insinuate that the dog was cheating or something. Like I've heard, we thought a while. If you ever had, or you've all at some point, you must have tried the dog ate my homework defense, but the dog was cheating for me. I just don't buy it.
I swear he was spin-botting. Wasn't me.
It's just that's a bridge too far.
This is a baller dog. Handsome dog too, for sure.
You're definitely right.
Ah, yep, you can see. Man, they really do show so much emotion though. It's wild. BlameF, he's all about it. You see the dog was thinking, now, time to play? Time to play?
We're good to go.
We're good to go? We're gonna play now? No, sorry. Go back to spinning.
That's how it is. 10-10. 21st round. I think they're all good to go. They're all readied up, and we're going to get back into it. JKS and Rush both at 17 kills. That's pretty amazing. Tabson is also at 17, so they've actually caught up to Tabson in a big way, those two players. This, I mean, the money is so low on all players in the server right now that, yeah, these next couple of rounds are going to be really, really important to try and move forward in either direction, really. So we'll see how it goes. Deep grenade. Bullets being thrown down the ramp almost.
Yeah, just a few shots getting put through. JKS waiting patiently here.
I really like this way where you're essentially mirroring your position on the CT side, because you become just an expert at playing this whole thing, right? Like, you know how the T's play it when they're there, you're looking for kills. You know how you play it when you play defensively. Santaris definitely knew how to do that. So, 1-for-1 trade. Still over a minute left.
A lot of mirroring. I mean, config, you know, he's dying here at ramp on T side too.
Well, true.
JKS over towards B deciding now's the time to back off and rejoin with the rest of his team. And it's looking like this will mature into an A hit momentarily. Rotation for Tabson, though, he is once again going to be joining this party. Complexity, not exciting. He is the friend that shows up late and kind of ruins everything. But you can't say no. He has to, you know, he knows too many people. He would find out if you didn't invite him.
Oh, that's
there's a flash.
Bang, isn't it? That worked so well. He doesn't even want to fall back. He's like, you know what? I'm just going to get caught if I try and run for this. So stuck around. Cost him his life. 20 seconds. They just need to delay this ever so slightly. Time is running out really quickly right now for Complexity. Tabson out in the open, and he actually does get the dink on Blame It, but not enough to get the kill. 10 seconds left, and Keto goes down. Rush defending it well. And that will be the round for Complexity, and that will destroy the money for Big. Again, that goes back to that previous round, where it ended up a one-on-one, where Santaris got the last 2 kills, right? That is the one that cost them now.
Surprising. No, they're letting the clock run down. Yep. They would do that sort of stuff. Let the clock run down 20 seconds, then call the tactical timeout, then you get another 20 seconds. See where I'm going with this?
That's what you do.
Just maximizing downtime there. But Big Clan, I was about to say that this is a round where they should call a timeout. They let that slip through their fingers, and so it's a good opportunity here to just slow things down. Coach is going to get involved there. A little bit of a chat, a little bit of a discussion going on as to how to approach this on this CT side. Should be a Nico again, though. Your loss bonus isn't bad. You eco this round, and then you're going to get a pretty full buy in the next one. Going for a force would be suicidal, I think.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think it's also, you're not that close to losing the map that you have to do something really crazy.
Yeah.
It sucks if they get to 12 to 10, but probably better at that point to have a full buy around and just go for it. All right, a little bit of action on Blame. If he's also alone, if they could guess the economy here, Complexity, the one thing you don't want to do is give away rifles. So, well, he's got some backup now, but definitely try and stay in teams of 2 or 3 here. Don't let him have an AK. That is not a good idea.
Yeah, nice opening. Zetaris. Is the patience going to pay off? There it is. Takes that shot. Blame it. Gonna get caught for free. Searson does manage to get away. Down to half HP from the wallbang. But that's perfect for Big Clan. What a time to use it as well. If this pans out with 3 there. Oh, they line up for Config. Finally, he's feeling good. He's going to get 2 kills. Goes for the wallbang. Santaris down to 25 HP.
They have an HE as well. Config's just clicking away, and he's going to keep going. That's a nice quad kill. He was all alone on this map. There's no one else. They were all at B site, and he took them all down.
Good for him. Got to get some confidence back, you know. That's what those eco frags are for.
Indeed. The first one is ridiculous because I don't think he did not even see that there are 2 people there. They're like walking behind each other.
Some confidence going for the block at the end there. Nicely done. All right, 12 to 10. Let's see it. JKS once again heading over towards B. It's looking like we'll get an early peek from the CT side. Yep, there's Searson. I'm liking that from Searson. A little bit of a change of pace there. That duel within a duel, right? The round within a round between him and JKS continues to evolve.
Yeah.
So he was kind of hoping to catch JKS that time. Not going to be the case. 4 players, man. Big Clan really just cheating those guys over towards that A side, expecting there to be action at ramp, but it is Complexity now. They've decided this is the round to hit B in a big way.
Yeah. And I don't think Keto can stay. I mean, he can try and smoke it, but he has to almost fall back and try and play it for a retake. Oh, they're running in, firing through the smoke, and that is the round done. I don't think Big should even think about getting closer to this.
That's JKS making a statement.
Yeah, he's everything that we want him to be, but I feel like if he could be that consistently, that would make this transfer into Complexity so worth it.
And so, yeah. Do they really go into the hunt? They have money on the side of Complexity, so it could be worthwhile to give up a couple AKs in attempting to take these guns away from Big Clan. That's a monster one. Santaris down.
He's still doing it. He's just found 4 kills. They're all headshots. Even when they've conceded the round, JKS is still out hunting. It will be Config to get the last one, but absolutely merciless.
This is looking very good now for Complexity, Anders. 13 to 10 on T side. Big Clan, after that timeout, they come out empty-handed. JKS has taken everything from them. I mean, this is definitely looking like a winning scenario now for Complexity. We are going to go into a half buy for Big Clan. A couple of nades, some pistols. A little bit of Kevlar picked up. And the fan cam's definitely active for Complexity. Do we have any fans for Big? That's the question. We gotta see next round.
There's kind of they've built a really successful brand out there in Germany. I think they're shocked if they want big fans hanging out and just enjoying it. Or maybe not enjoying it right now. It's about to be 14 rounds for Complexity, but overall, they must be out there cheering for the team. Oh. That's awkward.
Heart attack. You just got the pistol poking out of the smoke at your face. Way too close for comfort.
Keto back here. Looking for a couple of cool shots that will not happen. It was BlameF's turn for a quad kill of his own. And, man, the problem again is just that money. They've gone into that pattern where every other round, they pretty much have to eco on the big side. So this is definitely time to shine right now for Big. They need to step it up. You mentioned earlier CSM was looking for a kill with that AWP. I would hope this is what they need, right? One simple AWP kill, get that, fall back, and just play it safe from there. But look at the aggression. They're so fast in here. Incredibly quick push towards the middle, and they're going to take down Tabs and Rush. Been hitting some amazing shots as well. And yeah, they're going to block it all off, try and see if they can attack B from the other side. But Searson is there. And fantastic double kill for him. Santaris trying to get it, stay covered here as well. Jumping through, and they will get the round. Santaris, good double. But yeah, Searson also doing a very fine job holding that push back.
Yeah, Searson actually paying off that time. I don't think that they expected there to be Searson on B twice. They were expecting him to be over at ramp on A, and that they would only be dealing with one guy over here on B. So that was Big Clan getting in Complexity's head, just being utterly prepared for what Complexity had coming at them this round. And you can see a little bit of frustration there from Complexity. Poison at least showing, you know, again, everybody shows emotion on this team, so that's not really saying too much. Config dead again, though, and Searson again with the, it seems like this is just going to be a standard approach here from Big. Searson with that AWP over towards B early in the round.
And now they have another AWP, so they can actually do it. Yeah, I think this is super important. The beginnings of an excellent turnaround for Big, if they can keep getting just that one opening kill somewhere. And again, having two ops on this map, it just on the surface, it doesn't seem like a map that should lend itself that well to it. And in retakes, certainly having double AWP can be really weird. But I actually think it makes a lot of sense to try it.
Oh, why not? If you can get these picks, if you can keep getting these opening kills, that's what it's all about, name of the game. You just whittle them down to the point where they're worthless when they try to go for a push. So Complexity now just a couple of smokes to work with.
Yeah.
It's going to be a bit of a tall ask here. Keto's already got the angle on ramp, and we're going to get a boost over the top as well. Santaris, what a clever spot. Easy peasy. Picks up a kill, and this is shaping up wonderfully for Big.
It's a good grenade. I actually thought Rush would be dead to the grenade. He will be to the M4 instead. BlameF and Poison doing their best to see if they can get at least the bomb plant here. Faking it out. I feel like getting... Oh, he's actually going to get it anyway. He no-scoped him through the... Oh, not no-scope, but he shot him through the smoke and the wall bang on top of it. That was very cool. 18 seconds. And yeah, they're trying to bait them into this. Let's see. Not that much time. It's got to be a shot right through the box. That's ridiculous. It must have been right at the corner. 10 seconds. And yeah, I think Poison is done here. That looked like it should have been a very tricky round for Big in that 2-on-2, but that one shot did it all.
What a deny there at the end. Do we have that on the perspective? It was so good. Santaris needs a minute.
Calm himself down.
But that was, what a shot coming through to deny the bomb plant.
Definitely loving that.
Right through the middle.
Right when they connect.
Oh, buddy.
Run.
Spotted, though? Did Keto...
I don't think he did. Maybe he did. No, I don't think so. I don't think he knows. Searson again. Off to a good start. And taking down Poison. Again, they do really need that. I don't know if he's seeing any feet moving down there, but I think now he does. Heads up play, but he's still going to get taken down, and it's again JKS to do some damage early on over at the B bomb site. And he needs to keep going. Rush, taking down Santaris. That's towards the middle. Tabson up close with the M4. The smoke is still up, but he's pushing through and taking down JKS. Finally, they put an end to him, and Tizian also here. So nice rotation, quick rotation coming out from Big. And it's not done yet, but they giving themselves man advantage, and now it probably is done here. tabseN does keep moving forward, but Rush in a 1 versus 2, they should be able to play this one smartly and just help each other out, although they're quite far away from each other on the big side.
That was it right there. Oh, man, Rush is going to be kicking himself.
Yeah.
Survives the flash and doesn't hit the headshot with the AK. A winnable situation for Rush there. But that nade comes in and just gets it. This is big, though. tabseN surviving against JKS with 5 HP.
Yeah.
That is wild. And then he has, yeah, he's able to actually go for the follow-up as well there, tabseN. So to say, as the goal. This is monster now. Big Clan 1 round away from tying it up. We may go a full 30 rounds. And again, Complexity might be the team really struggling to just finish it off here.
Yeah, but it is great. We want everything that we can get out of these games because, yeah, they're being played at a high level at the moment. Santaris getting that smoke off. Going to be grenading them. That is so much damage. And then the Molotov to follow, doing even more damage. And it'll be finally the kill from the Molotov, in fact. Probably helped by that M4 indeed. But that's just Complexity standing around waiting for him to run out from behind. And they've almost given the round up just waiting around that corner.
And the flank is coming in
More
as well. This is just going to be it. They are going to get just whittled down to nothing, Complexity. Nicely done, though. BlameF hits that headshot on tabseN. Man advantage for Big Clan. And Keto now. This is the big payoff. They've been playing patiently Big Clan because they know that Keto's on the flank. And while getting that kill on BlameF pretty much snuffs it here for JKS, he is not going to be checking. Or if he does check, he's looking at the wrong angle. Keto's too far up, and that is it. Tied up 14-14. No bomb plan. Terrible situation for Complexity.
Oh, yeah, by the way, on that topic, right? They haven't had a bomb plan in the last 3 rounds, at least, Complexity. So if you just add the money that they would have had, actually, in the last 4 rounds, that would have made this next round here that we're going into. They could have bought whatever they wanted, right, if you just start adding it up. So the lack of bomb plants, the cumulative effect of that can definitely become a problem. Yeah, 14-14, all tied up. You look at the score, and it from the looks of it, Complexity are getting way more frags on the board. Way more. They're getting more frags on the board, right, than Big are. But it doesn't seem to matter at the moment. Now we've got Tech9s. Ooh, I'm excited. That's what I want.
Caution to the wind.
Yeah.
It's a half buy still.
Yeah, yeah.
You're not all in on this.
This is bound to work somehow.
Yeah, they've pushed in half their chips, basically.
Yeah.
But let's see. Where do you attack, though? They have had success going mid. But it's looking like it's going to be A ramp. There's quite a bit of pressure. A ramp early. Santaris. Oh, gonna get that. Wallbang on BlameF. He's down. BlameF down to 30 HP. But he survives for now. JKS, in the meantime, has not given syrsoN that opening kill.
I would say this definitely is. Show yourself at A, go back to B. Rush is going to be throwing a flashbang through, and it's just a little bit too late. Keto picking up 2 big kills. I don't know where that flash went, but it certainly did not connect with Keto. And all of a sudden, 3 versus 4, and I think the sort of surprise explosion of that would have to be what won the round. Now that they've been slowed down and been found out on this side, really hard to win the round from here on out.
This is big. And I mean that by JKS finding that opening shot. This is huge now, 3-on-3. And as they move up onto the site, syrsoN gonna get flashed. He's not gonna find the shot. Rush takes his head off.
Wow. Yeah, they knew that was the AWP. They heard the AWP ring out, so they definitely knew that was on the other side. BlameF going down to a grenade. It'll be a bomb plant. Again, that's super helpful for Complexity. They're going to have the match round bonus and everything else on top of it. tabseN getting spotted, and the Tech9 nearly works. And JKS, that's too much to ask for. He is going to go down, but, I mean, it's going to be big on 15 rounds, but it's definitely not done. They're going to have everything they could want in this upcoming round on the Complexity side. So either it's 16-14 for Big, or it's going to be overtime.
Oof. Well, that was bomb plant. So now you have the full buy for Complexity. Keep in mind that was only a half buy last round from Complexity. So now we're going to get the full buy. Absolutely possible we get overtime here. But again, Complexity struggling to close out their own map.
They've lost, what, now 5 in a row, I believe? Or I Big have won 5 in a row? on the other side.
But this is with JKS, you know, really coming in with quite a few kills to help things out. So, yeah, it's a real struggle right now. And Complexity, they're seriously taking the shot, gets the leg on Poison. Poison through the smoke, takes him down though. Man advantage for Complexity at the very beginning of the round. It gives them so much time to maneuver now.
A fight that Citizen's been winning a lot, and I think one of the reasons why Big have been doing so well. So, at least it is the right start. Tabson back here, they know where he is. They've been trying for Molotov him, but now they're just going to grenade him all the way down, and Config will pick up the kill. Now, what do Big do? They're a man behind, and they would love to finish this in regulation. From their point of view, not worth going into overtime and getting Complexity fired back up. So, thought almost they wanted to gamble, just having everyone at the A-bomb side. It sort of looked like they were stretching in that direction. Let's see, smoke up. Still worried about middle, but nobody's watching B. I mean, a little bit now. Keto's starting to get over there. And Tizian sneaking in, standing up. He does spot out Poison. It was low on health. The wall bangs are coming through. And Tizian, they don't have a grenade for him, but he's lucky to be alive.
But that was early enough where it's still a possibility for him to go back to B. Rush trying to find that kill on Tizian, not quite going to connect. Bomb has been picked up again. And now both players rotated over here for Big Clan. They are committed to holding down the safe side. They have to. What a shot from Tizian. Takes Rush's head off to 2-on-2. Absolutely possible for Big to keep their cool here.
Yes,
trying to deny that bomb plan.
15 seconds left. Everything is on this right now. Big trying to see if they can finish this in regulation. JKS going down. They both get caught and confused at the edge of that smoke. It's 16-14. And Big will pick up that last round. It looked so doable for Complexity, but they just barely, barely finished. Not quite though. That's rough. A rough way to start this best of 3, but it is a best of 3, so we do have more coming. But not before we get a break and the analysts coming in as well. Stay tuned.
Now that is how you kick off a day of Counter-Strike. An incredible map. Great performances from both sides. Complexity, though, looked like they had it in the bag, and just right at the end, it started to slip away. But you can never say that Big aren't prepared for maps.
No, and they were playing well, Big. They were playing much, much better than they were yesterday. We got to give it to them first and foremost. While that being said, you know, you saw Sursen step up, you saw Tapston step up in moments. Complexity, they completely lost this game out of their own hands here. They won 19-11 in opening duels. They had so many rounds where they got the first kill, just couldn't capitalize. I was listening into the comments as well. It was a little bit stressful at times, you know, and of course it is. It's a 16-14 game, a lot in the line, so you can't really blame it. But there was moments, you know, where you thought to yourself, if you would just calm down a little bit, maybe you wouldn't make those small mistakes that you were making throughout this game. So if I'm Complexity right now, I would feel very, very sad, because there was a game that was in their hands, and unfortunately they just couldn't capitalize of the advantage they had.
And you asked me, Pimp, you were saying to have a listen in on the big comms. Well, they, even when they were down and out of it, they didn't have those stressful moments, right? Very calm, very chilled, and it's just a theme of them. They don't get too hyped, but they're never also too low.
I think the key word for Big in that performance is resilience. Resilience at every time, every round they fought for it. They made the right gamble. They were down in the scoreline. Obviously, they had 14 against them very quickly. In the rounds, as Jacob mentioned, they had the opening kills going up against them. They always had to fight back, but they were always dangerous, always in the round. They never let go. And for Complexity right now, this must be so frustrating. They had it in the palm of their hands, and it just got slipped away.
And we're talking about comms, though, right? Pimp, you got something for us to look at when it comes to the Complexity side of things.
Yeah, I got a clip that is going to showcase you guys a little bit of what's going on winning Complexity. They were very close winning this round. Try to listen in to how crisp they're communicating.
I think we could wait. Okay, he might be going close.
Come back to you guys.
I can't get the weapon, but I'm up. He doesn't know I'm up. I can't get the weapon there.
I can do the good
You got a flash, right?
flash. Yeah.
He's double. He's double.
That's fine. Taken.
Close. Wait. He doesn't know I'm here. You need flash, high. Wait, I'm behind one. Wait, two here.
Edge flashing
flash
now.
Again, flash.
I failed it.
Wait, I'm flashing high left.
RPK, go. He's RPK. RPK flashed.
Dead.
Mauling deep.
Plus, do it.
Right, people.
Could be.
What a clip, because I love this, right? Because I know that clip from when I listened to it. The first thing Tizian said was, I don't know where I died from. He literally just, it took him a moment to realize, oh, wait a second, it was over there. Like, you know, the moment of thinking, no one could possibly hear, and then all of a sudden JKS pounces on top of it.
Just to add another layer to that clip, right? Listening to how crisp and how fast it's all going on. JKS saying he doesn't know where I am. Wait. BlameF is then saying, I'm flashing for you. And he gets to say to JKS that I failed the flash before JKS runs in, you know, thinking he's flashed. But BlameF so fast at communicating that even though he failed the flash, it didn't cost his teammates his life. This was one of many rounds, you know, where Complexity was super close to winning it. It ended up in a 1v1, which they lost, and that was the star of the game for Complexity. They had many chances, they just couldn't capitalize.
Well, a game like this, right, often comes down to the economy, so we've got another economy play for you guys this time around.
And our man is going to be Tapson this time for the eco play, a sequence that I want to show you guys with the Deagle that I believe changed the course of that game. We have a, again, anti-eco round situation for Complexity, opening up right with Rush finding the kill. Everything looks to be in control for the squad, but Tapson is going to strike in with the Deagle. Oh, that second one is so swift. And he's not done quite yet going up the A ramp, but just to get the bird's eye view of that situation, this changed everything in the game. Big is going to go on to convert that round, and for the viewers at home to realize, when you lose the gun round in Counter-Strike right now, you have a bonus. You win $1,900, but if you get reset the next round, then you don't. It put Complexity in such a hassle, and Big went up to lead, I believe, 4-1. So that right here, that was an X-Factor play.
X-Factor plays, and I'm going to say it again, right, coming just onto the scoreboard side of things, it's looking better from Big, and especially Tapson. He put some little bit of work in on his own individual performance to step it up to where we needed.
He had one of those where you can't really, you know, figure out did he have a really good game or was it just decent, because he went 0-6 in opening duels, so Tapson didn't win a single opening duel throughout the entire game, but he had 9 assists, right? He did a lot of damage. His ADR was one of the highest on the server. He got 21 kills as well, so he was having a lot of impact, but he just quite couldn't finish off all the kills. Classic Tapson, I would say, you know, always in for the duels, always going for it, and despite going 0-6 in opening duels, he still found a way to have impact, and he made it easier for his teammates to get the kills. So overall, well done by Tapson.
And Tabston, right, he's a man that will do whatever is needed for the team, but he will need to do more than what we've just seen here if they want to have a chance going into Dust 2. Dust 2, right, maybe Big's pick, but we've seen Complexity on it, and they can be oh so deadly.
Oh, absolutely. There is no guarantee going on to Dust 2, and that's what makes this series so interesting. We talk about Big, we talk about their players. I have my eyes on Tizian. Because the last time they played it against Vitality, Vitality abused that A long again and again. Tizian was having a really hard time. Also, Big put a lot of responsibility on his shoulders. They don't really help him out too much, and he was struggling big time. So Tizian will have to step up. If you look at the stats right now, he's at the bottom of the barrel. He's really down in the dumps. So there needs to be a reaction if Big want to close 2-0.
If half of you guys look at Tizian, then the other half of you guys out there, take a look at Keto, because he was the only reason why it even got competitive against Vitality. He was top fragging for the big clan. He was playing a good game, and normally you don't look towards Keto to be the main fragger. You look towards Tabston, you look towards Susan or Shantaris, but he was the one stepping up for them. So if he can have a good game, and Tizian is, you know, let's say that he's no longer getting abused on his bomb side, then we have a good thing going for big clan.
Now, Jake, if I'm right, you said Big is one of the teams that you will allow to say, like, yeah, Dust 2 can be a pick for him. Sure. So do you think right now they could match up against the likes of Complexity? Because I'm just coming back to that last Complexity Dust 2 game where I was very convinced by what they did.
They can definitely match up against them, and I'm sure Big Clan have prepared for whatever Complexity has to come with. One of the points we made yesterday on the desk is that Complexity are still new. They haven't had a lot of time to practice, so for Faze Clan, kind of the same thing goes on here for Complexity. If their plan A is not working, they don't have a plan B, C, D integrated enough with JKS, right? So they need to make sure that their plan A is working. Maybe the plan B has been talked about a little bit. Maybe they have practiced just a tiny bit with JKS, but when it gets down to the playbook, the depth of it, Complexity are still a new team. So if Big have prepared properly enough, I think there's definitely a chance for them to take this 2-0, which, let's be honest, would be a gigantic surprise.
And I'm going to come on to this JKS topic, though, because he has performed better and better. It's just a few days that he's had to get involved in it, though, but he does seem quite at home.
Yes, he does. And if you need any more proof that he's a top-class player, then there you have it, right in the front of our own eyes. I mean, he's doing really well. Now, if we talk about Dust 2, I've been looking at the demos and how they were using Obo back then. He was either playing the B bomb side with Config, which would make it a deadly duo if you have JKS and Config, but sometimes he'd switch around with BlameF. He'd play the A bomb side. So my question is JKS already ready for such diverse roles? That's not going to be easy. Can you imagine you come into a team and you say, listen, half the round's going to play B, half are going to play A. Ergo, you need to know everything about everything. It's really, really challenging. So I'm looking forward to seeing if JKS is going to stick around the B bomb side with Config or if he's going to be moving around like Obo used to do. But I agree with you. I think he's been key already. I am not surprised because I knew in the bottom of my heart that JKS is a top player. But here in Complexity, the story for him is to showcase that again, even maybe reach new heights.
But one thing we'll say, right, when it comes to Dust 2, it is a map where you do get away with having a newer player. It's going to be less of a hindrance, right, than some other maps.
I would say so. And that's why I'm not too worried if plan A is not working, because you can always come up with a plan B or plan C on the fly. I just do want to point out that Big Clan are to be considered one of the best Dust 2 teams in the entire world. Thus far in this tournament, it has not looked good for them, but it hasn't looked good for them on any maps, right? So that, as a team right now, as a team, they're just not playing well right now. What we saw here in Vertigo, I would say is the best we've seen from Big so far in this tournament. So if they can keep that level, then definitely we have a match on our hand. I would still, keep to my prediction. I still think Complexity are going to win Dust 2, and if it goes to a nuke, I still think Complexity are the favorites. But Big have a realistic shot of taking a 2-0 victory and qualify for the next stage. And that would be a big surprise to me, considering that right now they're not playing the best Counter-Strike.
And it's their first ever Blast tournament. What a story that could be. Dust 2 is right around the corner, ladies and gentlemen. But we've seen this from Complexity before. They were down one map and won their opponents. Can they do it again and take us to nuke? Stick with us and find out after the break.
All right, here we go. Second map, it went the full distance on Vertigo, and now we're on Dust 2 instead. The odds have changed quite dramatically from earlier. It's heavily now favor of Big, as you can maybe tell, and I think that's understandable. We can understand why that was. You know, winner map, people get pretty excited, but it was so close.
Complexity are again kind of just missing out a little bit. 30 rounds, could have taken it to overtime. It's Nuke all over again versus Vitality. Their map pick, they could have had it, but they just let it slip through their fingers. At one point they were up 14-10, controlling the situation, and round after round just gets out of them. So you got to give credit to Big. Obviously Big stood tall and got their job done. Complexity again showing a little bit of weakness here at the very beginning, given the fact that they're still trying to incorporate JKS. That might be a factor. I still think they show too much emotion, whether it's a good thing or not. There's a lot of emotion, good or bad, on Complexity, and I'm wondering if that's having a negative impact. But there's still clearly a lot of work to be done here for Complexity.
There definitely is, and yeah, I mean that's going to put a real wrench in the works here for Complexity, because now at the very least they had to go on and play that third map. So we'll find out how it all plays out here. It's Big starting on the T side, Complexity on the CT side, and they nearly successfully hunt down Config up at the catwalk there. That's a nice shot, but it didn't really work out. The bomb is in upper dark, and it looks like it could be a B-split, but they are well set up for it, Complexity. They have 3 people here, and Config is back. This is mad. He's so low on health, and he's still going for it. He's missing the shots, though, and yeah, back to hiding. Oh, but that actually does throw it off. They wanted to go. Now they're going to change it around. He pulled them back, and they said, fine. A-bomb side it is. Let's do it.
He has no way of knowing, obviously. But that was actually just going to be the perfect scenario for his team if they went B, because they were about to run into 3. But then BlameF is here with a triple headshot, looking for the quad as well. He's still alive. JKS chimes in. It's a 1-on-2, just like that. Big. Xantares brings it back to a 1-on-1, but that got way too close.
Wow, that was fast with the USP. Xantares backing up a little bit, picks up a USP of his own, and now he just needs 1 bullet to health. Almost doesn't matter at this point in time. It's Poison to pick it up, and that is around that. I mean, when Big go back and look at this demo, they're going to think, man, we had that for sure. And then BlameF shows up. Great shots coming out.
I mean, BlameF shows up, and yeah, look at this. All right, first 2, super clean. Oh, man. It's brutal. Oh, there you go. A little bit of a reaction. Get that espresso in you. But Config, man, Config looked down there. Missed opportunity. Really rough pistol round for him. So let's see if he can turn his mental game around here going forward, because Complexity just won a crucial round.
Was that espresso, or was it like Irish coffees? I mean, it was like, you know what?
Anyway, how can we know, Andrews?
I need to drink after watching that.
Ooh, I think Big need one as well. That monster nade going through there.
Technically, a Molotov is a kind of drink, I guess. Like maybe before you set fire to
exactly. There is a window.
There's a window, yeah.
Where you can consume it without dying. And then after that, you're just going to be doing you know, you're going to be dancing your heart out.
Can be like those people all over YouTube who try and drink the drinks while they're still on.
Oh yeah, never. Yeah, that.
Please never do that, guys. It's not funny. It's not interesting. Just don't do it. Not worth it.
Just seems like a bad time. Most of it.
Smoke from inside of upper dark, flashbang to follow. This is all pretty good. The Molotov in the back. JKS put under a lot of pressure all of a sudden, and I think he was actually just pre-firing that blind. This is working out so well at the moment. They're going to get that kill on Rush too. Big. Just completely turning this around. They outplay them all across the map. What a cool round.
Big's map pick as well. It's worth mentioning. So they'll have some tricks up their sleeves without a doubt here on the T side, knowing how to take advantage. Poison will get spotted out. Does not want to go down here, obviously, if he can hold on to this kit. Kevlar, nades, a lot riding on it. It's going to be very difficult for him, however, as he has already been spotted out from long. They're pushing up short. Takes, you know, Searson with him. But that's that. Tied up 1-1 Big, just like that. No time wasted, Anders. Not letting Complexity get any kind of, you know, wind in their wings, beneath their wings. Just smashing them. And Config continuing to have a rough time.
A little bit, yeah. Well, he was actually doing good on Vertigo. He just, but he did have a bunch of rounds where he died early. But in terms of overall kills, I think he was doing all right. But yeah, he's not taking over the game either, like we sometimes see. I wonder if in another round, JKS would have had a smoke, and instead of going for the fight over there at B in the last round, he would have just smoked it off and waited for his teammates to show up. Kind of hard to say. Well, they're out long. They're all grouped up. I appreciate this again from Big. Just, it's worth it to stay put. Don't lose anyone. If you got someone in upper dark and they're alone and they get picked off, it's just a shame. Poison's lucky to be alive. But they can take their time with this. I mean, normally you'd say don't just be creeping up long and taking slow fights and all the rest of it. But there's nothing really that Complexity can do about it. I mean, they can all group up here and wait it out for a long time. But it's not like they're having a lot of flashbangs and Molotovs and HEs that they can sort of like, make life really tricky. And Big have another set of smokes to smoke the cross, so they're just saying, whatever, fine. Okay.
That's the thing. Well, at least, Keto never saw it coming.
It's true.
But all 4 players are here for Complexity, ready and waiting. Some things are about to get a bit spicy. Big, obviously, with the superior firepower. Let's see. Can they execute? There's the flash. Impeccable. Decision goes down. Blame F. No heroics from him this round. Rush will get a trade, but it's still a man advantage for Big, and the bomb is on the bomb site. Getting planted. JKS, is he boxed? Yeah, it looks like Searson knows he's there. Very well done. Clean. Clinical. Pretty much what we expect to see from Big. I don't expect to see a lot of chaos out of Big. I usually expect to see very methodical play, very straightforward stuff.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, I think that was fine. There are a bunch of other rounds where that same approach I would find super questionable. I just think in this round it seemed to be working out all right. If they didn't have the second set of smokes to cross the second time around, then I would have been really worried, because then you do become incredibly vulnerable to the Deagles. But I think as soon as they get out there and they get the bomb down, probably things will be fine. Oh, I don't think he realized. They do just all have USPs except for Config at the moment over on the other side. So, yeah, again, going long, I think this is a perfectly reasonable way to play this round. You are Big. And they're using grenades, they're checking everything, they're not leaving anything to chance right now. This is all fine.
Fine and dandy. Well, but now we go. Nades are in, and this is it. Complexity are gathered up. It's the full-on stack, and, well, this will get fun. Let's see. How many kills can Complexity get?
Man, one would be actually kind of good at the moment. Just waiting on the other side. They've sort of got a boost set up, but that grenade is going to be perfect. Right on top. Oh, it's Config with one and a follow-up. Finally, the grenades land on top of him, and that sort of closes it up. All right, he did not even stop to do that. Tizzy and O. I think he had a triple in the last round and a triple again here, so starting off pretty hot in this one. 5th round now coming up, and Complexity are going to be back with some rifles. But Big, I think, good play in some of these rounds. Just not leaving much to chance at all.
Well, yeah, exactly. Okay, now this is it. No AWP for Poison, unfortunately for him. Dust 2, no op. Sad times. Ooh, but Tapson straight out onto long. JKS can't quite connect. JKS, notice he's getting a lot of the short end of the stick sort of positions.
Yeah.
B, Vertigo. Long pit where half the time you just die, or a flash to die.
Well, that is definitely going to seal the round. Blame F continuing to spray. I think that timing was godlike. They had no chance of doing that. And Searson now can still do a lot here to do damage. So I completely understand why Complexity are trying to play this safe and trying not to give him too much. The bomb is over at B anyway. So, yeah, don't let him pick off 2 kills here. That would really turn this from a great round into sort of like, but, still losing money.
Yeah, no, a terrible round, you can say it. At this point, you don't give up any more kills. just let him pay, just pay the rope out so that he hangs himself, essentially. He has to walk into your crosshair.
Yeah.
And if he wants to save, he saves. You need to keep everybody alive here. Although finding it would be pretty massive for Complexity because they don't have the money for it. But there you go. Rush, unfortunately for him, he's just going to miss out completely.
I mean, he had the right idea and everything, but I guess just a bullet short at the end.
Seriously, it's just too damn fast.
He is really quick with this rifle. It's really fun to watch. They are grouping up a little bit. Well, I don't know. They're actually making sure he doesn't go through T-spawn. I guess that's the next setup, but they're not actively hunting him, and I can kind of understand why. It'll be a second round, nonetheless, for Complexity, and Big will be able to buy in the next round, quite clearly.
Oh,
so slow into that round.
Indeed. This is playing up again. Just the timing works out perfectly for him there. They literally jump in, so he's getting two of those guys as their feet hit the ground or aren't even on the ground. So it just could not have worked out better for him. But at the same time, had you been in that situation, Anders, would you, you got to have the skill to take advantage of the opportunity as well, right? You're setting yourself up for success.
No, it's definitely a little bit trickier than it seems. But yeah, I thought he did a good job then. Sixth round is coming up. Still, as you pointed out earlier, no AWP on Poison. They couldn't get one, they couldn't afford one, and they couldn't steal one from Sirsen. He was holding onto that pretty tightly. And what is the plan for from Big's point of view here? The goal, obviously, overall, win this map and don't even go to the third one. Complexity, I think, will probably enjoy playing the T side more than the CT side, I'm guessing. So 2-3 is a decent start. As long as they can hang in there and stay close to Big in this first half, I think it'll be all right. Bit of a nade. A very default type setup here for Complexity. May or may not be fine, but again, the problem with this setup specifically is, again, just the lack of information you have. You really don't know what's happening until it happens.
Mm-hmm. Too true, too true. Oh, but this could be an interesting opportunity. JKS looks like he wants to hold instead of push into upper dark, and so eventually Big Clan are going to have to decide that the A split is the way to go. That's some very valuable information to get, at least. You know that somebody's holding close long. That's so a little bit there for Big Clan to kind of suss out how Complexity are set up right now.
Well, Tizzin actually checked all the corners anyway, in spite of the fact that they heard the grenade, which is super smart on him.
Do they have a good flash that goes off to block off as well? That's the question.
It's the old bait and switch, isn't it? Blamef getting one kill. Could have maybe been a double spray. Now there's only 27 seconds, and they're getting back down the middle again. Really risky. Config will have heard some of those drops, but he can't get a single kill, leaving it all up to JKS and the B-bomb site on his own, and he's going to try and flash his way into this fight. Going to go straight for it. Big spray, nearly a double, and his teammate is there, and that is so good. JKS, he has rescued this team so many times just on Vertigo alone, and here he's at it again.
So important. And again, it seems like he's finally starting to hit his stride. Keep in mind, I mean, this is a fresh sign to the team. They're still incorporating him. They're still figuring out where he goes.
Yeah.
So far, he's getting a lot of rough positions, but he's shining in that. And that's just, I mean, he's always had that fragging capability. He is supposed to be a star player. So JKS getting in on things. This is exactly what Complexity need, that added firepower to make up for some of the gaps. But a nice HE to top mid takes Tapson down to 11 HP. That was monster.
Yeah, that did land right on top of him. But I also appreciate, JKS, that the fact that because but there's that little time left. Maybe you think, oh, I'll go back and hide, and the back of the bomb site type stuff. But very often being the one to take the initiative has a huge advantage. Oh,
well, that's unfortunate. Timing did not work out.
GG. I don't know if it makes a difference. That is funny. All right, trying to make it through. Going to be a kill there from Santana. Did JKS not have head armor? Well, actually, a few of them don't. Config certainly did neither. That is starting to become a problem. Glock taking them out for the lack of a helmet. If they give up this round, Complexity, that is almost unforgivable. Blamef barely survives that. Now Sirsen is up here. in the window. He has got no armor, and neither does Santaris, but let's just see. Complexity have to go for this retake. They have to win this round, and can definitely be done. They do have kits and everything else here. Santaris trying to do some more work, but the spray is in. Sis, and another bullet, and he would have had it, and now Blamev is going to be backing off. What a round out of Big, and what a lesson in the value of a helmet.
You just got to sit back and enjoy that one. If you're a Big fan. If you're a Complexity fan, you're tearing your hair out. But if you're a Big fan right now, that was sick. And all the details as well. Santaris' bait on config, how he uses the shadow on the floor to bait out to see if anybody's holding there.
Yeah.
So nasty. Look at this. Yeah, just a little jiggle. Just check and see if anybody's there. Oh yeah.
So
turns out there is. Oh, there it is. There it is. Bit too much on the energy side there. A little bit too much motion.
Gotta get those helmets, guys, whether you're going biking or going up against Big. It's important. Searson, random shot, but Tabson, that one connects. Poison is out. And looking for a 5th round. Config, though, hanging out. Not waiting for more, which people sometimes do. And I think he wanted that AK to try and continue the fight. Fair play, still a good move. And blame if on that orb. I mean, that's the only way they win this round, shorty. Keep that alive, keep it moving. Get some kills with it, and maybe you've got a chance. But again, Big are pretty methodical right now. That they're not just going to run straight into it. I'm pretty sure they're going to try and find out where it is and then decide from there.
Mm-hmm. Well, this is just going to be the group up and go, isn't it? Which I appreciate. When you're up against Force Buy, just get the firepower concentrated, and you're going up against pistols. You should be able to overwhelm it. You should be able to just cascade onto a site and take over. So we will have them clearing out along now. 38 seconds left. It is quite a bit of ground to cover.
But there's
not a whole lot of time.
It can work for Blamev, though. One missed chance. You're not going to have many more chances either. There are smokes. There are flashbangs. I mean, yeah, they're going to be smoking it off and going.
So quick with the run boost as well, dude. That's like instant run boost across. That's the answer. So sick. Taps and catches JKS, and this is it. Blame after your time to shine, buddy. But he gets spotted. The angle does not work for him at all. 9 seconds, and the bomb's getting planted. Time to back and save. Big Clan are looking tight on this team side right now, Anders. Aren't many gaps for Complexity to take advantage of, barring massive heroics like Blame F's triple, right? You can't really count on those every round, and so right now, Complexity might be feeling a little at a loss, especially considering their money's going to be taking a massive hit here.
Yeah, you can tell that they have great fundamentals, and all of what they're doing is really well drilled in. Like there's really just it's a cool unit of players that you're seeing sort of moving across the map and doing everything right. They're getting the smokes in. As soon as anything comes out, like as soon as that MP9 starts shooting through the smoke, they're just already, you know, like boom, it's done. Ooh, and they lose the orb at the end. That's really valuable. So 5-3, and Big continuing to impress. They're doing a great job at the moment.
You can see it a little bit. Yep.
Thumbs up.
Double thumbs up. Double plus good. Super solid. And well, hard eco now from Complexity. No time wasted on their side either. They might, we might see a timeout called from Complexity after this one. They should have a buy in the next round. And after a round of eco like this, kind of treat this as a reset. Get that timeout in. Discuss how you want to approach it. Would be a good time to go for it. But yeah. Trying to get aggressive here on the side of Complexity, and it's just not going to pan out.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth trying. But again, Big are just being really careful. They really make sure to check everything. I mentioned this earlier because they were waiting outside of Long, and someone from Complexity threw a grenade into Long House, and Tizium was leading, you know, he was going after the grenade, but he still checked all the corners inside of Long House, and that's something that you can easily forget because you think, well, they wouldn't throw a grenade if, you know, one of their teammates were there, but people do that sometimes. So, like, just if you can train yourself not to make those assumptions, I mean, you're going to be way safer. And
Well, it's like something that Coldzera said back in the day, right? Which is why we gave him so much respect, is that he never half-assed it.
Yeah.
Coldzera was a big believer in full-assing everything.
Well,
and so, you know, when it came to pugs, even playing with friends, you know, he'd be doing the exact same thing over and over, checking every angle, never taking anything for granted. That's the kind of level of attention to detail that you expect.
Coincidentally, you know, the worst uncle of all time, just playing with this, you know, like family members, and they're like, "Hey, Colt, can we try and play?" It's like he's just wrecking. But we're just trying to have fun.
No.
Gonna have to beat me straight up.
Yeah. You got. Sometimes that's just the way it goes, Anders.
I mean, that's short lesson for the kids as well, I guess. Just a different kind of lesson. Searson walking in, scoped up. I think this is a really badass play. Now, he might get caught, and indeed he will, but I still respect it. I think that is really cool to see. That can definitely work out, and again, it speaks to sort of some confidence here. JKS inside of the bomb site, and he's been called upon many times to try and save Complexity, and he's done a good job at doing it, but this might be his turn again. Some Molotovs and some deep Molotovs as well, all the way to the Blacker Plateau. Poison up in the window, and yeah, he shows himself. I think that's super important, because then not all of the attention will be on JKS. He's going to pick up 2 kills, but definitely don't underestimate Poison, even just a little bit of a shoulder there. The Molotov, oh, how does it do 1 point of damage? I don't even know. JKS lands another headshot, because that's apparently just what he does. Keto in a 1 versus 3, and it is, again, JKS to the rescue at this point in time. Keto going to be going down. Man, he's done so much.
He certainly has. But Tabson, man, again, you see just the veteran play coming through from that guy. It's wild. Keeps his cool in that sort of situation. Even though he loses that duel versus JKS. I mean, to get that Molotov in there to force JKS out, I really enjoy watching him play. So, doesn't work out that time. Can't always. But that is a must-win round for Complexity. 4 rounds on the board on the CT side. Just narrowly dodging another terrible eco situation.
Yeah.
And so...
oh, it's huge.
That's a big one if Complexity want to stay in this and have a chance at winning Big's map pick. They lost on Vertigo. They're down 1-0 so far in this series. And so, I mean, backs to the wall, Anders. This is it.
You can even tell that it's been like this from the economy, right? Complexity just won that round. They have almost no money. And Big, I mean, they're only up 2 rounds, but they have such a better economy at the moment. So, yeah, you can definitely feel that Complexity just sort of hanging on still.
Yeah.
This 6-4 scoreline is not actually a great representation of how much better Big have been playing so far. Doesn't mean it can't change. And again, Poison has that AWP finally. It's been a long time coming. And that on its own could be fairly critical in picking up something. A little bit faster this time for Big. Not waiting around quite as long. Just one guy down at long, and the rest of them at Catwalk. See how much they want to commit. Going back makes me think again, maybe it could be a B split.
Yeah, exactly. They push back Cat, so there's not going to be a quick rotation from Catwalk. They have to come through CT. But they're committing quite a few nades to this. So this is going to be that A push after all, and here we go. All 5 up, Cat. No jokes. It's all on the table now. Keto takes point, drops into CT, and now can he create some room for his team? They're trying to push behind him. He finds one and gets both. Opens it up. What a play.
Fantastic setup with the flash as well. He wanted to continue to build on that, but they've already done enough. Bomb down. Absolutely no point in trying to retake this from Complexity's point of view. There's not that much time left either. I actually thought that Molotov that landed there from the Complexity side was really going to screw things up, but that was really well done. I mean, look at the preparation. One of those smokes they threw all the way from top mid to help out in that push. I mean, there's just so much happening. I bet we missed probably 80% of what was actually being done by Big in this round. What a well-practiced team we're witnessing.
Yeah. They're super duper sick. Well, now, I mean, it's very clear. It's clearly a very comfortable map for Big.
Yeah. Samla, when you went double Complexity, did you think about the idea that if they lost this first one, it would be...
No, it never occurred to me, actually. It's not until this match started and Complexity lost the first map where I was like,
hold
up. Yeah. So this really might end up biting me in the ass, won't it? And it might be the case that I just go 0-2 tonight, and all of a sudden those analysts, they might have a chance at catching the king.
All right. Trying to play fair, trying to get them.
You got to give them a chance every now and again, right? They need a helping hand.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. Otherwise, it gets boring when you're just winning all the time.
I'm not sure I can catch up. Maybe the others can.
Maybe.
Nice shot, even while flash. FlameF though, still alive with that AK, so got to be careful here. Yeah, I don't think they should stick around and take that fight. It's not really worth it. They have the man lead, and over on this side, JKS. How much does this man have to do? Can he do it again? Is it fair to even ask that much of him? We're going to find out right now. Keto at the corner. JKS on the other side, ready and waiting with his AK. He's going to miss the spray a little bit, and maybe that's what bought time for Santeris to pick that one up. So now they're in the site, and retaking this 2-on-3. It almost feels a bit desperate. Russian BlameF. How do you do this? I mean, they don't have any grenades or anything.
That's not worth. It's just nightmare fuel. Because exactly, now you lose track. Searson, you can't commit onto the site, which is what you want to do, which would be a 2-on-2. You know there's a guy mid. Well, that's a way for Searson to go ahead and give that up.
Don't go back.
Sometimes you got to make plays, Anders. You got to dream big. It's all about being the juggernaut and running right in. Nearly gets it, Rush.
Oh.
Not able to adjust in time. It's Tabson. Takes it out, and that is going to be an 8th round for Big.
I really feel like when those situations happen, where suddenly you get like a random kill you weren't expecting, and then you change your mind about falling back, that really rarely works out.
You know that's the thing. I guess Searson is just feeling like he can't leave his teammates there because it's a 2-on-2 at that point.
Yeah,
it's the best chance that Complexity are going to get at retaking. So maybe he's thinking, I got to get into play here. I got to, instead of just standing here passive.
I think Searson was just thinking, you know what?
I'm going to drag them in the back. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like he's
not thinking about helping his teammates. He's just thinking about like how he can best shine.
Get me some more kills right now.
Okay.
8-4, 13th round. Money, at least they have that. I mean, I guess that's like that might have been worth mentioning in the previous round, is that they could still buy. I kind of forgot about that, but yeah, that makes it more forgivable that they went for it in a 2-on-3. It actually does change my opinion just a tiny bit.
That's good. I'm sure they're going to go to sleep better at night knowing that.
They value it highly. Santeris goes down, Config on the run, Keto showing up, and that is not that far from him catching at least one, maybe both off guard. So I understand exactly what he was doing there. 5-on-3 though. And again, Complexity's job right now, don't lose rifles and definitely don't lose the round. I guess job 1, don't lose the round, and then the rifles. If we had to make a list and prioritize it.
Yeah. Don't lose round. I mean, hopefully win rounds. It seems like a good idea.
Top of the list in a lot of ways.
But, you know, they're all about the W. Poison, though, this angle. Does it work? Did he see a pixel? Well, he certainly saw a pixel there, and that's all he saw. He's gone. Impeccable.
That was such an effective flashbang. Now they're going to get a bomb down. So it's a retake. There is a Molotov. There's so many grenades in the Complexity side, so if they can just clear the space, they should be able to lock some of these big players slightly out of the fight and isolate them with the grenades they have. HE, not bad. Searson with the AWP. He's going to get one of them here. There's the Molotov. That's one of them. Tabson just into it, and Tizian as well, getting a kill. A 4-on-3 that they are going to end up winning. Tabson will get that one, a triple on him. And that one might really be the sort of the neck-breaking round here for Complexity. That destroys their economy, but it also means they're not quite as soon out of time to win enough rounds on this first half, I think.
I mean, it destroys your economy, and that's just going to absolutely dumpster their confidence. If they had any left,
yeah,
it's not been looking great. Poison's sitting at 3 frags right now. Config at 6. So you know, it's a very difficult situation right now for Complexity, and I feel like they ride the highs and they definitely feel the lows. And right now, Complexity, I think, are just in that ebb, struggling.
Yeah, you can definitely. I mean, fair play as well. Bring in JKS. I'm sure they're not as well drilled on all the maps that they would probably want to be. So that could also be a part of it. You know, playing best of 3s, that'll happen. typically really tricky to get, you know, even 6 out of 7 maps that you're going to be feeling quite good on. But I'm just incredibly impressed by how well drilled Big are looking at the moment. Like, everything is just so well lined up and thought out. Santaris with some good shots, but again, they're just... coordination between them is really quite remarkable. And people, I mean, we've all been participating. It's what we do, but you know, making fun of German online Counter-Strike and Santaris online, all the rest of it. I don't think this is anything to do with, you know, like, you know, online fragging or anything. It's really the work ethic that's gone into it. It's so obvious that that's what's happening here.
I thought you were going to go a different direction. Oh. Because, I mean, when I think Germans online, you know, it's like just hacks.
Listen. Let's definitely not go there. But there was a time, wasn't there?
It's fair. It's fair. Anders, you know. So.
I know, there was a time.
Listen, the thing is that they are just so fine-tuned right now, Big, that they look like they're hacking. And that's the important thing.
Yeah.
You look so good right now. You're just winning in such a dominant.
That's the real goal.
You're
isn't
still doing German CS.
Yeah, auto snipers and orbs. Oh,
there you go, buddy.
Oh, they're definitely going to convert some people into fans. Certainly, I feel like that's it. That's what I want to see. You've got the lead. You've got all the money. It's a 15th round. We've got 2 auto snipers and an AWP down the middle, and they just don't even connect with anything. Where are the bullets going?
It's a heartbreaking situation. You don't you hate to see it.
Oh, I'm disappointed.
And you see, this is the thing. This is an appropriate reaction here from Blame F, who's like, okay, you're going to mess with us in this fashion. I am going to punish you. This is entirely appropriate from Blame F. There are going to be holes in the map of offense when Big are just hanging around in T-spawn like that, taking shots. And so you can get aggressive and play around it that way. So
I still think it was worth it.
Oh, totally. Don't get me wrong. I'm not knocking that. But I am glad that Blame F had an appropriate reaction.
Like in one light, yes, they did lose someone from giving out the map control, but in another light, they did show everyone how rich they were, and that's important too. You don't want to forget about that. They were like that guy, like those, those special people in the clubs who like pour champagne into the sink and.
Oh, what's that, Vascata or something like that?
Something like, well, just to prove they're rich.
Yeah.
That's what just happened.
Yeah, that was, wasn't that proven fake? I can't remember. There was like...
No, it has become a real trend, I think. Tragically.
That's next level. The brats, man. Well, this is just Complexity fighting back in the last round. Fantastic stuff. It's a 2-on-5 now. Hardly no damage done to Complexity, despite all the shenanigans there from Big Clan. They could have kept on doing what worked, but...
They've won, you know, 3v3s, 2v3s, 4v3 earlier. Yeah, 2-on-5? They're increasing the difficulty here.
Is this the bingo? You just have to keep going down?
I think so. This is lining up well. Tabson already getting a headshot on Config, so now they don't have to worry about Catwalk anymore. He's stepping back into the fire, and now it's all on Santaris, and the all coming for him. Not even close. It will be the round for Complexity at 10-5. 5 rounds is really not that much to work with on the CT side, but we'll have to wait until the second half to find out if it will be enough. That's coming up right after this.
Oh, nice. Okay, not another one. How much is...
You're good at math? You do.
No. Okay, but 300, 600, 900.
Good stuff.
Your turn now.
7 off. My turn now?
What? Okay, together. And up is 4,750, yeah, exactly.
Oh, it's so long time since I was in school, bro.
Man, same.
You doing math?
Yeah, wait. Man, how can it be so bad in math, man?
Yeah, me too, bro. 850.
No, it doesn't make sense.
It's this one.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, nice. Okay, not another one. Oh my god. Okay, how much?
How much is this?
300.
How do you know how much this gun is? How much is it?
So it's 6,000, 7,000, 7,050, oh? Yeah.
Yeah. No more math, please.
No more math, please, man. What is this, man? I have guys who think for me. Okay, what do we have to do here? Chickens. Any chickens? Yeah, guns. The gold one has to live.
Wait, there's too many chickens. I kill all these.
This for hit. Nice.
Hey, I get
Okay,
more
now-
nade. I get more nade.
4 left. Yeah, I just killed him.
Yeah.
Nah, it was a sign. Something happened. Nice.
Nice.
Get out. He's a scout. Oh no. Open the clock. Oh what?
What the f is this?
Do I need to shoot it?
Bro, hide.
Oh, this one. It sounds like beans. Where was it?
You got it. They knew that you would fail some. One more left. Come on. They're so fast, bro. Three, two, one. Yes. We made it. 44 minutes.
44?
10-5 in the first half in favor of Big, who are looking incredibly well educated on how to play Dust 2. It's actually a real pleasure to watch. Complexity, although unfortunately for them, they need to win this map to even continue in this best of 3, or they are not going to be making it on to play Vitality later in the evening. That's also what's happening. You're going to have Scrawny and Launders covering that match. It's going to be great. I think no matter what, it'll be a really fun matchup. But here we are, Samla. The second half is coming right up.
And right into the action we go here from Complexity. It's looking like they're not going to waste any time. Straight out through long is the answer for them. In the meantime, Big. Focus on B, focus on Catwalk. It's looking like it's going to be a retake scenario here for Big momentarily. These teams just going to dodge each other.
Where are they boosted over at B or no at Catwalk?
Boosted
I guess.
on Cat right now, yeah.
I was so confused. I was like, there's only 4 down.
Yeah.
How are they tricking me?
What is happening?
All right, well, smokes are up, and yeah, as you said, well, I think they were thinking of a retake, but they got sort of here in time anyway. Searson going to be falling back. He's flashed into the action. Santaris just wildly shooting at people and somehow connecting through the smoke. Tabson will take a kill. Searson is next in line, and this is looking so good. This was the bomb side. They really weren't defending that much, and they get a flawless round out of it.
Could you ask for a harder beatdown? What was that? Let's see, replay here. Tabson perspective. He's been super clean all series long for Big, but man, what an impressive performance from Big. This is dominant.
Yeah. Right now it's Tabson, Searson, and Santaris. I think I said in the beginning those are the 3 people I wanted to really step it up.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, dude, I'm not even going to be mad. Big have played so well.
Yeah, no, it's very impressive. I mean, I picked Complexity 2 for this match, but I'm just excited to see Big play at such a great level. The T side was really. I mean, I am definitely going to go back and watch the T half of this match and just check out exactly what they were doing.
Yeah.
Because I mean, we only catch so much. Obviously, we've got to keep talking about the next rounds, right? But I guarantee you, like the level of just preparation that went into this first half for Big was really something. There's a lot of stuff that was going on all at the same time.
And now things are going to get real spicy here on Catwalk.
They got a third man behind them that can flash, I think. So they're going to be falling back slightly. Is there going to be a flashbang? No. No? Okay.
Could be a delayed flash. Look, they're going to come back in as the smoke clears. There's the flash. They turn around. Unfortunately, it just does not work. Tijan still at range. Going to find 2 kills. Follow-up help here from his teammates. And we're into a man advantage for Big. Complexity got stalled out. Xantaris, does he let him get away? No, not going to happen. Blame F. Nice try, buddy, but not today. JKS and Poison, last 2 alive here for Complexity. And well, this is going to get real interesting. Because, I mean, if you're Complexity right now, your best hope, well, never mind, dude, that HE.
Yeah, if they weren't already in trouble, now they definitely are. There's also no armor on Poison, so even this jumping MP9 could definitely work. I think he could have had that. Syrson doesn't care. Again, in it to get some frags of his own. He's 17 and 6. He's only died 6 times in the first 17 rounds of this match.
Dude, Tabson's right there with him, right?
Yeah.
It's actually pretty funny, yeah. 6 for Syrson, 7 deaths for Tabson, 8 deaths for Xantares, 9 deaths for Tizian.
Counting it up.
And then poor Keto. It's just getting beat up on. He's at 13.
He's had a rough game.
He's had a rough time.
But his team is winning, so who cares?
He doesn't. Not now.
All right.
Besides, he's probably got the spin botter helping him out. True. Bark once for A, twice for B.
What is it, a psychic dog now as well?
Yeah, dude, clearly. Well, you know, he's spin botting, he's walling, he's got everything going, that dog. That was a nice nade.
Imagine the value of having an actual psychic dog that could predict the outcome of Counter-Strike matches, you know. Now we're talking.
Oh. A bit of a standoff here. Syrson will not be denied. Continues to just rack up kills, and Rush now the last man alive. 1v5, hard eco, not a single kill. Money is going to be looking absolutely fantastic for Big Clan. 13-5, and well, this is it. Can Complexity put a halt to the advance?
I mean, at this rate, the scale of the comeback is just monumental. Rush, Poison, and Config have all had really not a great first half. So we're talking 3 out of 5 players on Complexity will first of all have to sort of change their individual level in not that many rounds. They have a lot of time to figure this out. And then on top of that, they have to show that they really know a lot about what's going on here. That's all the way in T-spawn that Syrson just got that headshot with a scout. And now it's a 3-on-3, but yeah, he's still pushing forward. He's just so aggressive. He doesn't respect him.
This is that shot! No way. If he'd have hit that one, Syrson, this was bordering on the ridiculous.
He's really not showing them, and like there's no breaks right now for Syrson. It's great to watch.
But once again, what a hero from JKS. He got 2 kills in Upper Dark when that push came through from Big. Once again, Big also getting really aggressive. And there it is, perfectly done there by Tizian. Gets that set up. Syrson helping him out. It will be the crosshair from Complexity, 2 onto the A site. HE there to greet him. Just barely mistimed.
But again, the timing on the flashbang in the middle, I mean, these are just the little things, but that level of teamwork, there's the grenade you wanted, someone. They did it. And I don't know what BlameF is going to be doing. I think that the bomb fell down onto the low ground. Well, yes, it did. So if it wasn't already difficult, well, now it certainly will be. He's going to go down at the end. It will be another round. A 14th on the board for Big. They are 2 away from facing up against Vitality. And they are certainly going to need this level, I think, against Vitality. At the very least, to make that impactful. Oh.
Yeah, that's as good as it gets. But I mean, think about it this way. Big Clan, they went, 30 rounds on the first map, and if they blow out Complexity here, then they get an hour break. They will, at that point, it's like they're fresh. Because this won't have taken too much out of them. Not a big grind. It wasn't a 3-mapper.
True.
And then you get that hour-long break for some dinner, recharge. Yeah, you're going to be going fresh. It really is going to be a fascinating match when it comes to Vitality versus Big, because both teams, I think, at that point are fresh.
I definitely think so. And I don't know, I wonder if Vitality are going to get a lot out of watching this. It's almost like they have an hour. Could they get the demo? I don't know how that works.
You can be sure that their analysts are watching this match right now, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's... Because the way that they're playing, you're going to need to know something about what they're doing. It's definitely some interesting stuff. Tabson, goes straight down. Nice shot out of Rush. And Syrson's been holding onto that scout for a long time because it seems to be working for him. Not quite going to connect this time, and a bit of a duel here. They've picked up a scout on Poison. Bomb is down. And then more grenades, again on Rush. Same as last time.
This is just the speed demon duel. gets the tag on Searson, but Searson hits the shot. Now they're going to be pushing through. Santeris finds another. There's BlameF chiming in with the Deagle. A little bit of help, but it's not going to be enough. 5 HP on Keto, 7 on Searson. A successful retake for Big Clan. Wow, and 10 match points. They have got a lot of room to maneuver with here, Big Clan. And now Searson is just going to be a happy boy because if he wants, he has an AWP. He certainly has the money to buy an AWP of his own. He doesn't need to rely on the generosity of others.
He's 21-6. I think this is one of the...
With 5 assists.
With 5 assists. Yeah, it's one of the better performances I've seen out of Searson for a while. So I think that's... And he's been playing great. But
I agree.
This is just a higher level even.
I would agree.
Poison, he's got the right idea, but again, look at the aggression. Now he's going to be found there, but I just still really like it. Same as when he was pushing middle on the T side. I like that kind of flavor in the player. Can they win it a man down though? Is the question. Obviously 4 on 5. Already. Oh, Kato will get a kill on Rush. That'll certainly help out.
Fig. Nicely done catching Tabson before he can get his rifle out. And so this is all going to be on Santeris now. The split is coming. Nightmare mode now for Santeris. He has to just fight his way out through here. If he can get control of mid, perhaps that can set it up. But instead, it's going to be the focus. They line up for him. Unbelievable. They do the best they can to give him a winning situation. Santeris with the double brings it back to a 2-on-2.
They gave it past config here. Yes, they can. Keto picks him up, and now BlameF. He's got a flashbang, but you remember JKS in this scenario who was trying to flash his way out to take a fight? BlameF, not so much when the bomb is down. Definitely want to try and see if you could just make it a one-on-one and then play for time. See if you can just run around that box here. More grenades raining in. It's not really going to matter that much at the moment. Hit him in the first fight here. Oh, he's going to go straight down. Keto with a nice end. We said he'd been struggling, but he steps it up here. That's 16-5, and Big are going to be facing off against Vitality a little bit later in the evening, but they definitely deserve it. This +2 map was just really something for them. And Complexity almost winning Vertigo. If they had, it would have been a third map. Just did not turn out that way. So, yeah, a bit of a tough evening.
Brutal. Absolutely brutal evening for Complexity. Not the level we were expecting to see from them at all. Big, just nothing but impressed with these guys. And I think that the match coming up against Vitality is going to be fantastic.
Indeed.
But before we get into that, Anders, I mean...
Yes.
We're going to have to hear what the analysts have to say. Some of us are going to be chagrined, a bit sad. We predicted Complexity. It's not going our way.
No, not. And before we get to those even, we do have a break. So stick around. I want to see what they have to say as well. Yeah, I think there's something lacking for Complexity, but they have to have a lot of cool stuff for Big. I'm sure they do. So stay with us, and we'll be back with the analyst desk after the break.
Hope everyone's doing well. It's time for another episode of Skin Survivor. Today we're joined by Brokey from Faze to pick from 16 wonderful USPS skins. Brokey, are you ready to pick some skins?
I'm ready, let's go.
All right, that's what I like to hear. Going into round 1 is a quick fire round, and we're just gonna have you pick your favorite from these pairs.
Kill confirmed. Noir. Blueprint here. Serum. Business class. Orion. Royal Blue. Cayman.
Brokey, it was all easy decisions. Did you have to think very hard for any of these choices?
Not really. Most of them are pretty easy choices, in my opinion.
So Brokey, now that we're into the top 8, I'm going to get you to pick the skins, but then also tell me why you picked them.
Okay, I'm ready. Let's go.
Neo Noir versus the Kill Confirmed.
Kill confirmed.
Blueprint versus the Serum.
In my opinion, Blueprint looks good, so...
I'm with you 100%. The Orion versus the Business Class.
Orion, it's more like a classic.
Royal Blue versus the Cayman.
Cayman.
All right, things are really starting to ramp up. Okay, we're in the semifinals. Brokey, you ready to make some hard decisions?
Okay.
Blueprint versus the Kill Confirmed.
I'm using Kill Confirmed right now, so that's probably gonna be my choice.
Now the Orion versus the Cayman.
Orion, orange and black are really good.
All right, folks, it's that time. Grand finals. Orion, classic orange and black, speckled in orange pattern there, fan favorite, versus the kill confirmed. Brokey's home USP skin. He loves this skin. He uses it himself. That speaks for itself. Of these two skins, who is going to be the champion? Which one do you like more?
There's no chance for Orion. I'm going for kill confirm.
No chance for the Orion. It was known before the game started. That's it. It's the kill confirmed. And now we have to give this skin away, Brokey. I need you to do one more thing for me, and that's pick a number between 1 and 4.
I like number 1. Haven't been number 1 in a long time. It's last time in New York, so I believe in number 1.
Who is under lucky number 1? It's at Toby CSGO. Congratulations to Toby CSGO.
Congratulations.
It's been lovely having you on the show, Brokey. I hope you have a great day.
Thank you, guys.
Blink and you would have missed it. That was domination. This time around from Big. We spoke about how Complexity previously have managed to make Dust 2 look somewhat convincing, like to be able to do some damage. I didn't see that this time around, Pimp.
Nah, that was very disappointing. As positive we were yesterday about Complexity, as much as we anticipated them to be good today, I think they all, leave us with a feeling of disappointment. That was not a good game. That was not a good day of Counter-Strike for Complexity. They seemed very frustrated. They seemed out of it. They lost so many 5 versus 3s and 5 versus 4 situations in this game. That makes me think, maybe we jumped the ship a little bit too early. Maybe they do need a bit more time with JKS in order to really, polish it, right? Because they get into good situations. They have the individual skill. We see that time and time again. But when it gets down to the nitty-gritty and when they have to close the rounds, they're simply not good enough as of right now.
And exactly what we said was needed from Big turned up again here, Maniac. Xantares and Cyrusson right on top.
You look at that scoreboard right here, and these are your win conditions for Big. You have Xantares at the top, you have Cyrusson right behind with 21 as well, more than 100 ADR. You have Tapson making plays left and right, being impactful. Tizian out of his slump as well, good KD. He did everything he needed to, and Kido was just filling in the gaps. This is a championship winning Big, but I agree with Jacob. We might have jumped the ship a little bit with Complexity. Obviously, they're going to have lackluster performances. It's still early days for that roster. But yes, mistakes, a little bit sloppy, a little bit of frustration. And then Big, on the other hand, they were absolutely fired up.
Yeah, really fired up. And this is the thing we said about Big, right? They can come swinging. And Pimp, this is why you said they're one of the best Dust 2 teams in the world.
And they showed that, because they played a good game of Counter-Strike. We cannot take away the fact that Complexity were not playing well. Neither can we take away the fact that Big Clan showed up today. What we saw from them yesterday wasn't good enough. What we saw yesterday was a Big Clan, as Tapson said, struggling a little bit, finding it difficult to really showcase themselves as the team we know they can be. I just do want to point out, though, as positive it is to see Big Clan back in this shape, especially considering they now have a match against Vitality later on. Complexity, you win the opening duels 11-10 on Dust 2, and you lose 16-5. You won the opening duels 19-11 on Vertigo, and you still lose 16-14. So as we said, you get into good positions, but you cannot capitalize. You cannot close down the rounds. I don't know where to put the most focus. Is that Big Clan being really good at playing from behind, or is that Complexity being really bad at playing, from behind? I don't know. It's either of the two, and maybe a combination of them.
Not going to jump in there.
But for Complexity, simply not good enough.
No, it really wasn't good enough from Complexity. And there wasn't even any fight. I thought going into the second half, we might see a little bit more from them.
Yeah, again, I think frustration is the word that comes to mind. We were looking at these webcams and they were very angry at themselves, losing some of these situations. And I think it just becomes a vicious cycle, right? Where you lose a round you shouldn't have. And for some reason, we praise them for their resilience. This time around, though, they really got into the thick of things. They got angry, they got mad a little bit, and didn't have that safety net. We saw BlameF, he was a little bit agitated. It wasn't easy for them, but I think it's a learning experience, right? Can you imagine, you bring in JKS, these are the first officials you're going to play. High, low, lows. We have to give them time for that consistency.
It's a bit of a learning curve, right, for sure. And I want to learn a little bit more from the mic'd up version of Big. Something to do with them lining up some smokes here. So let's see what we got this time around.
I do have smokes, right? Avanga, city base smoke.
This guy likes to play ramp, right?
Can you do city base smoke?
Okay.
Yeah, I will molly not that long.
I will do Avanga.
I do Avanga, John.
Okay, I can do city then. Lurk smoke, John. Lurk smoke. Titi, do city base smoke, please. Okay.
I'm running.
A bit faster if possible.
Ready when you are.
Smoke.
Do it.
I do.
Flying.
I will do late.
Smoke now.
It's smoke long.
Flash.
I can't
Inside.
go through.
Flash.
Can't go through.
Flashing in your back.
Flashing now
only.
over.
Boom.
John, watch out my position, okay?
Can you flash car?
I'm flashing car now.
One ramp.
Boom.
One more ramp.
Nice.
All right. I don't really know what to focus on, the headshots or the communication, because we had both of them in that clip. No, this was a great example of question answers. It's supposed to be a ping pong, a back and forth. Are you ready for flash? Yes, I flash. And then, guys, for you at home playing pugs, give the information as to when the flash is exploding. That right here is going to make you win rounds. A flash, blanc, that's what we say in French, because blanc is, white is flashed. It's what we used to say in French, and they do it here. A good example of communication.
Yeah, and another man who's done a lot of good communicating for his team is Toby, who we've got down for an interview. And I guess the first thing I want to start with here, Toby, is one thing I noticed when listening to communication from you guys, there's a great level of hype and support of each other, but you guys never get down. Like, even when the moments were going bad on previous maps and stuff, you guys just managed to stay cool, calm, and collected. You guys seem to have a real good calming influence on this.
Yeah, we have a lot of, we put a lot of focus in the past on that. And because I think as well, that's the key, of course, never get frustrated, always round by round, fight and fight. And lately, we are able to do it again really good. But even, we just improved in that a lot.
So it's not a secret that as of lately, you guys have not been playing as well as you would like to. We talked to Tabson yesterday saying he's in a bit of a slump. How do you as a coach try to approach your team? Is there something you're changing right now? Or is it, again, as we asked Tabson yesterday, is it a period you just have to go through? Are you actively trying to change anything as a coach?
Of course, I try to, but my main focus is on that we don't have to change so much. Yeah, we just have to focus on that again, what we are good in. Yeah, exactly. This calm communication got a bit lost. Yeah, today we had a really calm approach sometimes in the rounds, especially on Dust 2. It's such a map we talked about before the match. Yeah, sometimes the situation is so clear. It's such an easy situation. You kill the B rotator. Only one is B. Every Counter-Strike player knows this scenario. It's really easy to play. Yeah, but lately we sometimes just pressure a lot on communication. Yeah, only one B, then mistakes and stuff. And that's what we focused on a lot. And today was really was in a practice. It was really, really good. And I always try to remind ourselves, for example, that, of course, even if we lose some games, we are still really consistent overall in the last 5 or 6 months. We just made that clear also before the match. We watched our rankings even, that sometimes you have the feeling, of course, you lost again against Vitality and against Heroic and stuff, but they are just also the best teams in the world. And it's just, we just have to improve, but we are not bad only because we often lose against them. Yeah. And that's something I don't want to get in this mood. Yeah, we have to change everything, because it's not like that. Yeah. If you're just in a slump, you don't need to change 90%. Yeah. It's just Yeah.
Speaking of consistency, Toby, I have a feeling that this lineup big has shown different phases in that tournament, from one map to the other, different form. First of all, do you agree? Do you think that you have been consistent? And if you should explain the difference between the winning big and the losing big from the inside, what's the difference?
The difference is definitely that, we are also a bit exhausted lately for this tournament. We just didn't practice so much, because we recognize we are not so fresh. It's not that we are tilt, but the creativity is not on the best level, and that's the biggest difference, I would say. Yeah, sometimes we are not so fresh. We often have a good game plan, but we are not like this special thing is missing. Exactly, the creativity, and lately we have it again. Yeah, and as well the calmness. Yeah, that's it.
When you talk about creativity, I find it very interesting. Do you mean, is it something that you prepare, or do you mean on the server, on the fly, just having a special idea?
Yeah, it's more like we have such a big playbook. We have so many answers against everything. We talk about so many scenarios, and just that sometimes you play against similar opponents, and you are always in the same basically game plan, exploits and stuff, but you think out of the box. And every player, of course, if they play like that, we can do that. Yeah, but sometimes you don't recognize it in game, and that's sometimes if you we are in a tunnel basically. Yeah, and lately, because we just had the approach to do less. Yeah, less is more. we get back more to that we remind ourselves of what we have to play. Yeah, not like being in a tunnel playing always the same. Yeah, it's just this is what I mean with creativity. Yeah, because sometimes the answers are really simple, and but you are in a tunnel and you don't see it even. And after the game, you say, yeah, of course we should have done that. Yeah, of course it's so easy. If they do that, we have to do that, and that was missing sometimes. But we get back to it step by step.
Moving on, you guys are now facing Vitality in the decider match of this group, right? It's interesting to us that they can change players, from one map to another. For you as a coach, do you prepare for that specifically, or do you just prepare for Vitality as a whole?
No, we are prepared for that. We are prepared for that they can change the player, but we are anyways always prepared for that. We are prepared for that they can change positions, even that sometimes happens. Yeah, you know that sometimes you prepare a match and then players change positions. So we start always to see how the game develops. Yeah, if it's really like we saw it, we try to focus on our game. That's really important. Yeah, we focus on our game, and if it's really like we saw it, then we will start to see how it's going. Yeah.
All right. Mm-hmm. Yesterday we heard Shock says that he's going to be one of the players that is being substituted. Do you know what map he's not going to play on?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know.
There you go. Maybe it is a bit tough to prepare for going up against Vitality. Do you believe you have what it takes to beat him today?
I think today we have it. Yeah. Somehow I have a good feeling. We were really calm. Yeah, and I think we can do much better. We like yesterday. Yeah. But we will see. They are a really good team. It's really tough to play against them. It comes down to all the individual decisions as well. Yeah, not only tactical wise. It's really hard to play against them. But what I saw today, communication wise, team play wise, mood wise, yeah, I think we can do better than yesterday at least.
Toby, thank you very much for your time, my man, and best of luck going into that final. I'll let you get back with the team and get working towards that grand final matchup.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. Goodbye, yeah.
There we go. We get some insight. I love that, Pim, though. You had to ask him, right? Maybe he knows. Maybe he's seen it in practice.
Done, preparation we couldn't do.
Well, they might have tried it in practice, right? He might have noticed that Navira was there on another map. We were trying to get a little bit more.
Trying to fish a little bit,
I was really hopeful. I was like, maybe. And then he was like, no. I was like, damn it, come on. Someone must know by now.
That's the point of it all, though, right? Because it's super tough for him and as a team, to prepare for. Because it could be Train, don't play Train. It could be whatever map, Maybe Shox is not going to play the first game of the day today. That would be interesting. We don't know, but as a team, how do we prepare for that?
Well, before we get ahead of that, before we go on to looking at the Vitality side of things, we've got another eco play for you guys. This time, looking at the guys who just won. Big.
Yeah, and this one hurts a little bit for Complexity. They lost 16-5, and especially for Config and the boys, looking at this round in specific, after this happened, after this round where Big won where they shouldn't have won, well, Complexity only went on to win 2 other rounds. Config in this position getting absolutely destroyed by a Glock matcher. I don't know if you tried that before as a player, but if you have an M4, you're sitting in a relatively good position, and all of a sudden a Glock is coming in at you and just absolutely destroying you. Well, the consequence of that is that they lose the round, and they only went on to win 2 additional rounds for the rest of the game. They were actually playing well at this point in the game. You're thinking to yourself, okay, we got a game on our hand, it's competitive, but from this moment, when Config and the rest of the team completely lost it to a Glock, well, there was no more Complexity on the server.
I'm not sure there's something more insulting than losing a duel with an M4 against a Glock that just burst you minus 100 in your face. That is it's insult to injury.
That is the full tilt mode, right? We've seen it many, many times. But you know what? Complexity side of things, it was a rough loss run, but it is a learning curve of a new player. So we've got the coach, Kita, who was able to speak to Freya after that game.
I've got the wonderful Kita on the line with me. First of all, commiserations on that loss. I just wanted to ask, what were the kind of key issues that Big were throwing at you, particularly on Dust 2 as that final map?
I think we made so many mistakes on Vertigo, and we just played pretty terrible. I think we got Glock E-code. We didn't remember the game plan. We lost huge man advantages. We choked a huge lead, and then I think it kind of spiraled onto the next map on DOS 2 on the pistol, and then we got E-code, and then we won a few rounds back and pulled it back, and then we got Glock E-code, and it was just one of the ones that there was just so many mistakes that we were just super stressed. We were pretty tilted and just played terrible. I don't think there's particularly anything they did. We played terrible ourselves.
Yeah, that was something that we kind of noticed just from listening into the comms at times. It seems a little bit more stressful than usual, as you were just alluding to there. Was the atmosphere kind of different within the team? Was it a little bit tense, particularly, coming off that really, really close loss on Vertigo?
Yeah, it was definitely really bad. Like, we had the same verse vitality. I think we had the same today, and it's just, I don't know, it seems to be a problem we're having in matches right now. Maybe it's because we're not prepared enough and we don't have as much stuff to fall back on, and there's some new stuff for people, new roles for people, and people forgetting stuff. But yeah, no, we're just getting super stressed, and I don't really know why it is. I don't think there's a reason. I just think it's just one of those games.
I think we do have to give some credit to you guys as well. Obviously, bringing on JKS. This is the first debut for the Complexity roster here at Blast. And it did seem like, in some aspects, in terms of his fragging ability on some of these maps, he seems to fit in quite well. So from your perspective as a coach, how has he been integrating into the team so far? And what other work do you think you need to do with him to make sure that he's totally comfortable?
I think he is pretty comfortable, and he's got most of the spots he has. I think there's a few maps where he's got new spots like CT Virgo, and that's just going to take time. He just needs to play the position more. And then I think there's also the fact that he's a new guy in the team, and he might be a bit scared to take some risks that he normally would take and so on. And I think both factors, like playing new spots and just being comfortable with the team, I think it's just going to take time. He's just going to have to play some more matches with us, realize that we're not the sort of team that's going to get angry with him if he takes some risks. And I think in the next couple of tournaments, he's going to get more comfortable, and he's just going to play better, to be honest.
And of course, as you mentioned there, you're not down and out of Blast just yet. You will be going on to the showdown that's coming up in November. So in terms of just your perspective coming off of this event, are there any kind of key things you're going to be working on the wider team with as well to make sure that you can end up making it to the finals in December?
I don't think there's too many things. It's more that we honestly just need way more time reviewing our matches. That was the main thing we did as a team that we think helped us get to where we were. So after every match, we'd watch every single demo back with the team. But since we lost Obo, we played the major of me, so of course we're not going to review any of the games I was playing Obo spots. Then we played NATO Safix, so we played extremely loose, so we're not going to review any of them. And then we've had this Blast tournament where we've played back to back to back, so we've not had any time to review them. And I actually think that's the main thing for us, is reviewing the games and learning from them. We just haven't been able to do that for a long time. So I think we're going to have a day off tomorrow, and then we're going to go back and watch all 9 maps or 10 maps, whatever it is, and then just take it from there.
Well, at least they're taking a day off tomorrow, because we know BlameF likes to give some homework out as well, right? But then they're straight back to the grind when it comes to Monday. That means they are in the showdown, but I like the honesty from Keita there, right? It's certainly something where it comes down to you're playing back-to-back, you haven't had much time, and literally JKS only just flew in a few days ago.
That is a complicated situation to be in, right? And he's talking about communication, he's talking about, we're getting stressed, and I think that one of the elements to consider is that when you bring a new player, you have to over-communicate, because the more experience you have, the more protocols you have, the less you need to say, because everyone knows exactly what's going to happen. You and I, we've played together, you know how I like to react when there's a Molotov in my feed, I'm going to smoke it. They don't have it right now. They need to actually say everything openly in the communication, and as a result, you have a communication that's spammed. So I think right now we should not be too harsh on them. I think JKS had a okay showing individually, and that's the only thing that matters right now. We're gonna give them time. We believe in the system, we believe in the ethics, and it's gonna get better.
Yeah, but I agree with that. I agree with the sentiment that that's the only thing that matters. But then again, looking at this tournament, looking at the hopes they gave us after the first day, I do think they can allow themselves to be a little bit disappointed. The way they lost to Big Clan today was not good enough. That was too one-sided, and Big Clan is not playing their best Counter-Strike right now. So despite bringing in a new guy, despite all the circumstances that is surrounding Complexity, 2 players playing from a hotel, lockdown, yada yada yada, it should still have been better than it were.
Certainly should have, and I think they'll get that in their heads once they look back at the games as well, mainly. Now, we spoke about the AWP face-off, right? Saracen taking on Poison. So we're going to take a look at that once again, Maniac, this time around, because you wanted to really highlight what we had here.
And it's a really different story depending on whose fan you are, right? You're going to either be very happy or be very sad. One is at the top, On your left, you have Surson, 41 kill, 1.24 rating in that series. And at the bottom of the scoreboard is Poison with 20 kills, 0.62. And we said this was going to be a duel of the snipers, and there is really no way around it. Surson won it heads and shoulders, knees and toes. Oh, I really wanted to say that one. Surson won it quite easily. He had impact with the rifle. He had impact with the AWP. He shined when he needed to. And unfortunately for Poison, aside a little bit of actions on Vertigo left and right, he was very, very quiet. I'm just looking at Dust 2 in itself, and it's 5 kills for 18 deaths. And I don't want to be piling on the guy. I think that was a team loss. But when your AVP just disconnects from the server, it's going to be hard.
Remind me not to laugh at you when you make jokes like that. I do not want to encourage things like that going further. Any forward.
I don't know. I think we should allow ourselves sometimes, you know.
You make me lose a little bit as well. We also got to go on to the IGL side of things, right? Because we've praised Blame for a hell of a lot from start to finish it. And he was out there, he did okay, but he put up the same performance as Tabson this time, pretty much.
Yeah, and that's the big thing, right? Because coming into this matchup, we talked about how Tabson is in a slump and how Blame is playing some of the best Counter-Strike he has maybe ever played, at least on a consistent basis. So the fact that Tabson is able to, of course, not only win the game, but match the stat line of Blame F, that's gigantic, right? Tabson used to be one of the best in-game leading players out there, used to be one of the hardcore fraggers for Big Clan. As of lately, he's been in a slump. The past month, he's sitting at a 0.92 rating before this matchup, which is not good enough for Tabson. But this game, he came online. This game, he came alive, and matching Blame F stats is no small deal. Blame F right now, I think we all can agree, is one of the best individual in-game leaders out there. So the fact that he's able to match it and win the game as convincing as he did, well, kudos to the in-game leader for Big.
At least one thing, right? We're going to come to our predictions, which definitely were not even close to it. But we were right on the caveat that would be if the in-game leader of Tabson, he hit his performance, he would hit his mark, and they would do well. Now, this is not a pretty picture. Matt, Matthew, you can actually get away with this, right? Because you've got Vitality coming up after you. Me and Jacob right now, what are you guys going to do? We may as well give up, yeah? Are
you going to watch the game, or are you just
we're just going to leave you to do the desk on your own, right? You're the analyst, you're the host, you'll be fine. We don't need us anymore, because this was a big wah
Go
for
big
everyone.
Go home. Maniac is playing it safe. He's playing on 2 horses. Want to make sure no matter what happens in the first game, he still has a stake in the second. You know what? Kudos to you, Maniac. You're smarter than I am, but I play with my heart. I play with the fire.
That is incredible. How can I be called safe playing for picking Vitality when everyone is just laughing at me? All right. I'm just... Let the results speak for themselves, Mathieu. Let the results.
Well, the fan pick got it at least, right? The fan pick was the one out there doing well.
Yeah.
He knows it better than anyone else.
To be fair, I'm a little bit surprised that all of us were stupid as we were, to pick Complexity. Let's be honest. We said it, now we said it coming in. I was in doubt, Complexity against Big Clan, number 6 in the world, going up against number 14, who just recently brought in a new player. By all means, we did paint the picture that Complexity were the favorites, and I think we can agree they were, but it was always a close call.
Well, Jacob, I just keep copying your homework, and clearly I shouldn't do that anymore. You keep telling me to do it. Yeah, see, it's now just this wasted effort. I shouldn't do it anymore. Maniac, I'm on your side. I'm not going to do the reverse Maniac. I'm just going to not copy him. The reverse Jacob's coming into full effect.
That's a new one.
There we go.
Interesting.
We're swapping it up, just whatever's going to make me look good at the end of the day.
Deeper and deeper. Anyway.
Let's take a look at the tournament overview, though, and let's see where we're at now, because there is only one more game left. And it is Vitality taking on Big. Last time around, it was a pretty damn convincing way forward for Vitality, and we even got to see a bit of Navira shine in there. But if they go up against the same Big we just saw against Complexity, I do not think we could be looking at it being that way.
And that's the key. That is the key, and that is why this game is so exciting. Big, right here, right now, have proven to us that they have a fighting chance against Vitality, because that version of the squad, everyone would be scared of playing them. They look activated, individually fired up. We've seen the webcams. They looked happy. It's not the same Big that played against Vitality. I can tell you that much. But maybe, just maybe, the Frenchies will silence them.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a great game, to be quite honest. If the Big continue to play like they did against Complexity, we have a match on our hand. Saivu is on the server, one of the best players out there. Always a joy to watch. Some substitutes are coming in, potentially, depending on what maps we're going to play. Maybe Shux is not going to play one of them. There's a lot of storylines worth to follow. That being said, though, I have one hope, and that is that Big Clan is winning, so we don't have to listen to this guy again.
That seems very free. That was uncalled for. Why the drive-by? I'm just here being happy, almighty, man. Okay.
You gotta hit him when they don't expect it, Maniac.
I never expected it. It always hurts my heart.
Yeah, well,
he's just going for the nice guy, right? Mr. Nice Guy's going to be taken down eventually. But that is us done for now. When we come back in just about an hour's time, make sure you get yourself your food, get yourself ready, because you've got an epic grand final for Group 2 coming up. Vitality versus Big. It's a rematch, but it's a very different Big.
happen every time.
I'll just say the Vitality we've seen wins against both teams.
We're offside. Whoa.
Big has been criminally underrated for quite some time.
Oh, Searson hitting all the shots.
He would have to be crazy to do this, and he is crazy. He's going to get blamed at first, and then JK is left. Oh my god.
Together as a unit, they can easily be a team that anybody can lose to on any given day.
We need to find a way to get back on the top again.
If you want to be the best, you need to be the best, so.
I love the little flex there at the end from Apex, but Vitality have to do some serious flexing to take on Big this time around, because I do not think this is going to be anywhere near the same as what we saw in that first time.
No, I think Big, they stepped it up, didn't they? You know, played much, much better in the first game today. They look like a real team. They look like they're here to beat them. And they look like a team that has found, you know, some of that confidence that got lost in the process. Yeah. They were, at one point, the best team in the world in this whole online era, beating all the teams out there. So, not at the same level as of right now, you know, but what we saw today, that's a glimpse of what we saw earlier this year. And if they can replicate the performance, then we surely have a competitive matchup on our hand.
And we heard it from Toby, right, the coach, of how it is. He says just some of the minor details that may need fixing with it, not too many drastic changes, because he still believes in the system they have in place.
And sometimes that is the key. Sometimes you don't have to just reinvent your game because you're not winning. He said there are some simple solutions, but you are so, he used tunnel vision, all right? You're so close to the cow that you don't see the cow anymore. And actually is the thing, sometimes you have to remain calm and just power through the hard times. And yes, I agree with Jacob. We have seen some of the flashbacks of the summer Big right here versus Complexity.
Now they've got to do it, though, against a very, very different style of opponent. This is a Vitality that can throw the unknown at us sometimes, right? When we look at the six-man rosters, we're going to take a look at this tournament overview, because this is the journey these two teams have taken. Now, that first game we saw 2 days ago, Vitality taking on Complexity, one of the best games we have seen thus far.
That is how close and how hard this group was, to be fair, because you're right, Complexity were literally 2 rounds away from kicking Vitality in the lower bracket. We would not be here. The story would be completely different.
Yeah.
Instead, I was like confetti. I don't know why I'm thinking of confetti.
Complexity maybe needs some confetti right now.
They might need that to be happy, right? Because they're going to the showdown, and Big are qualified for the full finals.
Yes, definitely. And then we had the Big versus Faze game, right? The thing for Big there, we started to worry at that point, because we were like, this Faze they're going up against maybe shouldn't have been as good in our minds as what they delivered in that game.
Now, there's definitely 2 sides to that story. One being FaZe Clan playing better than any of us would expect. I think they showed up, you know, to a somewhat decent level in this tournament, all things considered, with the whole Olafmeister thing, the fact that they just lost Nico, the best player of FaZe Clan for the past 3.5 years. Yanko no longer a coach. You know, they had everything that could go against them going against them. So they played well and above expectations. Whereas for Big, as you alert to, it was a little bit discouraging. It was a little bit under the weather. It didn't feel like it was Big with confidence. We saw it against Vitality as well. Got absolutely manhandled. So Big coming in today seems to me like a new version, seems to me like a new team. And I guess it's a new day, and Counter-Strike is still the same game as it was yesterday. So you never really know what's going to happen.
And given how all of these games have gone, right, we all thought Complexity were going to take it today against Big, because we looked at Complexity versus FaZe and we went, oh yeah, they're fine. They had that really great run on Mirage. Okay, they let a few rounds slip, but they never really was concerned that they were going to lose it. And then what we saw from Big was like, it's good, but just not as good as they had been. And we all jumped on that Complexity hype train, and we got derailed massively.
I mean, we had very little data when it comes to Complexity. With JKS on that roster, we didn't even know. On some maps, there were some questions about the roles and the positions. So what we have to do is just base our opinion with what we have in front of our eyes. And the first signals we've seen from Complexity were really good. Yep. Again, that loss versus Vitality, even though it's a loss, very convincing. Individually extremely skilled, good game plan. Blamef was absolutely in the zone. So you think to yourself, of course they have a chance. Of course they could qualify. And then the next day, everything just crumbles and it falls down. So yes, indeed, inconsistent for now, but still good signs.
And then when we come to the game we've just seen, we all expected at least a 3-mapper between Big and Complexity. But Big, not only did they win Vertigo 16-14, yes, you spoke about it, it's basically Complexity's game, and they kind of threw it away towards the end. But then we came into that Dust 2, and Big just went, ha, no.
That was dominance. They showed why they're considered to be one of the best teams in the entire world when it comes to Dust 2. as you said, Vertigo could have gone both ways. Dust 2, there was a point in that game where it could have gone both ways as well. But Big took over, and I think they, we use the word consistency all the time here at the desk. I think they consistently, throughout Dust 2, played good Counter-Strike. They made a minimal amount of mistakes, and every time Complexity was up 5 against 3 or 5 against 4, they found a way back into the round. And if they can do that against a team like Vitality as well, given it is a stronger opponent, you're facing players like Saivu, potentially Shox, Nivera, we don't know what lineup they're going to play with, but it's going to be a tougher task for Big. But if they can fight their way back when they're down 1 or 2 men in the rounds, that's when they become real scary to play against.
And when we look at this group as a whole, right, Group 2, and give it an eye test, you'd probably look at this and say, actually, in the final, we've got the 2 teams that probably should be in the final, not based on what we've seen on performance-wise, but the fact that they're the only ones that didn't have any dodgy roster changes going on anytime soon.
It is an unstable period in Counter-Strike, you're right. People have been changing left and right. Also, I believe the team highest in the ranking at the moment, so it makes sense. They've been dominating the summer. I've mentioned Big, one of the most improved teams from 2020. Vitality, if you look at the last 3 to 4 months, to me, the most consistent team out there. They've always been in the playoffs. They just had that one mishap in Pro League where they fell short to Mousesports, not making it to the quarterfinals, but other than that, they've always been here, and they feel so confident, they feel so comfortable that they even sub in Nivera from time to time. So in the side of Vitality, you also have to realize the next game is about seeding, it's about glory, but that means less pressure. Nivera will probably be able to play with nothing on his shoulder. That said, we'll see if he plays.
We will see if he plays. And one thing that's very interesting, right, is the Vitality Nivera conversation we're having. So far, we have only seen him play Dust 2. He swaps out for Masuta in that one. Masuta, every time he's come back, he's just looked even better. He's like, oh, I'm fresh, full focus. Let's go get it done.
He definitely made the best out of it, right? We asked, is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing? Can you keep concentrated? Can you keep focused? Are you coming in cold? Are you coming in hot? And by the looks of it, he comes in hot every time he's been out. So that in itself is interesting. We also got to speak to Shox yesterday, and he pretty much said, that there's one map within the map pool, potentially 2. We don't know that, but at least one map where he's not going to play, where he's going to be the substituted player. And Shox so far in this tournament have probably been the best playing player for Vitality, right? So you want to switch out your main ace, so to speak. Saivu hasn't had the best tournament so far. Shox has been clutching it. He's been strong with the rifles. And all of a sudden, you want to switch him out. That's interesting. It's very experimental, and I'm not sure if I like it.
You're not sure if you like it, but maybe we'll get to find out. So far, we haven't seen it happen. So far, it's only been Masuta swapping out for Nivera. But soon, we'll be going into the grand final matchup. It's Big versus Vitality, and we'll be finding out exactly how it's going to be going down after this break. Welcome back. It is time for our grand final of Group 2. Like we mentioned just before, it is Big taking on Vitality. That is right, Complexity have fallen down to the showdown. They got 2-0'd on their way here, as our little overview shows you now. And this is now where we need to understand what type of game we've got on our hands. It can be a big one where they deliver to the level we expect, or it can be all the V's for Vitality, living the dream and making this man right here overly happy.
Why? Why would I be up, right? Because I love
You can't even don't even try it.
I have a soft spot for French CS. I've been in there for so many years. But, you know, I think overall we have two teams coming into this grand final in a very good mood, a very good state. Obviously, Vitality did some tests in and out with Nivera. It's been looking pretty well. They have been qualified the first spot in that grand final. And then you have Big, a team that we have depicted as having a stagnation period, but still overcoming Complexity, gaining their spot for the fall series. So everything is put together for a great Counter-Strike.
That's what we want to see. And what we also want to see is maybe a little bit more understanding of what's going on with this Vitality roster and how it worked, because they haven't had to play a vast variety of maps just yet.
No, the video is definitely going to be interesting. We get to see it later. But in general, I think you're right. You know, let's paint the picture of a matchup that is important to both of these lineups. I think if Big were to lose, you know, they probably come out of this group stage thinking to themselves that, nah, it hasn't been the best tournament for us. We did what we had to do. We qualified for the next stage, but not really as convincing as we would like to. As for Vitality, already now, I would say the fact that they've showed such a good face despite experimenting with these lineup rosters and all these, you know, different maps they're going to play, I think it's been a positive sign for Vitality throughout the tournament. So, you know, not only do they play to be number 1 in the group, there's also $25,000 on the line, and it's number 3 against number 6 in the entire world. It's a good matchup.
Now, an interesting thing here, right, and that's just something I didn't even think about until just now when I looked down the map pools. Having a 6th man on the roster, does that give you more of an opportunity to have a 7-map pool? Many teams say it, many teams try it, many teams fail at it, though.
Listen, I think you're right. Theoretically, I think if we're going mid-term, long-term, that is going to be a possibility, because you can bring in a player. Maybe he's bringing in a new dynamic on a map. But speaking of map, we have the veto going on. And the last time these two teams met, if I can find, I think Vertigo obviously is not going to be in, and Mirage was removed by Vitality. So we're going to see if they divert from it or if they stick to their guns, because I believe that Big would be jumping on that Mirage. Exactly, that should make sense. Now, in terms of picks, it's a little bit up in the air. Big have always gone for Dust 2 so far. Remember, they've just smashed their opponent on it. They might go with confidence, but the last time these two teams met, it was Vitality who overcame them 16-10, and we talked about Tizian and his problems towards A long. We'll see if that's the Dust 2 pick once more. So it's assumed it's probably a confidence pick. For Vitality, a bit more space, bit more leeway. I think Inferno or Overpass. Do you have any preference?
Overpass so far, 100% win rate, have been looking real solid on the map, so I'd be surprised if they don't pick it. Just by the Dust 2 pick as well, we are most likely going to see Nivera. That's been the case so far in this tournament. Both times they played Dust 2, they have picked it. They're picking Nuke now. Nuke.
Never seen Wanted? That's what they've just done. That's a Wanted
curveball. Is that what you're trying to?
Yeah, or a Pokeball, I guess.
Yes, there we go.
Could be both. Nuke. Like right now, this is a clear sign to me, right? That Vitality is sure they had to win, but they're also here to experiment. They're not here to go 100% for the win.
Who is playing on Nuke? Don't tell me they're switching in Shocks on Nuke. I would lose my mind. Like, he has a complicated role and everything. Would that be the map where you slot in Nivera?
For me, right, considering we know how much time they've had with Nivera, and yes, he's been sat behind and watching stuff, Nuke's not a map where I'd be like, yeah, we're having a little mix-up in that.
It's so hard as well, right? There are so many protocols. It's like a Swiss watch, right? Every defense is moving in, one move to the left. You have to fill in. That's quite complicated now. For the last map, let me just do quick math. What do we have in here? Overpass has been removed by Big, so that makes sense. Inferno is still on the card.
The train float for both who don't play it?
Yeah, train is going to be floated anyway. It's going to be Inferno as a third. It would make no sense. If Vitality pick train, now I'm going to lose it. All right, cool. Sometimes everything.
Maybe it was like pick train, Nivera in at some point, boom, done.
No, that would be mind-blowing. Not just going the train.
We've always seen them play Dust 2, right? That's most likely going to be Nivera without knowing it. Then we have Nuke. You are alluding to it. Shocks is going to play Nuke, no doubt. They already played against Complexity on Nuke. Shocks was the top fragger, so to switch him out for a map like Nuke, I don't see it. I'm surprised they pick it, though. I'm surprised they pick it, though, right? Overpass, they have 100% win rate. They're looking super solid on the map. I know Big Lane is a good Overpass team, too, but still, it seems to me, Vitality, they're here to try out some stuff, not necessarily only to win.
Well, let's check the lineup for Vitality. It shouldn't be a surprise. We do expect Nivera in there. And there he is. Okay, no problem at all. Shocks is still there as well. It is everything as we know it and as it has been for Vitality. And last time around, right, the most important thing when they matched up against Big was when Zyru wasn't really doing his thing.
No, he was a human being. It happens sometimes, you know. Nivera, so far on Dust 2, I think the CT side has been quite good. He's playing over towards the B bomb side, sometimes take the double AWP, and we know that can be quite a hard setup to battle. But there is one number that I'm looking at, and it's kind of scaring me. It's the entry fragging rating for Nivera, 0.7. You have to put these things in context, right? Does he feel comfortable right now to go ahead and make the difference? When I'm hearing the team speak, he's just following the plan. He's still getting a little bit micromanaged. He's going through the motion as he can, but he is not making the difference. I don't think we should be looking at him to open the rounds. He should be closing them.
And look at his stats so far, right? He has looked pretty hot to trot when it comes to it. And overall, Dust 2 is his pick. But I want to hear from this man, as Freya was able to talk to him ahead of this game.
I've got the wonderful Nivera on the line with me. And first of all, now that we've seen you playing for 2 maps with Vitality, I wanted to just get your overall feelings on how you're, competing and integrating with the squad.
Yeah, first of all, it was a little bit complicated because, the game style is really different than Heretics. I have to learn a lot of things, even if it's only Dust 2. I'm playing more maps, so I have to learn a lot of things in every maps, like all the maps I play, sure. So yeah, it was at the beginning really hard. Step by step, I become really good with the team. We're used to play together, so yeah.
It's been absolutely fantastic to see you competing with the squad. I wanted to ask you what you do when you're not playing on a certain map with the team. So obviously with Complexity, we saw you not playing for the first map, then you came in and played on Dust 2. So what were you doing during that first map to keep yourself warmed up?
I stay on the TeamSpeak with the team, and I'm hearing the communication with the team. So I'm still working. I'm still learning. Like even if I'm not playing, I'm hearing how they communicate each other, and yeah. Even if I'm not playing on the map, I'm still here on the TeamSpeak.
And then when you're inside the server as well, we heard Apex was giving you a bit of input during the game. What exactly was he saying to you?
He was like, "Don't worry. There's no pressure, we know you don't have a lot of practice with us, like I'm new, so he doesn't expect a lot, but he wants me to do my best, and I'm doing my best actually."
And speaking of that practice as well, have you had any more time to actually get on the server and practice with the team since then?
Since yesterday, we played only 1 or 2 practice, we don't have a lot of time right now because the tournament is like we're playing every day. After this tournament, we will have 10 days for practicing, so I will have a lot of time to get in.
I also wanted to ask about your older brother as well. In Scream, of course, a staple of the CSGO scene. It's incredible to see 2 brothers really shining in Counter-Strike. I wanted to ask how he's helped you during your journey and your career so far.
Yeah, before joining Vitality, he's the guy who I'm talking to about my teams, about which team should I go to, Like he's always telling me what to do, for my career. So I was listening to him, and now I'm into Vitality.
Hey, I'd definitely listen to Scream as well. If he was my brother, you saw his face light up and smile when that was happening, right?
That's really cute. I think it's quite a rare phenomenon in esports to have members of the same family having success. Obviously, we'll talk about that with G2, for example, the 2 cousins, but a brotherhood together at the top level. I just wanted to bounce back quickly on that interview and to put the storyline out there. Nivera said he was sitting and watching them playing for a lot of time, probably 2 weeks behind them, trying to learn every wall, understanding everything. There is a huge difference between knowing what you're supposed to do and feeling it inside of you. That is a huge, huge difference. Things become automatic when you do them all the time. Watching is not going to be enough. So we have to keep that in the back of our minds. When we watch Nivera play, he might know what he's supposed to do, but it might not be automatic.
Practice makes perfect, right? You have to get the server time in. And it's very different to practice games and actually having these official games, which is so good that he gets to do it here.
Yeah, and he gets a lot of them, right? This is his 3rd map he's going to play out now. And I suspected coming into the tournament that they, at some point, maybe when they were up a series or or whatever, gave him one map just to feel for it. But he's an integral part of this tournament for Vitality, right? He's being built into play Dust 2 for them, and now it's the third series in a row where they're going to play Dust 2. So he's coming in hot and blazing, and already now I would say he's being given a lot of responsibility. I didn't expect it this early in the process. As Maniac said, there's a difference between watching and playing yourself, but so far so good. He's doing a good job.
And let's see if he can keep that good job going on, because we will get to see him on Dust 2 once again. But I want to take a look at the AWP side of things here, right? Cyrusson, we've been talking about him, but he's going up against Mr. ZywOo himself. Now, what's interesting, right? You look at the KD, you look at the ADR, that's great numbers. But it's not the ZywOo numbers we know of old, right? That's the very crazy thing. He's not been straight out the gates this tournament.
Absolutely. If we want to be completely honest, this is not the superstar ZywOo we've seen in the past. He's still extremely good.
Yeah, you'd still take that from any other player.
And you can go back and look at the demos and you will understand the impact that he's been having in some of these situations. In my eye, for my money, he's saved Vitality a couple of times, winning clutches, winning scenarios that put them on the right foot, financially speaking, and even in terms of mood, he saved them quite a lot. But the numbers says he is not stratospheric as he's supposed to be. On the flip side, you have Serson, who just had a great series. The opponent, he just smashed them. He destroyed Poison in that AWP 1v1 on Dust 2. So if you can guarantee me that Serson is going to be firing on all cylinders and ZywOo is just being good, not to say a genius, well, then you have a very interesting matchup.
I completely agree with the sentiment that ZywOo hasn't been good. He hasn't been at the top of his level, right? But first time these two teams played Dust 2, he went 7 for 8 in duels against Shantaris, shutting him down completely. And he went 7 out of 11 duels against Serson, shutting the two main players for big down, right? And that is without playing good Counter-Strike. That is without playing his best Counter-Strike. So what happens today if ZywOo is playing some of the best we've ever seen? Then there's no chance for Big. Let's be honest, right? He's one of the best players in the entire world on the server, and we need to cherish that because it's always fun to watch.
So I love what you guys are saying here as well, because it's like ZywOo's look better game after game, right? We saw him yesterday. Hot, looking so good. But Cyrusson now today has brought that level, so we're actually going to get a real fight on our hands behind these two, and that's where it's going to get crazy.
And it makes the game so interesting if you can have these two clashing against each other. The only difference, and I'm sorry for Cyrusson saying that, but ZywOo can win game alone. That we know, we've seen already, that has been established. Sure. He has the ability, he has the talent to take over a game and win it alone. Cyrusson can be integral for Big, but I haven't seen him hard carry alone. So we might hope, if you're a Big fan, that ZywOo does not show the Super Saiyan form.
Well, Big are going to need their in-game leader to pop up when it comes to it, right? When you're looking at tabseN going ahead against Apex, even with us saying tabseN was not hitting the mark, he's still far above Apex.
And I would say that's where Big is winning out big time. No disrespect towards Apex, but as of lately, he has not been the same Apex that we've seen, in the beginning of his in-game leading career. To be fair, I don't think Apex is ever going to go back to the level we saw 3, 4, 5 years ago when he was a superstar of his team. He was one of the best entry fraggers in the game, and it was always, more or less impossible to figure out what he was doing on a server. Today, he has a lot of responsibility as an in-game leader. Maniac was listening to the communications one of the days, saying that he's concentrated not only on his own gameplay, but also trying to micromanage MIBR, trying to micromanage the rest of his squad. So much responsibility is being put upon him. So yeah, tabseN is the better player when it comes to the individuals. And I think Big Clan is winning out right there, but Apex does a lot for the team as well.
When we match it up like this, right, we've looked at the orbs, we've looked at the IGLs and how it pans out. I still give quite a significant edge on the individuals to Vitality.
You'd have to. I think that is a fair battle to be had, right? Because we've seen Xantares as well popping off in the last game, but you have members in Vitality that have been consistent. RPK slowly but surely doing his work. Dust 2, we talked about it. Dust 2 is one of his best maps towards A-Long. When these two teams met on Dust 2, RPK locked down A-Long completely. That was the 4. The tank just running over every opponent that was getting out. So you're right. There is a lot of talent on the side of Vitality, but just to bounce back on that Apex point, you're absolutely correct. The qualities that made Apex such a good entry fragger back then are not the same that he needs now as an IGL. He needs the bird's eye view, the overview. He needs to be calm. And yes, for him, that's a huge challenge. And he has a dip in form individually, but I think he's doing a decent job as an IGL.
And Shox himself, right? Not only he's been looking good on the scoreboards, but the impact this man has had across this entire event so far has been very powerful.
I said it on day one. It looks like he has fun when he's playing Counter-Strike.
Yeah,
and
it
hasn't looked like that for quite some time. Shox used to be one of the best players in the world, and Shox has the talent to be one of the best players in the world. I do know we say that about quite a lot of people, and that's the problem for many players out there. They know what potential they have, they know what the talent can bear, but sometimes you got to put in the work, you got to have the motivation, and you got to feel the game, and you got to have fun playing as well. To me, it seems like looking at his body language in this tournament in particular, Shox is returning not to guard form, not to a form where you can, say that he's a top 10 player in the world, but to a form where he has a lot of impact, and to a form where, as Maniac said, like if you want to switch him off the server, what are you going to do then? Like, if you're going to take your most impactful player outside of ZywOo and put him on the bench, then you're starting to gamble a little bit. And that's where it becomes very interesting with Vitality. Are they willing to risk that? Let's say that he's not supposed to play a map.
Well, we're going to have to wait and see. We're going to have to see which map it will be finally when he's out of the equation. But we might not even get there during this event. It's Vitality going up against Big. It's a grand final matchup that you guys won't want to miss. We're starting things on Dust 2, so make sure you're back with us in just a few. The final match of Group 2. We will see Big go up against Vitality one more time. It was a 2-0 in the upper bracket match before, and Vitality stormed their way to the grand finals, but they did not face off against a Big that was in this position that we just saw.
And that is the key right here. We have to go from the assumption that this Big is going to be different than the last time these two teams met, because Vitality won 16-10. That's my way, statistically speaking, saying that Vitality destroyed Big on the never the way. But now we have a different Big. We can't just steamroll their opponent. So this should be a different game.
I 100% agree. ZywOo shut down Shantaris. ZywOo shut down Sursen. That's not going to happen now. They're playing with confidence. Of course, ZywOo, one of the best players in the world. But if the trio of Shantaris, Sursen, and Tebs are playing up to the level we saw earlier today, it's going to be a bang of a match, and it's going to be a closer one than it were last time.
Well, let's see what's going to happen. We're starting with Dust 2. We're going into this game. It's going to be an epic best of 3, a grand final match, and no one better to give it to you than Scrawny and Launders.
Yeah. Thank you, James.
Thank you, and farewell. You guys go take a little bit of a break, and we're going to take over the show. We're going to take over the reins here for this grand final of Group 2. Mohan, how excited are you to see this rematch? The Betway odds clearly indicating Vitality have an edge, but do you agree?
Well, they have more players, 6v5, you should be winning basically most of the time. What's kind of interesting about Navera coming in for Dust 2 is the time he came in the first time, he top fragged and they lost.
Yeah.
many Danish people does it take to screw in a light bulb?
How many?
I don't know, but a bunch of them bumped into each other and tripped over some cables and shut down the entire arena. So we had a small technical delay, and now we're back.
Yep. Everything's on fire over in the production room, but the show must go on. So they deal with that. We'll entertain you guys here on the main stage. How's that sound, folks?
Sounds great to me.
All right.
So, recap.
Yeah, I wonder where we were before we were so rudely interrupted.
We talked through it all, starting with Dust 2. Navera's in the server for Vitality. Rematch here for Vitality. Potential for another sub out in this series.
My goodness.
Don't go anywhere. Who knows what could happen? I'm not saying I know something, because I've actually been wrong about the substitution thing in the past, but we heard Shox talk about it. Maybe there's a map here in this series. Nuke's a bad map for them. Nuke's a map they picked into.
Yep.
One of their worst win rates. We don't know what's going to happen. I don't know. But we're going to start here on Dust 2 and see if Navera can break the curse. Okay, this is a map that he bottom fragged on and they won. He top fragged on and they lost. There's something strange going on here for Vitality. Let's see if Navera can get 15 kills and Vitality can get a victory.
Something strange in the neighborhood.
Something right down the middle.
See if they can find it. I want a little bit of Navera. I want to just chop up a little Ziwu and sprinkle that on top. I want Vitality's pieces to really come into fruition. And well, there's the main dish for you. Ziwu opening up with the pistol headshot. Apex, that's an easy kill. Ziwu actually with the double flash assist through mid. Navera's position back plat, just shutting down this B play. And poor Big Clan are going to find nothing, so it seems, here in the opening pistol.
Just beautiful. Get you a man that could do it all. Ziwu, baby. He's got the flash assist, the kills, and the positioning. Right where you need him, when you need him. Here's that opening shot. I was going over his great game on Mirage the other day, and just looking at the fact that a huge part of it is, you know, right place, right time, as a player of his caliber will be, but also just like always hitting that shot on the first peak, right? Totally changing the positioning of the round because he gets his openings. He never lets that player go and then they readjust. He never has to go to the readjustment phase because he's always so sure about when he's going to find his kills. He's laser focused on him. He never lets those opportunities go. That's a big feature of his game. But like you said the other day, he looked human. And Dust 2 is a very open map for him to work as a CT. So it'll be really cool to see what he can do here.
Very commonly floating around mid, cat, A. Never really on the extremities of the map, so he's kind of always feeling everywhere. Like that frag grenade. Damage everywhere, splashed into the cat zone. And actually takes down a second man. But trade frag from Tizian. Apex gets aggressive, finds the bomb carrier, stops him, and buys a good amount of time for his two teammates to start rotating over.
Look at that play, huh? Just comes running up cat. That could have just been a 3-on-3 split up cat with Apex and CG spawn. But he makes things a bit easier. Tizian will camp out in his car in the parking lot, sit down, wait for something to happen, and Zenteris looking for some damage, but gets a dink in the process, and his days are numbered.
Oh, do it. Oh, he's hoping Apex jumps again. Damage output.
That was awkward.
All over the place. But 3 remain for Vitality. Apex picks up the multi-kill. I really like that Apex in the 3 versus 3 feels as though he has to make something happen. Chops off the head towards Cat. Immediately falls into CT spawn. He gets kind of dinked up by a pistol. Disengages. Lets his teammates get into position and they play that retake. Sure, they gave away the bomb plant. But listen, Big Clan still can't buy.
Yeah.
Looking at the 3-0 start.
That was cool. Of course, Apex, IGL for Vitality is going to be a key component to their wins or losses, no matter what his individual performance is. The other day, they won, but the comms were messy. You know, it was a bit too active, and it seemed a bit all over the place. And this was them winning, and I think they were kind of upset with their own performance because of that. But that just makes you wonder how much power is available to Vitality if they clean some of that up, if Apex is feeling more calm and more registered in every situation. But I have to say, I think his impact as an IGL on these good days is known. He definitely has put together some very good T-sides for Vitality in the last few months. Some very clean, very fluid, extremely responsive T-sides. They seem very alive.
Yeah.
Just like sit around too long before you change sites. Always willing to make a move.
You have to. You have to be ready and willing. Got to adapt fast. Name of the game.
Yeah.
Scout shot. Misses the mark. Ooh, Apex. Good thing. Him and Navera were both kind of eyes up in that spot. Ziwu now deciding that he wants to go on a tear. He's let them get close enough. Ziwu with 2.5 kills on this one, as RPK comes in from long for a frag and assist of his own. And sure enough, as expected, Vitality get to that third one.
So I haven't done the full math yet, but we know that Big, as Elliot brought up as a stat, that Big this year are monsters on Dust 2. They've, I think, now won 36 times in 2020 and lost 13. I think that's still the number. And yeah, the other day, absolutely dumpstered Faze on Dust 2. Looked incredible on their T side. Ah, Searson.
Searson.
A great map for him, of course, as well.
Man, did he ever look good versus Complexity
Amazing.
Earlier. I do think that that's going to be kind of one of the talking points in this series, is let's see if we can get the Searson to beat Complexity, but Apex can't drop shots like that. And Tizian going to go ahead and punish RPK before he can even pick up any sort of pieces. There is nothing here for Vitality. A 5 versus 2, in fact. And Big Clan easily going to walk into this B-bomb site, you'd think. Navera, time to be tested. Cuts down the cat player. Oh, and gets the second. He has another bit of a chance, but at that point, they're so focused on him. Ziwu takes the player off the back and maybe had a chance there. Kind of got a little sloppy.
I feel like there's this weird like psychological thing that happens when you throw yourself out as a bait. So here's the first kill. Great shot by Searson. And then this situation where we saw it from Apex's perspective, he swings out and misses like 15, 16 bullets, right? He does some damage. But I think there's this weird thing where if you know you're the bait player, you don't expect of yourself to get the kill. And there's another player right behind him to come and trade. But I think when you take yourself out of that focus just for a second and just look at yourself as a meat shield, you perform even worse than you should. You actually needed to get a kill maybe there. Maybe just threw it out a bit too soon. And Tizian was really smart to catch that second man as well. Off that peak, pre-fired the run out in mid B.
Yeah, poor RPK never had a chance, man. Tizian just snapped back on him. There's the flash, but Tizian back at it. Tizian really robbing RPK of any impact in these back-to-back rounds. We were just talking about that duel and how it unfolded in mid. And not too often that we get to see Ziwu tucked on long A. Scout shot from Apex, misses the mark. He's got to turn it up a bit. Keto will be dinked, but the AK bests the MP9, and for that reason, 5v3.
Wow, crazy to see how active Tizian has gotten on these T sides. Really moving very quickly. A lot of entries from him.
Ouch.
Some flying out of B holes on Mirage versus Faze. Taking the brunt of the action early round. When we normally see this man on your screen, Xantares, doing a lot of the miraculous entry work. One spotted in CT. Unknown where the next man is, but now they found him.
Yeah, they get their first kill. I mean, a stiff breeze would be enough to erase Xantares and Keto. They could go ahead and completely counter them out in CT spawn, but eventually Vitality are gonna... This is one of those weird moments where it's like you want to hang on to your guns, but that bomb's going to kill Shox no matter what he does.
Right.
So you kind of try to take one with you. Low HP, again, on 2 of these players from Big. Smoke grenade could give them that exit route. Tapson decides to walk through. Little double spray down, just picking up the pieces, padding the stats. He is now officially on the scoreboard. This was a big one. The booby trap in Tizian sitting on his boxes.
Nice pick too.
Yep.
It was a setup victory in that regard. The flash just lands in a place they cannot blind anyone boosted up.
Yeah.
And Tizian capitalizes. And we'll see, we should see a really good T side to dictate how big are feeling on this map. It's really a lot about their T side.
Okay.
From my perspective, like really where they get dominant, control the pace, and I think where Tapson shines as a caller on this map is like just how fluid they are when it comes to choosing cat or these mid B splits and when to use them. And very, very tastefully picks his spots to come out long. They actually don't do it all that often. Here's a position where RPK does way more than he's supposed to.
190 damage.
We'll take that all day. And they've got Navera to take some attention away from them in pit.
Yeah.
They're sending another one out.
There's
Navera,
no way they expect this fourth player.
He's gonna, this is free.
Apex takes his time here, and they're both dead.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Oh, but it's a USP.
He doesn't know which, he's got you need to.
Starts, okay, he's got the bomb at least. And then Tizian's still low, so he could win this fight. He's got an AK.
And smoke.
Ooh, Apex. from the start of this round has been tucked in pit.
Okay, Apex going into full big brain mode here. He doesn't have armor. He doesn't want to get caught off on a rotation. The smoke is delaying for him. Anything could work, of course. The thing is that makes his play more interesting is that they could fully expect for him to stay in long and be comfortable.
He's gone B.
He's gone B?
I thought, okay, at first I'm thinking to myself.
Middle of the map?
Yeah.
Right?
Oh my God, this gamble.
Oh, that's a huge gamble. Okay, so they'll take it.
Thing is,
there's still potential for them to go up cat or go back long. So
yeah, they're gonna go long. They don't want to run it all the way to the opposite side. He still has a chance to cut them off the cross.
Yeah,
that's
he
one
does.
smoke. The Opera moves over with little HP, and Apex is yet to make his move.
Man, was it a good play? Oh, it's so tough. It's tough. I wonder, you know, in the moment.
Still winnable. Hold on.
That's true.
Yeah,
no armor is a thing, but
let's focus on this one.
Could do it.
If he gets Searson with a crispy headshot, oh, he had his chance, but Searson answers it back. So let's now rewind.
Yeah, it's
Talk about
tough. It's not objectively a bad play, of course. It's a gamble involved. He had a lot of conviction when he moved his spot. He wasn't like floating around, clearly not having an idea for what to do. I think when he had his knife out in CT spawn, he knew and thought that they were going to group up for the long hit. Thought they'd pick it up and run B, of course. Was there a better way to gamble? It's tough. Could have gone kind of up towards mid since he crossed the doors anyway. That's what I was thinking is the best catch-all play.
Yeah.
But I guess, I don't know. If he flanks them at long, and they're not there and they went B, then he's going to feel stupid.
If they did go B, they would have had like 10 seconds left.
Yeah. It's a gamble. It's always going to look bad when something like that happens, but I don't think it was objectively bad in any sense.
So many things he could have done, which is what we're trying to focus on. But in reality, he should have never even had that chance. So props for him for creating the situation.
Could have
props
also
to RPK for 190 damage.
Yeah, and he almost did the extra 10 to the other guy. Chance there. All right.
Yeah, kind of bought his time a little too long. Actually, that's a valid point. He would have actually had a 1 versus 1.
Then
had
it
he
was
caught
winning.
Tabson.
Yeah, then if he left the bomb in front of him outside pit, that would have been strange.
Well, that was a fun little anomaly of a round.
I like that.
And now that it's over, we look at this one. Lots of guns. Op on Searson. No sniper for Vitality, but Ziwu will tuck long A. I'm seeing him more at long A than I feel like he tends to be. And it is still early days. Ziwu swinging out, maybe thinking that because there's so much presence, he's going to get contact. You want Ziwu in those high-impact positions. Apex, another chance. But with both players so low, Tizian and Tabson still able to survive. How do they get away with it round after round?
Impact. Opening impact from Tizian. We can't stop saying it. He's doing such a great job with these first frags. And that's a double setup towards long. It's a couple of situations where they're anticipating the long presence. There's actually quite a bit more long presence early on than we normally see from Big. I don't know if it's because the spawns have been so heavily influencing long hits, because sometimes the calling is just based on your spawn on Dust 2 these days. It's just the way it goes.
Yeah, it's a thing.
It's hard to turn down a really strong long spawn with 3 players.
It's like a good sail.
In best positions, exactly.
You don't need to rush along A.
You don't need to line up to get there first.
But if it's 60% off.
There's 1,000 PS4s there on sale. But there's something tempting about it. The thought that the people are going to get there first before you.
You don't want to miss out.
And of course, the ZT's got better spawns over on long, but that doesn't stop T's from coming often. So now 4-3 in the lead, slight lead. Seriously, with just so much money. 4 in a row. Yeah, that's the big one.
Tabson denying Ziwu. Man, the Molotov even almost did enough, right? Had Ziwu's damage just stacked up a second sooner. We're looking at a couple of crispy boys on Big Clan's side.
And we see that Searson long spawn.
He goes for it. He will be challenged by 2 frag grenades. Fantastic. Down to half HP, and he puts his shot right between them. So no opening for Big on long, and their Opper now softened. Tough spot for Vitality, however. 3 upgraded pistols, 2 of which unarmored, none of which with utility. And the little utility that is in the play for Vitality, of course, belongs to Shox and Navera, the FAMAS and the M4 accordingly. And Tizian
Look at these entries.
No time.
Clean.
Walks out, insta headshot. RPK has been bullied in pit. And RPK is one of like the most dedicated to the craft of long A-hole.
He loves pit.
Well, he won't after today.
It's his canvas normally.
Yeah, this artist.
But now it's just got blood splatter on it. They're going to need a new season of Dexter to figure out what happened at long to RPK.
Decent frag. Again, it's the utility that has gotten both of these members of Big down to half. Keto with 1 left. Oh my goodness. Ziwu, he tries to put damage through smoke, and tabseN will punish him accordingly. The 2 rifles that came in for Vitality are still on the play, and now trying to connect the dots. Trying to connect their shots, trying to connect their timing. Shox is close on smoke, decides to retreat. Now his footsteps were heard by tabseN, but he can't quite cut him out. Can't quite kill him, nor catch him. He has gone all the way over towards that B site. So Vitality going to be able to keep their 2 rifles, assuming Big don't go hunting. And Big don't really need to, man. They're sitting on their haunches. Tons of cash in their back pockets.
I don't know who needs to hear this, but of course, you lose your long anchor that early into the round, your chances drop significantly. If you lose long control, but you have cat control and you have 5 alive, you can talk about holding A in some other way. But if you're dedicating a player there and he comes up short, unfortunately, that can be too much in and of itself. So it's not a surprise to most of us, of course, that Big can continue to win these rounds off of these trades. This is kind of why people do not like home mapping Dust 2. Because we all know these angles so much more well than any other map in the pool. And sometimes there's not much more that RBK can do there than stand on a position, try to win his first duel, fall back, and then throw utility and get creative. But ultimately, you just have to sit there like a turret, out-aim a few people, and otherwise, the round can end on your dime. And right now, Tizian is just, he's shooting hot. He's not the best stats player on Big. Not by a long shot, to be honest, but yeah, RPK, conversely, is also just such a strong player from this position, most normally.
It's him dying to tabseN.
Yeah.
Here's Tizian's slick entry, just right thereafter. So, yes, Long A has been the success story for Big, who have run it back now, 5 rounds in a row. They are on fire. Vitality, well, they started this game 3-0. Can they
spot that cross?
Stop it here. Let's see. Ziwu's got himself the big green. Smoke out on tunnels and heavy presence here for Big.
Okay, I wonder if they continue with this execute. They've got the smoke in their face, but they've got Searson cutting down middle with no one there. And I love this call from Big because they put so much pressure on Long. They've got the tension of everybody over there, and they've scared him into pushing.
That's going to do a bit of chip damage. Flash comes outwards, and they stop. They stopped dead in their tracks. Dude, it looked like they were ready to go.
What is even happening at this moment? The smoke comes up. It's like they were just waiting for that in the first place. Just fake the run out, I guess, just to go for the exec again, or I'm not sure. Strange.
Maybe the frag scared them more than it should have. That's one of those, that's one of those calm moments that I kind of want to get. Like, was that a redirection?
Yeah.
Were they flustered?
Yeah, definitely flustered.
We don't know for the time being. Ziwu? You give this guy an inch, and he's going to track it through a door and shoot your ass down to 4 HP. tabseN, lucky to be alive. Ziwu going to peek around the front of this, and sure enough, he kills Keto. Man advantage for Vitality.
Oh, this is annoying. They're going to just put a lot of emphasis on that mid fake.
Oh, they've lost their bomb as well. Apex, he gets his 10th kill of the map. Now going for more, re-peeks. Tizian with another headshot, trying to recuperate with a swift entry. Ziwu finding kill after kill here. It's all good for Vitality. 4 survivors, a 3K on Ziwu, and not to mention he had that massive impact on tabseN. The damage through the door was great. So they've lifted the curse.
Here's the play.
If only for a moment.
Like, we don't even get to see what the lurk looks like, because Ziwu doesn't let him out the door, right? He's the bouncer, shuts him down. They used utility just to clear out mid, not even to go aggressive with the lurk. We don't even know if a commitment would have come in, but it was all to show that it was a fake, and Ziwu immediately got that critical piece of information. And
fast one.
He knew where to rotate. Go back to Cat.
He wants to challenge this. Ziwu's ready, but he misses his shot. He is, of course, one of 2 ops for Vitality. Frag grenade again and again. The nades have been on point.
Yeah, definitely some good HE damage. Now, yeah, again, it's very confusing. Really would like to know more about what the call was there from Big, because the calling has looked great, and the game plan to go B after all the long control looks super smart. Now, they pressurized out towards mid. It's also looking pretty unpredictable when we look at Vitality's setup. They're response at the moment is still to double up on long because they've been so susceptible to these late long hits, to the walkouts, the entries.
Santeris joins Keto. Smokes on CT spawn. Dude, I would not want to be a B player in this moment.
Wow, they seem...
It's Navera and Shocks, 2vx.
All right, well, I personally like the 4-1s with one out mid more than any more out mid, just because of all the randomness getting shot through the smoke. So they're going to go ahead and try it again.
We'll see if Shocks can hold them at bay. Flashbang is great. He's able to shave one off. Navera trying to sprint over to the car, just eating Shocks' flashbangs. But luckily for Shocks, so are Big Clan. If he pops up, there are 2 players staring at him. Molly in the back line. Navera still standing. He's got himself a single kill, and Shocks, he can get out. He's still in position. Just slowed down by utility. Those flashes like solar flares, bro, blinding everyone.
Yeah, they messed something up there because they have K-Sharp open, so either they were missing one Molotov for Shocks, or the guy who was going to throw it got off. That could have been it. Because, of course, you have to show face to be able to molly K-Sharp. There's no other option. So potentially, when that happens, it starts to look really bad because they can't molly him out. If they did, and he had to smoke himself out, he's useless, so they can start to cross the site. If he doesn't smoke it out, then of course he dies in the molly. So both those situations would have been much better than what we saw. So a strange round, and you got to merit Vitality for getting the kill. That's important.
Sure.
Followed by a weird round from Big, where we want to know why they rerouted from that B hit over towards A.
Why and what? Props to Navera that round. High-pressured situation, being flashed by your teammate, knowing he's
eating
got
Shocks'
no
flashes, that
rotate
was
nearby. Funny. And also, you have, what, 3 players pushing at you, so, and you're running off of a Famas, you know? So that was a blood pumper for Navera. And now he's got the second off. Very interesting. I'm down to see what happens here. He actually goes to long alongside RPK. Navera, he's going to drop his shot. RPK caught on cross. Flashes keep Big back for a moment. Navera going to feel bad that RPK's blood could very well be on his hands.
Oh, the stack.
Apex and Shocks come over, but check Keto. He is playing counter flash, so if Vitality aggress into this, they're going to have to kill Keto.
It doesn't feel like they're moving up yet. Tabson's waiting to see if they do push anything, and I think Tabson, you know, as the caller, might not commit if they're walking back to long.
Dude, everybody's on this side of the map.
Yeah.
Look at the radar. Everybody over here.
Oh my God,
lands on the mark. Forces one out, but as we were talking about, you know, they're just posted. Navera fades away from the car. Dangerous moves being made. Now foregoing long and hoping that they can just cut off players as they get closer to the bomb site. With cat control, of course, you can still justify a retake attempt if it gets that far. Navera gonna miss another shot. Not going too well.
Just a walk up.
Yeah. They lay down their own smoke. Navera with another chance. Stop the bomb carrier, but Keto gets Apex immediately. Now Navera's starting to piece it together, and Ziwu off of the catwalk. It's his chance in a 1 versus 3. Immediate impact, but Searson watches, smoke gap, and Big Clan back in the lead.
They take it. Ah, man. It worked, right? They got out of long control. They got the kill. Unfortunately, RPK comes up empty once again. Such an awkward transitional moment, but we talk about a timing window, and we see, oh, it's a combination of him getting out-dueled plus he's getting timinged. Well, part of that is also Big are picking different times in the round to entry out long, right? He's trying to transition to pit. They've never come out there at 131. They've only come out right away or a lot delayed or after he's pushed into long doors to get a kill. So they once again find another way to kill him, just to frustrate him that much more by finding a new timing and creating that window for themselves. So again, they'll kind of put their face against the glass at B, right? They're licking windows on this side of the map, but they never get to commit through. When they have, they break the glass and cut themselves. It never actually looks that good. So now we'll see if they can do something a bit different. Try to hit B and have it be successful.
Slow start to connect those op shots last round, but Navera started to get them when it mattered.
There's 5 Molotovs now, so somebody has to throw one in his direction.
Okay, and they're going to burn out close corner first. Apex is there every once in a while. Navera.
Oh boy.
He hits him.
Oh, he hits him.
Frag grenade could make them. Oh, Keto through the smoke. You want to shoot me? Take that. Shocks. Now he's got himself tucked into behind car. Flashbang going through. Shocks not going to be able to make a move. Ziwu dies to the mid play. Tabson will drop after that first one. Shocks, he can line them. 2 players off of him, and Apex has a double. Last man's rounding the corner. Tizian versus RPK. And RPK, with a health advantage, gets the better of the timing. Vitality tie at 6.
For once, he's on the right side of the timing, over on the other side of the map. RPK rotating in just when they need him the most. And getting the revenge frag on Tizian, too, who's just been basically having his way with him over and over again. This is so unlucky for
That was a hot tamale.
Yeah.
And that was a mistake. Not checking shots on card.
Right.
Nobody looked his way.
Yeah, like have some respect, right? Nice boom by Shocks. Hope to see him back on Nuke, but hey, who knows?
Who does know?
Who knows? No one knows. I think Martin in production knows. I think he asked us if we want to know a secret, but we don't know what that was, and we refuse to know.
And it's Martin, so you never know what kind of secrets he's got.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know. He's both the most trustworthy and untrustworthy person all at the same time.
He did buy a scooter and drive it through the hotel yesterday.
That was him, right?
I actually just heard that.
Okay.
It's just going to be
See, Launders and I were on the opposite side of the hallway.
mythology. Like, we don't know if that's actually something that happened.
We had our doors open. We were talking through the hallway, and then suddenly somebody just zooms by on a scooter. And I'm thinking to myself, like, yo,
is
it's
that our
late,
tournament director?
but-
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that the guy who's leading this ship? Explains a lot, doesn't it?
Okay.
Hey, guys, it's Martin. All right.
Well, that's another strange round because it's like a great start to it. The B hit. Looks like it's supposed to be good once again. The lucky entry to get in.
They really stalled out for a moment.
Sure.
There. And we've seen it multiple instances. Big as well when they got
Once they
that.
crossed the stack, the double stack, yeah.
They just stopped. Also, remember that long round where they just went quiet for like 30 seconds.
Yeah.
You know, Tabson's...
that one worked, though.
Yes, it did.
That one worked hard. Because Shocks, they got so impatient because they had no other map control. Shocks didn't have an ounce of patience left in him, ran out on a flash and got... Even if he got a kill and got traded, not sure if that would have been worth it. That was Tabson's plan, right? Catch someone pushing.
Let's see what they make of the 4-pistol play up catwalk. Frag grenade from Ziwu. Bada boom. Tabson, Xanteras, and Searson all softened. There are flashes here to set up RPK. Looks like the CTs are going to try and get this going, but Xanteras, all-knowing, finds 2 Deagle headshots. Now it's Tabson's turn. Searson adds 1 to the tally. Suddenly a 4 versus 2 turns 4v1. It's done. Big Clan, give them the space and you'll regret it. Brother, 5 Deagle headshots are why Big are back in the lead.
That was just beautiful. Let's just relive it because it's all about these wonderful aim duels, especially starting with these 2 from Xanteras. Monster on the entries. Just laser sharp precision. That's a baby rage by Apex. Not too enthusiastic about that one. Sucks because this has been a rounds won by razor thin margins.
Yeah.
And now we get an eco of all things, but it's of course off the back of some great shots.
Well, you know what? I feel like if you hit 5 1-digs, maybe you do deserve an easy day in the park on the follow-up.
Yeah.
Walk through the park. Easy day in the office. Combination of the 2.
Back against the ropes.
That's what you get. Sometimes it be like it is, but it don't. Apex, well, he won't. Denied by Keto. No success for Vitality. Not a single damn kill in that 14th round.
Yeah.
Now, the 15th features weapons on both sides, but this is it. You know, we've had a back-and-forth affair. Like you said, rounds on a razor's edge, and then that 5 Deagle round kind of makes things, like, flat towards, you know, it's we lost the pizzazz. But maybe we'll get a little more fireworks to end off this half before we let you guys catch your breath. Let's see. No op for Vitality.
Opening spawn again.
Instantly finding Ziwu on long, and he sticks around a bit. Oh
No
my
way.
God, he re-peeks into Apex. They were talking about this on the desk, dude. The confidence on Big is good, and it's strong after dismantling Complexity. You can understand why.
That's one where we absolutely need to see an Apex cam
Please.
reaction. That's tough.
Man advantage for Big Clan. Trying to close off this half. 9-6 on the T side.
It's like you don't typically see people re-peeking anymore, but he knew he just took down Ziwu, so like it's not Navera who's going to be up next.
Sure.
Took some damage, hit the shot.
Good timing here on Shox' play, but he's taken out of it. Tizian has been very impactful this map. He is 15 and 8.
Yeah, amazing T-side from him.
Tizian and Keto, in fact, leading the scoreboard for Big. Searson not far off. Navera in the tunnels, gonna get hunted by Tizian, but he will fall. Dabson looks to trade this, and oh my god, it is Vitality across the kill feed. Keto suddenly has to clutch this in a 1 versus 2, and he won't. Navera coming in with impact. The master of Dust 2, it seems, has sprinkled a little spice at the end of the first 15. Vitality still not in the lead, but only trailing by 1. Join us after the break.
Three, 2, 1, go. What? Stand on this, stand on this one. Yes.
Okay, see. You can go first.
How can I go first, bro? Good.
Oh, yeah, sure.
You have a gun over your place, maybe? You don't have anything on you?
No. On my side, no.
Oh, here, yeah.
Wait, nice.
Oh, wait, what? Okay, you ready? I don't know if this is gonna work. Double click or left click? What
no,
is it?
left click, left click.
Okay.
Nice.
Yes.
But it has 0 bullets.
Yeah, you,
okay,
you drop it on this, drop it on this. Yes. Is there more in there?
I need to find something else, yeah.
Captain, come on.
He's a ball. Oh no, my god, I kicked it away. No way, if that's it, then we are lost. Oh no, okay, I got it, nice. Wait, Cristiano Ronaldo.
Yes, come. Oh, whoa!
Goal! Oh no!
Okay, I'm over here, I'm going in next time.
What up? Yeah, no, run!
I'm holding the door, bro, come on.
Nice! Nice. Okay, that's the big chicken, I see.
Oh,
no.
Okay, you ready? We have to do
let's
the same
go.
time.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1. Oh my god.
Come on, bro. No! Okay, let's try again. 3, 2, 1, go. What? 3, 2, 1, go. Don't jump. I jumped this one, okay? Did it go?
Yeah.
Oh!
What? Go.
Yes, this is good. I'm dead, bro. I'm dead.
No. Now we'll make it.
I think we're doing it the hard way. Maybe that's easy way.
Yeah.
When red cross, go.
Yeah.
Remember to jump. Oh. Okay, chill. Red cross, we go. Next.
Next cross. Next red cross.
Yeah. Go.
Let's go!
Yeah!
Yes!
Gee. Oh, hey. Welcome back. It's 8-7.
It is.
We've got Big Clan with a little bit of a lead. Not too much to write home about. You know what? I think this map is exactly where I want it. As close as possible with 15 more rounds to go.
Yeah. Checking in on Navera. He's 12 and 8. Really played well. There was a lot more attention towards the A site. Some weird executions on Big's behalf that made it awkward coming into B. Certainly did his part. Put together some key kills. Was a good rotator. I mean, we know why they picked him up. Of course, you look at Navera's stats. He's sort by each map. You look at Dust 2. It's his highest rated map. So it just makes sense there. Okay, now we're going to get the pistol round. And that half had one misstep. You know, the eco rounds. But now we're into the next pistol. This is what matters. 13-8 now for Navera. An opening kill. Pistol round to trade here as well. And this score gets pretty steep.
Oh my god. Okay, Ziwu gets him. Gets him from a little further back. Man advantage. Although because of Tabson's frag grenade on Catwalk, Navera and RPK are incredibly low. Keto catching Ziwu now drops him to 39 health, and there's nowhere for Ziwu to go. He tries to throw a flash for himself, but doesn't go for the aim duel. Keto makes the most of it in that moment, and now it's 2v2. Neither CT playing off of the kit. Zantares should have just quit. Didn't even have a chance versus RPK. Keto trying to find these individual 1v1s, but with 3 HP to make the difference, Navera finds his third. This is Vitality picking up both pistols. Not something that they had going for them last time they played big, even though they won dominantly.
Yeah, you know, Ziwu is my favorite Chinese professional player.
Yeah, mine too.
Hailing from the region of Sichuan in the tier 2, up and coming, but sometimes he makes mistakes like that. You're going to see it happen.
Every once in a while. And you got to remind yourself, he is human. Frag grenades, nipping at the heels of Navera. He throws a flashbang up high. Can't quite connect a shot just yet. Keto will. Not these Deagles. Not again. Dude, they're still having nightmares of the end of that first half. Navera sees the second player over by the pit. Tabson commits versus Shocks with the P250. Tabson now comes up with the Galil. He could kill everybody. He just one-man armies into middle. A 3K for Tabson, a 9th round for Big, and screw your pistol round momentum. The clan just took it back.
This feels like a immediate pause round. Like, so much momentum has been taken. Like, all of the plans that you had to move forward, where you're talking about winning, that all changes a bit. I don't know if they, you know, want to maybe call a pause for the next round. After this, they can buy up what they can. No, they actually go through with the force. Maybe just split up, try to steal it back. But yeah, that feels like a moment where you maybe want to just like take a cool off pause, because we saw Apex and emotions were really high in that first half. Splitting up and waiting. This is where Big Clan won, of course. Let him get comfortable. Oh, so successful with that grenade. Apex so low after that. And there's just not much movement to be had, right? You can like leave mid wide open, and Big are just going to trust in their two-player B setup. Like, some of the best guns, of course, are over here with these two M4s working together. And just really leave no good options for Vitality to work with. Mid to B is somewhat prime.
Yep,
they'll be spotting this.
Oh, Keto bests the tunnel player, so 4 men in from mid. That's what Vitality have going for him. Zantares dodges the flash. Easy first 2 kills. Keto then making the most of the open doors. Navera has 3 players coming at him from their spawn.
I think Maniac brought up that Navera has a very low opening kill percentage, or entry kill percentage.
Yeah, like 0.7 something?
Yeah, whatever that means. But we had him go for the entries on that Glock round. Might be cool to see if he does put on that hat once in a while on Vitality, as he actually mentioned that he has had to learn so much on each and every map.
Yeah.
So presumably some of his positions will change.
Dude, what are these demeanors I see? Apex looks frustrated.
So much frustration. Yeah.
Like, oh, guys, it's 10-8.
Yeah, no, you're right,
Calm
right?
down,
Like, you're
man.
right. It is.
Stop
it's
whining.
10-8. Yeah, it's a good map for you. It's kind of weird.
Nobody wants to be that guy.
Navera's like, what did I get myself into?
Right? Yeah, Searson's reminding him. Oh my goodness.
That was just an incidental hit, too. And he gets to...
Oh. Yeah. The Bruce.
Called Bruce.
Dude, Searson, top of the list in terms of scout players, and that's the beauty of it, man. Like, when you have such, I mean, there's one thing to land a nice scout shot every once in a while, but if Searson has a scout, even in guns with full rifles around him, he can turn around and get like near 300 damage. He is crazy impactful with this scout.
Yeah.
And, you know, I gave out that list yesterday of my favorite scout players, but I mean, Searson has to just deserve the spot at the top. In terms of form, and definitely tonight, man, It's fun to watch. It's like its own game. Tabson trades versus Navera here on long A. Flashes popping inside of the smokes means he can't quite catch another, and that gives them a chance to retreat. Big. Gonna fall into their A site. Boost a player upwards. Vitality also using the chance to disengage.
Swinging off Apex like a pendulum. Back over towards the B site. Apex will scout things out. Make it seem like there might be some cap presence. Big immediately respawn. This is troubling for Vitality because Apex is going to see this and want his teammates to go over towards B. But since they've just evacuated long and got spotted on cap, there's not that many options. However, Apex, off that smoke, finds the perfect headshot angle.
Now Keto has no support, no utility. It's going to boil down to the perfect peaks, and, well, he starts versus Navera, but just too many numbers there for Vitality to lose the round in the end. And Apex, he got dinked in mid to the player peeking around the smoke. Xantera is kind of robbed. I believe his M4 even connects to the head.
Wow, they're not even going for it. I mean, you know, somewhat surprised, not really, just because Searson, he had some utility, so he thought, you know, they might entertain the idea. Apex dinked and all that, but with an op, it's too much to save and not that big of a deal. So a round win for Vitality.
That Apex Xantera's duel is where I think this one completely hinges, you know?
Yeah, he's trying to rotate over towards B, and it's a strange one. Like, I wonder if you asked Apex, would he say, like, I would expect to win that duel most of the time? And conversely, what would Xantera say? Because neither of them can see the head through the smoke, through the hinge smoke that he threw in the door. But clearly, Apex was trying to at least try to catch a rotator if possible. So I don't know if he viewed it as a 50-50 or like, this is one of my favorite gimmick duels to take.
Xantera's also would have...
Oh, actually, okay, so he had a really specific angle.
Yeah, and then he gave it up.
And then he gave it up and still won, so that makes more
sense.
sense.
That's what I'm saying. Like just a matter of timing, dude, and Xanteras walks away with that. He had supportive utility so that Keto wouldn't have been stranded back bomb site.
Yeah.
What if Keto had a flash with those three people in the middle? You know, there's impact off that. Keto goes fishing into the bottom tunnels, and he saw nothing. Apex was just a little further back.
Well, long looks prime. They've got Pit already. 1 minute 34 on the clock. Apex and lower looking for a push. And this is where, you, of course, as a CT, you squeeze. You try to get some info back. Holy smokes. Those jump peaks are dangerous. They try to get some damage off of Apex. Let's see. I'm really curious what Apex does for his team in this situation. If he's going to try to put pressure on the tunnels at all, or if he's going to activate his lurk before they go up long. And you can see the mine's working a bit. He's juggled some rotations. They're coming back to mid, presumably smoking Xbox, or just waiting for this hinge smoke again. Yeah.
The smoke you're never allowed to miss. Flash up into Cat. Tabson gonna have some supportive utility thrown outwards. Ziwu does catch a headshot on the back of the A site, so suddenly it's only Tizian. This is a great chance for Vitality to get back into the site. Good damage from Tizian's frag grenade. Can he land the headshots? Not quite. So 3 clean kills, despite damage going back the other direction. This was fully Vitality's round to take. Duel after duel, everything went well for them. They just kind of sat back, churned through the timing, focused on their idea, followed through with a near excellent execution. Last 2 CTs trying to save in tunnels, and Shoxy's hot on their heels.
The playbook on Dust 2 obviously doesn't go that deep, but that was a much more classic Dust 2 round. Take long control, leave one there, come back to Cat, force your way up Cat, see if the rotation can come in. Uh-oh. And it works out pretty well. Now, it's just down to Xanteras trying to save back in the tunnel, so he'll grab the Wildfire. I learned about this skin. I know about skins now.
Do you?
Yeah, Skin Survivor.
Yeah. How'd you like Skin Survivor?
I enjoyed it very much. Ooh, that was close. Almost dropped that.
We have a lot of cool CS Money skin content coming down the pipe. So if that's your cup of tea, just sit back and just you wait.
So of course, playing on Cat as an adjustment it feels uncomfortable as a CT because you can nade Cat so easily from mid. There's not a lot of good places to stand where you're not just out in the open. Basically, some of the best 2-man setups on Cat are one where someone's playing anti-flash and then someone's playing holding an angle, but both of them don't have a box to stand behind most of the time. or you have your op come out for a pick and they stand there and wait. But when you lose long control, specifically when you wanted it, sometimes you get that very claustrophobic cat setup, and then you're susceptible to all these nades that can just be thrown from mid, you know, with no risk at all from the T side. And they're the damage grenades, right? They don't just go high and over. They can bounce off the wall and land right at your feet and really make it difficult if you don't have a smoke to counter a Molotov or something or the other.
Ooh, a boost in front of the smoke here. This is interesting.
Yeah, this is to catch Searson. Or sorry,
no,
Searson would be in. Oh, what the hell?
What is this? A little German witchcraft.
See, that was the wrong perspective there for a second. What on
I was
earth
looking at
that?
your monitor. I'm like, just
Yeah.
wait, man. Wait till you see what I see.
That was like one of those, what part of the map is this game puzzles? You know what I'm saying? Like, what was that?
Okay, little tiny gap. It looks like it could catch a player who's standing on the boxes of suicide.
This is how Searson trains his reaction times. Just like looking through that.
Yeah, you get pixel gaps.
He just sends bots down mid
Damn.
and stares through that gap.
Really would have wished something came of this. You know,
hopefully.
In our excitement, we kind of just watched Vitality completely clean sweep, losing only 4 HP across the board.
Here's the thing, you know, we know that Zero is going to be potentially in suicide more than once, and he can go for a pick like that. It's like sort of just like an NOA boost at the beginning of the round. Might not cost him that much to try it a few more times.
Damn. Oh. I'm telling you, man. Once he lands the first one, it's like he gets an accuracy buff on the second.
Right, because when you land, for normal people, your inaccuracy is very high with the deagle as soon as you touch the ground. They did make it less.
True.
Which was nice. But that yellow box that you can use to test your inaccuracy is bigger than a minivan when you first land, even after the buff. It's buff because it helps people using the deagle as like a nerf because it like lessens it.
Yeah, lowers the skill ceiling.
Not exactly sure.
For noobs like you and I. Okay, Santeras cracks the first one, smacks the second.
Not supposed to go in that one.
Woo. That was cool, but at the end of the day, completely worthless. A little economic damage, but.
Can he yes?
11-11. 11-11. Somebody make a wish.
It feels like we've played like 40, 50 rounds already.
It's been nice.
Super back and forth game. Sprees of 3, 1 of 5 for Big in the first half. But it's been so long since anyone's felt dominant in the game. Now as we wrap up the last 7, checking back in, there's a lot of things can work, and of course we've got to get Searson Cam here a couple more times just to see.
If he pulls that out?
Yeah.
Maybe with 2 snipers, they can really go for it.
And was it, what kind of boost was it? Like, was it over top of the door technically, or was it?
Yeah, it's like there's it's like in the rounded arch of the doorway, there's this little tiny angle.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to see it more, but in the meantime, what we're gonna see is Apex charging out long on his own and taking a second player. Meanwhile, Bomb's about to walk out onto B. Keto in position. And we've got Apex versus Tabson by long A. Apex getting his 3rd kill of the round. He has done everything for Vitality here in the 23rd.
His strat this round was to
to
push out long, fight, maybe die, but just get one small moment where the B players can walk in, where there's somebody in the window outside the door.
Yeah.
But instead, he gets 3 kills, and they lose a player on B. So now the round is won just this way. Somehow ends up with a bomb on this spot. Alp will trade hands. He'll go back to long. Okay, that makes more sense. Surprised to see how long this round is going on, considering it seems pretty simple what you need to do.
Yeah.
But at this point, they're actually they're just thinking about like killing the guy saving already.
This is a sketchy situation, dude, because Big versus Complexity earlier won 2 versus 4s they never should have. I think they closed both the maps, in fact, winning 2v4 situations.
Why are we throwing nades? Whoa.
Now they're losing bodies. There's only 1 player on the A site. Keto, he's going to walk into upper tunnels. Xanteras just killed Ziwoo's teammate back behind him. And if he sprints to the A site, Ziwoo could catch him. He will. Okay.
He just had to make Keto miss a shot.
Yeah.
He could have easily died, and that, as you pointed out, could have very easily be a round 1.
It's like an unnecessarily stressful situation.
Yeah, I appreciate the thought of like, hey, let's set up in some super sick like post-plant positions that just like, not only we win the game, we already know we won the round, but we also guarantee we get the kills. But like you're saying, it does put the round in jeopardy when something like that happens.
Also, Apex planting bomb without his teammates close by. You know, he got his 3K out long, and he's like, this is all me. I'm doing everything.
I can't even pee without holding your hand, Connor.
Yeah. Gotta be careful. Apex, he's feeling himself after that last round, so he just charges up Catwalk like it's nobody's business but his own. How much further does he go? He's got Navera behind him.
He had a super strong start. First player to 6. It was like 6-0 right off the start. Now up to 20-14. And seems to be using himself as an afterthought in the rounds, not actually trying to get the kills, but he's just so good he can't help it. That's a scary prospect for Big Clan.
I'm sorry I'm wrecking you. I'm just so good I can't help it.
I just can't help it. The mouse gets what the mouse wants.
Following up with the smokes on CT spawn. Apex continuing to challenge Cat, but Big make me nervous when they have deagles. Keto gets 1, and then he's done. Bomb will be planted on that side of the map. Apex still in mid. Bomb has been planted. 1 player CT spawn, 1 Catwalk, 1 T spawn. Apex just saw him. RPK is going to be on high alert. A little economic damage here, but you know, we're in the back stretch of this first map. Ziwu's sitting on 10K cash, Apex 7.5. So there's money in the coffers of Vitality. Ooh, nice. Ooh, P250. Good output. USP even almost dropping Navera. Dude, that was super cost effective. Had Navera and Apex just had a little bit more on them, then we're looking at 1 survivor fight for Vitality. But what we have regardless of survivors is a 2-round lead. Ziwu, strong trade frag.
Yeah, 2-round lead, 5-round streak, a couple of bomb plants in there. The eco. Yeah, Vitality instant double op setup like this from Big. This is where things can turn back in Big's favor. They're trying something new here. They're doubling down on Sears and Keto. Keto, he's hot and cold in the B site. We see him use the op a lot. I'm not convinced about him as an opper sometimes, but you know, when you're standing beside Searson, you're obviously not going to be able to look that hot. However, long control is crazy. There's one trade back and forth. Hard to say who this favors at this point. The CTs maintain control of it. It's still nice though for the Ts to have gotten a kill.
I really like Navera's pathing on that exit as well. He used his second flashbang off of the blue box to pop in front of Pit, but he just ate a flash so hard that he had to go for the wild spray, had no clue where he or they were. And for that reason, they pick him up. Keto on the backside of B.
Whoa.
Already starting to get pinched as Shox has tucked himself into mid, but Keto finding Ziwu over smoke. RPK trades that one. Apex falling down onto Searson as Shox comes into the play. Zantares off of A, 1v2. Had he dealt with Shox, he was on for the clutch, but it's Vitality with 14 rounds.
Even though it was only 2 kills, a pretty big round for Shox. He's actually struggling a little bit. Was on 8 before that, now on 10. And Vitality are on 14. And again, this streak continues, but not only that, Big Clan saved up for some big Christmas presents. Those 2 ops are going to put a dent in the economy, and now they have pistols once again to fend off match point. They're looking at a save here. It's a half buy, just the Deegs. And, man, you got to appreciate Vitality's multi-pronged assaults on outside long with Cat, Apex being involved, Shox. They're giving themselves a lot of chances to win. And, yes, that also means there's fragility in the setup, because if one player dies, then it can tumble like a house of cards. But right now, their players are on.
Shox just... No, there's something fishy going on here. Tabson, he is inside of that, and the P250 prevails. Not to mention, AK picked up. Dude, he did that with 0 damage back the other direction. Man, like I said, every time we're in a round like this, Launders, Big make me nervous. And we haven't seen Vitality have to save all too often, maybe once at the end of the first half. But I'm ready to see them get steamrolled in ecos. Big, they always back up their bite with a bark. And that frag grenade, loud as ever. Tizian gonna deal with the first player as he comes out. Ziwu will trade off of the long peak. Tizian now holding on to the one primary weapon that Big still have. And they have 2 players coming in from middle that could catch off the bomb carrier. Ziwu, low HP. finding his second kill. Navera's gonna get dinked down to 42. That USP's not much, but Apex peeks into the AK, and now Big, they've got a health advantage, but they don't have the weapon advantage. 20 seconds left. Xantares runs up from catwalk, frag grenade goes deep. Ziwu almost exploding, just looking somehow for a clutch, and you know he can do this. 7 health left. 1 flash. Needs to go for the bomb plant or else this one's over. And Big Clan content to retake. He throws the flash and focuses onto Cat where he misses his shot. Will that cost him? Seems likely. Tizian takes his head off and Big Clan win another Desert Eagle bye.
They're obviously terrified. They even gave him a chance to win. Was in Terrace's peak in towards Cat, but it comes close. There's a certain aura about him where people are gonna play differently in the 2v1 as soon as they hit tab and see his face, right? Like it's a bit scarier because it's him. We saw him clutch for match point. I think maybe that was versus Big as well from a similar position. I think dying to an HE. And I'm glad to see Big scoop up an eco, get one back, to be honest, make this game a bit closer. Feel like can't help but feel for them in the streak of rounds that Vitality have gained. There were some situations they could have definitely won. I'm not going to say that they have been playing just terribly. And an aggressive Cat setup from Big, and Shox, he might get caught off guard. The nades go too deep, and he might, oh my god, capitalize hard off this as they're backpedaling, but it's now 4-on-3 for Vitality. Cat control, Tizian will try to make up for it. Great aggressive, deep angle here to try to catch Navera. Will it work? It does.
Good patience. Man, he saw an entire arm and decided not to go for it. Keto taking damage, holds his ground. Man advantage. Vitality, they could be walking right into the A site. Tizian in an awkward spot, able to win his duel. Ziwu on the other side, 1v3. Tizian playing the smokes to perfection. Utility comes over the top. Ziwu has a minute on the clock, and Big Clan are going to give him all the space he needs to plant here. He clears up close first and foremost.
They're a bit far. We'll see. I mean, the smoke's usefulness will wear out. Flash will go down as he establishes, looks for a kill. There's no one to be found. How long does he stay on default?
He's got 1 flash left over. Still hasn't found an exit route from this bomb site, and Big Clan like a trident coming in from 3 directions, looking to pierce this site hold. Molly on the mark, and so is the headshot. A second from Ziwu. He shuts down Tizian, and Keto with an off, looking to close the distance. Flash thrown towards ramp, predicts the peak, and gets into the cover to clutch. Ziwu, incredible 1v3.
He grabs it on match point. I can't believe it. That much space was given up, and he took it. Not even a reaction from Shox. So much frustration from him this map, but who cares at this point? Even though it comes close, Big start off a round so hot, and you have Ziwu
that flash,
with
man.
the second favorite weapon to come through in a 1v3, and the flash works off the wall. Just nasty how he can, I mean, I just want a maniac cam in the green room.
Yeah.
Picture in picture, please. He doesn't care. He's like, why is everyone so bad?
Yeah. Dude, I mean, listen, Matsuro was talking about how Ziwu is kind of a genius in terms of Counter-Strike, right?
He believes he said he believed he was a genius or a cheater. That's what he said. And now he's like, obviously, he's leaning to, he's a genius.
And you can see it, I think, in his decision-making. Every single moment of that clutch, he knew what was coming when. You know, the prediction of the pop flash off the wall, then in that moment where the player doesn't come up because it doesn't miss, he just decides to tuck back behind boxes, predicts the jump up peak. It's just so good. It is so good.
And he always meets his place halfway with the aim. Like, he's so good at capitalizing on that one peak.
Yep.
Never falls for the shoulder, is fast enough to hit the shot. He's obviously just a great combination of the mechanics meets the mind. And again, it's in such clutch moments to top it all off. So Searson now looking to bring this back a bit. A quick opper himself. He'll grab Apex. Drag him off Cat. Don't know what this round had in store before that, but it seems like a quick adjustment. Out towards mid. Maybe Shox showing some leadership in this moment, looking for the entry as they rush towards B. 2 players in the site, they know it.
Oh, good crucial kill there from Keto. Xantera's just going to try and tuck underneath the windowsill. He is predicted and dead. However, they did get an additional kill before Keto goes down himself. So man advantage up for Big. Shox and Navera in the clutch. Both of these players should be inspired with what just transpired with Ziwu on the A site. Let's see if Navera can deliver. He's got 23 kills to his name, 81% headshot percentage. It's in the blood. And Big Clan in mid. He's gonna get aggressive by the looks of it. Shaves off Searson. Now Shox has the back turned. A second coming in for Vitality. And taps and gets popped. 16-12 for Vitality. Taking Big's map pick and poising themselves to top Group 2.
That T-side had everything. A lot of great strats, a streak of rounds, some good calling from Apex. Some very complicated situations, a clutch 1v3 for match point from Ziwu, and that 3-on-4 situation out mid to bring it all back, and clearly some leadership from Shox. Great stuff. I mean, that was very exciting.
Navera absolutely feeling himself, and he should be. Which Vitality do we get on map 2? Stay tuned to find out.
Oh, nice. Okay, not another one. How much is...
You're good at math? You do.
No. Okay, but 300, 600, 900.
Good stuff.
Your turn now.
My turn now?
What? Okay, together. And up is 4,750, yeah, exactly.
Oh, it's so long time since ago I was in school, bro.
Man, same.
You doing math?
Yeah, wait. Man, how can it be so bad in math, man?
Yeah, me too, bro. 850.
No, it doesn't make sense.
It's this one.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, nice. Okay, not another one. Oh my god. Okay, how much is
How much is this?
300.
How do you know how much this gun is? How much is it?
So it's 6,000, 7,000, 7,050, oh? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, no more math, please.
No more math, please, man. What is this, man? I have guys who think for me. Okay, what do we have to do here? Chickens. Any chickens? Yeah, guns. The gold one has to live.
Wait, there's too many chickens. I kill all these.
This for here? Nice.
Okay, I get more nade. I get more nade.
4 left. Yeah, I just killed them.
Yeah.
Nah, it was a sign. Something happened. Nice.
Nice.
Get out. He's a scout. Oh no. Open the Glock. Oh what?
What the is this?
Do I need to shoot it?
Bro, hide.
What is this one? It sounds like beans. Where was it?
You got it. They knew that you would fail some. One more left, come on. They're so fast, bro. Three, two, one. Yes. We made it. 44 minutes.
44?
Vitality were looking hot coming in to Dust 2, but Big certainly put up a good fight. What you got to say there straight away is, although Navera may be the 6th man, he certainly does pull his weight when it comes to it. He does develop and allow himself to give in for the team here.
Yeah, as a second wave of attack, he's being very, very efficient. You could see him following Apex, following Shox towards Catwalk, for example. Always good for the refrag. And if we look at the stats once more, well, he's at the top of the food chain at the moment. 25 kills, 99 ADR. Not too shabby.
No,
980, yeah, that is super impressive. Super impressive. I think he's played another great game, and I think Vitality as a whole, you know, were looking hot to throttle this one. Big Clan, the only way they kept inside this game was with the pistols, right? They had a lot of good pistol rounds, they had a lot of good eco rounds, but apart from that, Vitality seemed like on another level, especially the guy called Saibu.
And that's the thing, right? Some of the shots we were seeing, some of the impact that he does have, we got to come back to it over and over again. It's not the fact that Z was just an incredible player when you're looking at it, right? It's the way he gets it done.
I think there's an argument to be made about Ziwu that he does not get useless kills. And in Counter-Strike, it's so important. You sometimes might take a step back when you look at stats, but you think about the context of the kills. Was it impactful or not? I feel like maybe this game, he's not having crazy numbers. 22 kills, 20 deaths. It's nothing to be, you know, amazed by, but the kills and this clutch coming in right here. I'm gonna try to explain what he's doing because he's already miles ahead of me. 1 versus 3, he has to make something happen. So you can see he's looking for a kill. All he needs to do right now is to find a kid. He's looking left, right, behind the boxes. No one is showing them. There's going to be a Molotov coming out, is moving him out. But the name of the game for him is to make a difference. Surprise your opponent. The Molotov comes in. He has to leave the position. Still looking for the duel. He goes for it. Then the flick. And now it's a 1v1. He has the position. I think he knows he's CT spawn. The jump's confirmed. The goose flash. That's the new name of the flash. And then the flick from Zaiwu hiding behind the box. And there you go. 1 versus 3. I cannot really explain how insane it is. I think people just see a 1 versus 3 and think, oh, that's a nice clutch.
Sure.
The amount of information he has to process at the same time, he's basically on the bomb site, pinned from every possible angle, and he still manages. That is pure magic.
Well, we cannot disagree on that. You know, we cannot take anything away from Saibu and his clutch ability. We're starting to build up this aura around him, right, where teams are afraid of going up against him in a clutch. We saw it with Subnix a lot, right? Subnix is a fantastic clutcher. Potentially, he was the best in the world, but people started to respect him a little bit too much. So in this case right here, Big, you know, you have a 1 versus 3, but they're playing it almost too safe. They're too slow to move up. So the last guy Saibu kills, well, he has to jump up. He has to expose himself to one of the best players in the world. And by then, Saibu can really showcase his skills. So surely one of the greatest clutches in the game, potentially the best player in the world right now. But people got to stop giving him so much respect because he will take advantage of it.
And this is forever going to be known as the Goose Flash because our producer taught it to Zebra as well. He let us know, right? He said it was all in his play. Our amazing producers does not only just put on this show, he seems to be sick at Counter-Strike.
Just joke aside, that flash that he just throws against the Goose angle, right? That right here is just spontaneous finding solutions. It's nothing that is rehearsed or nothing prepared. It's just in the moment, in the heat of the moment, realizes, wait a minute, I know where he's coming from. If I bounce that flash off the right side, he's going to be blind. That right here, again, to me, that is genius.
Now, I want to touch on one thing, though, with Big, and we've seen him do it now against Vitality, and we saw him do it earlier against Complexity. They can lose a pistol, and their force rounds are so damn scary.
Yeah, and that's what kept them inside this game, right? They had a lot of good deagle moments. They had a lot of good plays with that. We see one of them right here. This nade coming in right here, that must hurt, and you must think to yourself, okay, round over, but just look at this. Look at these kills coming in right here from the distance as well. Shantaris, he had plenty of them in the game. 1, 2, this distance with a deagle, that is absolutely insane. Of course, Vitality were feeling a little bit endangered. They were feeling a little bit pressured, but when you have guys and players who can hit these shots, you can never count them out. That was my entire point coming into this segment as well. Without those kills, without those individual brilliances we saw from Big, well, they would have lost even bigger. So I feel Vitality by far were the better team in this game.
I would say it's a lucky deagle as well, right? He picks up Xantares' dead body, pops to himself as well. Go for it.
Yeah, London said something quite funny about Xantares, that whenever he gets one kill with a deagle, that the second one has like a bonus accuracy. It's how it feels like. The second kill is so impressive because it is so stable. Like one shot and another shot quite quickly after 2 quick kills. But yeah, I feel like we've been talking about these catwalk executes with deagles so many times. Yeah. I know Vitality were quite frustrated. Look at this first shot and then the second one is so crisp. It is almost an insult. And I can tell you Vitality was frustrated about that situation because they had talked about it at the beginning of the round. They had a plan put together. They knew it was going to be an eco. They were aware that the catwalk coming in was a possibility, and they still lost it. So that, to me, was almost a turning point, but Vitality were better overall.
And a couple of times we got to see the double AWP setup come out from Vitality on the CT side, with Navira having his own way. Now they get the kind of control across the map of it, working out pretty well.
Working out pretty well. I'm very surprised and impressed by the fact that Vitality, with the limited practice they've had with NIBR, already now can beat one of the best teams in the world on Dust 2. Given the fact that Big may not play the best brand of Counter-Strike they've ever done right now, they're still a very capable Dust 2 team. We saw that earlier today as well. So NIBR already now coming in, making a statement and making himself useful to this Vitality lineup. We could easily have seen a scenario where he would be switched in and couldn't really make the difference. But already now, you know, one of the best performers in Dust 2 so far in the tournament. So big kudos to him.
And a little fact for everyone at home as well. Nevera, 84% headshot. Maybe known for his one tap. Something seems to be in there with it.
And get him out of there.
He's like, oh, great game, but you know what? You're not quite ready for Nuke yet. But you guys did already have this in mind, right? You thought that Nuke would be a bit of a crazy one for him to already be able to fit the mold into.
Oh, Nuke would be a horror for him, quite honestly. If Nivera just had to slot it right now, off the back of a good performance, if Apex were to say, you know what, just stay on the server, he would be completely lost. There are way too many protocols and mechanics to handle. But this man, Mizuta, coming in, he has already proven throughout this tournament that he can step in right in the middle of the series and still swing wide. He is absolutely able to go from 0 to 100, so I'm not too scared for Vitality. Meanwhile, for Big, if I'm a big fan here, last time they faced Faze, that did not go too well. The CT side really crumbled.
Yeah, you guys were sat in the green room right last time watching that and just thinking, what is Big doing? So when they're now going up against the Vitality, who are looking strong, they've taken the map pick of Big, we're going into this, it just could be another 2-0 again. I'm struggling to see the positives here, I'll be honest, Pimp, for Big.
Yeah, well, we can't go into the whole conversation about, you know, Vitality switching in our player, Mizuta, how's he gonna, you know, adapt into this one? It's gonna be on Nuke. I don't think we've seen a switch being made on Nuke so far, and even if we had, you know, maybe it went well the first time. Maybe it's not gonna be as good the second time. We don't know. There's still some unanswered questions when it comes to Vitality. I will say, though, that what we've seen from Vitality thus far in this tournament, you know, suggests that they're doing a good job. They have been doing the preparation. They're constantly getting into finals. They barely lose a game. We said it coming into the tournament as well. They're one of the most consistent teams in the world. So if you're a big clan right now, you're grasping for a straw. Surson, Shantaris, Tapston with a classic Surson, Shantaris, or Tapston performance when they really take over the server, or at least, you know, put on some individual brilliance, there may be a shot right. But then again, you have Saibu on the other side. This game, he wasn't even top fracking, you know, by the big margin that we normally see. He was just clutching when needed the most. So I personally, as Maniac said, I'm having a hard time seeing how.
I'm just having the best time ever. Vitality is one of the most consistent teams of the summer, and somehow I'm going to win the prediction game because of them. People don't give them the credit they deserve. They've been solid. I do agree, though. We did not know how that, you know, substitution thing would go. It is looking good, and so I did not predict that. I could not say that I predicted it, but knowing Mizuta is able to connect fast. Also talking about Apex, which had a great game on Dust 2, and he's been struggling a lot in this tournament. And now he's gonna show up, now he's gonna be activated individually. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? Wait, whatever, I'm not gonna do the song. Go ahead.
When they come for you, yeah, exactly. You go right. There you go, I'll help you out, mate. Don't worry, I'll continue it on. Pim's like, why am I with these guys?
A bit too old, maybe.
No, definitely, we are on that edge of it. Pimp is the young gun on this desk. But a young gun I want to see some more from is Sirison now.
Sure.
On Nuke, how many times, I think one of the first times I saw him bring out the insane scout performances, it was this man locking it down. If he wants to be the difference maker, well, now's the time to do it.
CT side of this, right?
Yeah.
Sirison on the CT side, especially with the scout and more permanently with the AWP, that's where he does his best work. We have seen Big play Nuke once this tournament, and I believe Sirison had a poor CT side, so that is a bit of a problem coming into this one. Hopefully he has forgotten about that, and hopefully he's going to step it up. Again, we need a strong Sirison. We need a strong presence. We need somebody to take the fight against Saibu and shut him down, you know, to a level where he's human and where he can be dealt with. And then sure, there's still a lot of skill in the big clan. You still have Shantaris, especially on Nuke. I think he's good with the rifle. Tapston as well, known to be good on Nuke. So plenty of positives can be found within the big squad. We just haven't seen it on a consistent basis. What I see for big right now is the same thing I saw on day one, and that's not good enough. So they gotta step up.
Well, it's time to go to Nuke. Is it going to be go big or is it V for Vitality? We'll be finding out after this break. But it's definitely going to be a barn buster of a game. But Big need to step things up because the normal Vitality lineup is back in full force.
out with the new and in with the other new.
Ziwu.
Ziwu, yeah, looking good. And so is Masuda joining us here on Nuke. Betway odds always a little closer for Vitality, understandably, as they pick up that map, and they do it in convincing fashion.
Yeah, they do. And I was really hoping to see somehow Navera coming in here.
Yeah.
I don't know, but it's not happening. Today we got Shox is still playing. Okay, so the chance for a sub is slimming. Okay, we're looking at a third map because we're guessing just like you. We don't have any insider info here. I was totally caught off guard the first time Navera subbed, and I'm gonna go ahead and see if there's any chance that he could maybe come in on Inferno.
We still haven't seen him in back-to-back maps.
Yeah.
Therefore, we still haven't seen him twice in a same series.
Yeah. And their Inferno.
Yeah.
This is interesting because now they're trying to strengthen their nuke. It's their lowest win rate map of the maps that they play for Vitality, and this is the one they picked. So let's see if they can improve their nuke here.
Interesting.
And then we'll see what happens on Inferno, which is also quite a low win rate map for them, but that's also more common to be below 50% and still find yourself, you know, being competitive.
Ow. Those hurt. Big Clan just gonna take the fight to Vitality instantaneously. Shox is standing on top of the hut ramp, but down he goes. Big Clan, congrats, you've won yourself a pistol. The first pistol round win of this series.
It's always nice to see a round end in the lobby. Just real quick and off a push, so strong for the CTs. Hard to actually determine who has the bigger advantage sometimes when you're coming in through hut, clearing out some of the...
Lobby is a weird place.
It's a weird one. I love pushing the hut. Yeah. That's kind of a weird thing to think about that on CT. I feel safe doing that. Yeah, sure. Because you're really getting into
his eyes when he said that, man. He looked like a crazed killer.
I am the hut.
Oh my god, look, talking about crazed killers. Look at the way they're sprinting into this. A double kill off of Keto's frag grenade. Joey, I would love to please have that replay. I want to see the carnage. I want to see the chaos. I want to see the kills. Feel the kills. Be the killer. As Keto is. 4 frags for him. Oh, shakalaka.
That's a...
Exactly.
We need...
Is this bad? This is good.
Oh, man. Like, his range of emotions goes from, like, grief, shock, dismay, fear, to confusion. Like, that's the farthest it goes. It doesn't go to happiness,
and it's
jubilation, enthusiasm, none of that. It just stays in that. And then when, you know, he slightly closes his eyes a little bit, that's like the most happy he'll get.
Some people speak with their smiles. Some people speak with their eyebrows. It's just the eyes.
Well, there's so much eyes to speak with him. So
interesting character.
Love that. Prius earlier asked, "Is that Gob B's brother?" I said, "No, that would be Gob C."
And he didn't get it.
Not Tope B.
Keto is gonna get it. Desert Eagle shot from Shox. Actually, let's slow down a step, okay? We've got just pistols from Vitality.
Oh.
And yet, it's a 2 versus 2.
Okay.
Carnage outside. Death and Calamity.
Okay.
And separate terrorists.
So let's see what can happen now. Shox is sitting outside waiting. He's near the bomb but not on it. CTs, I'm assuming, have it in vision right now.
They should.
Xanteris roaming. There's a chance here for him to get 1 deked. Oh man, he's coming into 2 angles right now. Might even just get traded. However, gets the opening kill. He actually locks down both. A very, very, very small window of timing where he just dies, you know, just trying to strafe out to look for info. So tough spot there. Comes down to a bit of luck. That's just the name of the game in those spots with low nades. Low bad guns.
Just had a talk with DJ about turning X-ray on and off, when to do it and whatnot. DJ, I like that one because I really thought Shox was going to get caught crossing to red. And then suddenly it's like, wait, where is he? Well, he tucked up close, and Xanteris does get the better of both those instances of timing. Yes, DJ, yes. Now, back to work, you.
Astralis outside.
Oh, Apex. Just going right through smoke, and, well, there was a totem pole from Big inside the garage. Molly at the feet of the Hut Rush. Or at least what was supposed to be the Hut Rush. Completely tucked back the other direction. Vitality not having a good time here in their first gun round.
Yeah, really getting stuffed at like the 50-yard line. not making tons of progress, and Big are floating. They're roaming around. And again, this is about Vitality trying to improve their nuke. I mean, even them just seeing even them getting to play Inferno would be big for them as well, to be able to, you know, give that a shot. But so far so bad here, of course, for Vitality. Down to 3 players. Options are somewhat limited, but because they are out in front of Mini, there is the opportunity to come through with a lurk frag, and Keto, he will get cooked. First thing on the barbecue.
Yeah.
Burnt all the way to a crisp, and Ziwu left alone. 1v4 situation. Tizian back at the site, anchoring upper and having no trouble with it. Just a Falmus to his name.
He's going to make contact with Searson, who will absolutely land the shot. So the op finds 1 at the end of the day. Or rather, at the end of the 4th round. This day not nearly done just yet. But this was it. Tabson on somebody's head, catching Apex, who was really not looking to waste any time. Because if Tabson comes out from Mini, which seemed to be his chosen route, we were definitely going to see that hut commitment from Vitality. But Shox, it's only round 4, buddy.
It just actually struck me that Vitality were 1 Dust 2, and that stands in the face of the stats for Big, who are so consistent on Dust 2, off the back of such an amazing round from Ziwu, and of course that 3v4 I think from Shox and Vera involved in that retake, and yeah, now we will get to see both maps, no matter what. Sorry, not no matter what, of course, it could be Vitality to 2-0 here. Bigger just looking strong, so my rose-colored glasses were on for a second, but yeah, this will be a very interesting series now, no matter what happens. So let's see if they can solve their issues on Nuke. It's going to be very light on utility. Where is Ziwu walking to? Is he going to smoke out Mini, or are they going to lead the charge down the ramp? Seems like the former.
Apex bested by Tabson again. Apex been alone on his outer plays. First contact has not gone successfully for Vitality. Will they get to vent? Keto hopes not. They're already kind of bunched up inside of the smoke. Tizian fire. Oh my god, he's running across their heads. He's giving chase. I think he just can't catch them. Ziwu's trying to come back now, knowing that he's scrambling down here in the tunnels with them. What an awkward position that was. And they've lost bomb in the process, of course, so no reason Vitality stop. 12 health left for Tizian.
How
they get him. 20 seconds.
How did they lose the bomb? I don't understand. They had it on their back in the 3v3, right?
Middle of the site, which means Masuda would have taken it to the site.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, maybe he wasn't meant to have it? Weird one, man. Tizian laughing off what transpired downstairs, and it comes to a very quick close. But yeah, 2 guys go down vent without bomb. Masuda dies in the open in the middle of everyone. Look at this. What you doing?
Well,
where are you going?
Where it was strange, because I was watching Ziwu's perspective, so maybe the protocol that Masuda heard was that they were trying to take upper, and then Ziwu made a last-minute decision to drop through the vent without telling anybody, just because he saw a window. So he might not have wanted the whole thing to go lower.
Yeah.
But we see that it could have.
And then RPK joined him.
Yeah.
RPK was actually the first man down. Ziwu was the second.
Well, if I see Masuda run one way and Ziwu run the other way, I'm going to follow Ziwu, unfortunately, most of the time. I think I'm not going to try to figure out what he's thinking. I'm probably just going to see... I'm probably just going to see if I can come along.
RPK was second.
Yeah. So I think just a bit of miscommunication. I don't think the goal necessarily was to win the round, so it's not that bad, of course. They're just hoping to try to get a bomb down if possible, and I think got a bit farther in the vent than they thought they would initially. So smoke down for the cross outside. Searson doing it all by himself. A couple of players here, and he goes so wide, but Shox actually beats the timing while crouched. So Searson will not know how far he is out here, and that is a great flash from Apex as they hunt down Searson. And op dropped behind enemy lines outside. I don't think it'll be recovered. The only reason they would want to get it probably is to throw it away. But they're still, I think, a bit concerned about dying outside. Now they do move back out into position. And what's the adjustment here from Big Klein? A true test of a team, of course, is to bring up this 4v5 percentage. And it all comes with adjustments.
I feel like I'm reassured by the fact that Apex is not alone outside again. Trying to solo work this. That frag could not have been any better. Xanteras will be picking shrapnel from his teeth for weeks.
And it hit him, so they heard that.
Good point.
It's a huge tactical advantage just to have hit him.
Real doozy.
So officially, Vitality's round to throw away. They got tag on Xanteras holding down the secret. They pushed him back. They've done damage. Plus they got an opening kill, and now they're wrapping into heaven with 5 alive. Unless Tabson can come back into this.
Yeah, he should have just seen the shadow. Yeah. 100% just saw the shadow. He knows they're up there, which is why Tizian takes a deeper position inside of Mini. Will find 1 kill, but now Shox drops as the bomb had already. Can Tabson find an angle onto RPK? Seems unlikely. Unless RPK gives it to him, gifts it to him. Apex is still outside alone, and if he peeks towards heaven right now, he can still find Tabson, but that's not gonna happen because he's focused over on the squeaky door. And he will get Xanteras first and foremost, but he's playing trigger discipline. He gets them both! Awesome play by Apex. Now Shox can adapt to that and just not expose himself to heaven, which could have been the corkscrew in this 1v2, and instead it falls flat. Apex, excellent 3-piece.
Leading by example and beautiful control. Patience.
Gifted a little bit on this timing, man.
Yeah. Looking for this 1 kill that wouldn't stop, and of course, yeah, he just makes the most of it. Kind of surprised he runs into Mini. Maybe Tabson can bring it back if he gets that trade, but we don't see that version of this reality. Instead, Vitality pick up the rounds off the back of a very heroic round from a few other players. It wasn't actually just Apex to get them set up and get the bomb down. And Searson, oh my god, he actually goes down again, opping before he can even take a shot. 1 bulleted by the AK. Zaiwu will follow up. Of course, I meant Ziwu. Spoke to Apex, he told me. In France, we don't say the names incorrectly. Keep saying Ziwu.
And how'd that make you feel?
Empowered.
Do you feel the power? Keto does, but not for very long. RPK trades that one back. 4 survivors for Vitality. Awkward economic spot. Let's see. Xanteras has more money than everybody else, but this is that catch that Apex starts the round with, finding Searson trying to get himself over towards Secret. Searson now the first casualty of the round, 2 rounds in a row. Xanteras drops Keto a deagle and keeps 1 for himself. Tizian has to buy 1 of his own. That's kind of rude. And a frag grenade added to the mix as well. Ooh, Tabson's got 1 too. Okay, 4 deagles, 1 P250. Again, rounds like this, when it's big, hanging on to these upgraded pistols, I'm nervous for Vitality. Just a little bit.
Yeah, we don't know what's going to happen here. A little bit of lurking. Oh, off the corner of that, but he was there to catch it. It's Tabson going down first. Searson, he's been stripped of this op 2 times in a row. Down now, just to the P250. He'll spot Shox. I don't know if Shox spotted him back, however. Oh, man. That's crazy. Even Masuda somehow.
If Xanteras just shoots?
How does he get this much info without getting spotted? The bomb gets dropped all the way down to the ground. However, the trade comes out.
All the way down. And then Shox finds Xanteras. Keto, headshot versus RPK. Doesn't get the second. Ziwu all over the place, man. 3 frags with the sniper. 3 rounds for Vitality.
Again, let's see what happens here, because I think one thing that's really interesting that's happening is Searson getting absolutely dismantled outside. It's not even that he's getting out-opt outside. He's getting out-defaulted almost. When he gets into position, Shox is already 1 step further. Apex literally killed him with an AK 1 shot. And it's Searson will always get his shot off, right? He is way too fast to ever miss timing or hit an emergency flick or have to hit one and commit and deliver. But now he's got to be a bit weird. And look at that.
Dude, Searson is getting bullied.
Yeah, he's getting straight bullied.
Absolutely bullied.
They're all by nice shots, mind you, but he is getting absolutely destroyed.
He's not even given a chance to find impact in these rounds. And I mean, could he have been further from where he had previously died? Xanteras already on this B site gets himself 3 kills to close.
That's why we named that spot after him. That's literally why that spot is called Xanteras.
Wow. Slips it in.
Monster.
Look at this. Just enjoy.
That's mad. Oh, he didn't even touch the ground.
And then this is obviously the round-winning play. So as awesome as Ziwoo's first op shot may be, Xanterez, great position, great commitment, kept it cool, kept it calm, and closed for a 6th. That's right, a 6th round to the favor of Big. 6-3 lead on this CT side. Weapons up yet again.
Apex. He finds an opening down into secret so quickly. I think he's actually safe. And I don't think they got info on him crossing.
Wow, blinded, doesn't matter.
We'll see.
Can he deliver a... Ooh. Nobody saw that.
Let's keep tabs on Apex. He's made so much progress down into lower. He's going to be able to clear out control room here and meet up with his teammates on the ramp. This is a beautiful information play.
So they just need to look forward towards Xanterez. And Apex catches the angle. Xanterez killed. He will find shocks and also did substantial damage to Apex. So Ziwoo is the only player left with 100 HP for Vitality. Everyone on a full bar for Big. But what direction do they use to get into this? They've got 1 man on ramp, 1 vents, double secret. And they've got Vitality repositioning towards the control window. RPK walking near Searson. He gets plucked up by that op. Now, all that's left of Vitality is here inside control room. And Apex decides to eject. He gets caught out by Keto. A 1 versus 4 attempt here from Ziwoo. Just shoulder peeking, baiting, buying time. Big Clan arrive with 3 members still standing and a 7th to the board.
One of those situations where you're doing your best to make the doing your best to make the best of a bad situation. Apex on this huge lurk, doesn't get spotted crossing outside, walking, no smoke. So they don't even suspect he's there. Don't gamble, rotate anyone downstairs. And he gets all the way to control room window, where normally if you're coming down the ramp, that's going to be the first place where people shoot you from. So that's a huge advantage if they have ramp control. That all looks good, but in the process, players getting picked off on their entry from ramp, and so it's just that man advantage became too overwhelming. Trades came out, and right now it feels like Zoo is really taking over the game, but of course you can't be asked to do that in a 1vx every single time. I think you needed a bit more space, keep that in like a 2v3, 1 more kill swings towards Vitality, then we can talk.
Apex drops down onto the roof of Mini. Searson retreats. He'll play the smidgen gap.
How was Searson that round?
How was Searson that round?
Did he have impact there? Yeah.
Well, he mollied himself off, got the 1 kill blind, mollied himself off, came back at it, caught 1 player trying to lurk base ramp.
Okay.
So he was instrumental to the retake.
Here we go.
You know, Vitality, it looked like they wanted more than control. They wanted control and base of ramp. So, multiple kills on the round. He did good. Apex going to fall off of Mini. Tizian definitely hears that. So Searson puts an end to it real quick. But he sees that close utility being thrown at him and decides to just retract back to his spawn.
You can see like there's like position 1 outside.
Easy kill.
Actually, yeah, credit card.
Smoke face. Catches a 2nd even. Masuda will find his 2nd kill of the half. But already 2 frags the other direction. RPK swings squeaky door. That's Vitality confirming both of their spots. And Masuda, well, how does he find a way back into this one? 15 seconds left over. He's going to have to die. He will take 1 player with him, but 7 HP and not a chance. An 8th round on the CT side for Big.
So just trying to say, we have, so this great podcast, DDK, Elish, just want to shout it out. You can go and listen to it. Elish talks about on bad days, you play your B or C game. On good days, you play your A game. But knowing where that is and where you are at is what makes you a pro player and a good one. One of the most consistent players, has all the authority to say that. Searson in this spot, dying outside on these aggressive picks. Moving back now to the CT spawn to go for a passive opening. Typically, if he was hot, he could play out in front, get his opening kill, fall back to that spot. But instead, plays a recidivist position all the way back in spawn to start things out. Gets 1 kill and then falls back to the forklift. Right? Not something he would do maybe if he was super hot. So just something to put a finger on and see how it actually works well for him.
Good flash timing. Tizian full white. Ziwu is able to get the Tech 9 kill. Masuda a second. Searson, well, he's going to have to do some heavy lifting. Oh, and he will. Xanteras actually, the double kill. Explosive from Vitality. I'll give them that much. Really cranking the tempo there in the 12th round. Finding both those players blind. But tabseN gets a multi-kill. Xanteras does the same. We look at the scoreboard here for Big Clan. It's k1to, tabseN, 12 kills apiece. Xanteras sitting pretty on 11. 12 kills apiece.
One thing I do love, of course, about Big, always on nukes, the rotations are great on CT side. Always there in time. Always know when to drop someone lower, even if they have low information. I think the absolute worst thing you can do is to not have somebody there most of the time. I mean, even if you have zero information, if you have Xanteras in his favorite spot, Xanteras, you can pretty much leave him alone. And if you're low on information outside, your setup can change elsewhere, but so many rounds end up lower. Probably way more than half, if I had to guess. Probably well above 50%, I want to say. So in that circumstance, you never want a situation where nobody's rotated just because you didn't have much info. So easy for the T's if they establish and nobody's pushed on the CT side to get in across completely blind to you and limit you from getting any of that information that you want so badly. So right now, Vitality looking to throw some smokes outside. Don't know if they're going to use them, but that's also the magic of these smokes is, right? It doesn't matter if you use them or not. It has the same psychological impact. But yeah, looking fully intent to walk out and across the yard.
It's now been 4 rounds in a row for Big, so 1 away from being on fire. As they were at the very start of this. 5-0, 5-3, 9-3.
Actually.
And Searson connects into Shocks.
There we go.
Big pickup. Down here in the tunnels, he actually fades away before pounding out a round. Molotov. Ooh. Even despite turning back the other direction, tabseN gets bested. Now there is a CT up in the rafters. That's going to be Tizian. k1to could be here to pull the tension, and Xanteras may well just do it all, but Ziwu puts a quick end to that. And he anticipates a peek on the left side of sight. Doesn't anticipate Tizian, who gets 2 kills and sets up k1to so perfect.
Yeah, hats off to k1to for that.
Oh, hell yeah.
Like, just like you're about to bring up, shoulder baiting to pull some attention away from him from getting hard cleared, making himself seem like the obvious target, and then falling back for a new way to duel after he gets involved in the fight. Just really wonderful stuff and teamwork from them. And it was actually quite cool to see how they pulled back out of lower, came back upstairs, and RPK was all the way back, waiting for tabseN to cross wide in garage. So some mind games going on here for Vitality to come back into it. But what they didn't know was that nobody from Big had actually rotated. One of their would have been one of their most successful attempts at taking lower control, except for, of course, Searson.
Xanteras to be tested on ramp. It's been a while since we've seen a little ramp action. Let's see what he can deliver. 1. And maybe done. Falls back. Searson comes into the play. 2 players already up close. Ziwu toying with it. Gonna cost him. And RPK answers back. But it's a 2 versus 4 situation, and bomb needs to be retrieved. tabseN tucked behind credit card. He's shuffling his feet. CT smoke falls down from heaven into hell, and RPK can't quite close it. Apex's turn to clutch, also caught by Xanteras. Awesome CT side coming alive here from Big. They've got 6 in a row, and they're gunning for a 7th for that sacred 12-3 half.
We've got that complexity aura right now where everybody's doing so well, it's hard to really know who to shine the spotlight on. Xanteras here from the ramp plays it to perfection. I mean, he has continued impact on the round without throwing his life away, trying to fight everybody coming at him right away, right? It's that kind of discipline that'll win you rounds here on the CT side. And it's cool. It's cool to see. You know, the best ramp player is the guy who can get 1 kill for free every single time, just knows when to leave. That's it.
He who doesn't die. I like this, man. Change of look. Searson getting hyper-aggressive, takes a shot to the face, and still delivers the kill. RPK delivers an opening closer to this A site. Vitality starting to work, but there's also answers back, including a frag onto the bomb carrier. RPK barely alive, and Apex, he's been spotted. Who the hell plays from there? tabseN, damn it. he's got himself the answer, and he's got himself 100 health. Compared to the other two players still kicking, RPK almost getting them all lined up, but nicely done. 12-3 from Big. Join us after the break to see their T side. Welcome back to the 12-3 half that Big Clan just posted after losing Dust 2. You know, he talked about Vitality coming into Nuke, it being one of their lowest win rate percentages for maps that they play. And I think Big made the absolute most of that, Launder.
Yeah, of course, we're seeing Vitality.
Try something.
They're trying something. And listen, it might not be their optimal map pick, but we know that if they're trying to prove something on Nuke, there's something that they've set at stake for themselves here to try their absolute hardest to show that their practice has actually paid off. Like, certainly they're not throwing this in to play it for fun, to not give things away. Instead, they're absolutely trying to strengthen a map that they play, that they just don't win often.
Well, we'll see if they can still get in a few reps before this one should be done.
Okay.
Oh man, Xantares, huh?
Yeah, it's like, all that being said, this is a good opponent, you know? This is some good practice right now. Big are absolutely hitting shots.
Yep, and there are no slouches on Nuke either. So, thing is, everybody for Big is hitting shots. You know, look at the scoreboard compared to that of Vitality, where Ziwu and RPK are at the top. The other three members of Vitality, near non-existent. I can understand some of the frustrations we've seen, but RPK, if he peeks that, yeah.
I think he might. Did he show? He might have shown.
He might have shown
shoulder.
because they moved instantly.
A little bit. Some arm hairs, maybe.
He's going to come back up to the squeaky door where Searson resides.
Well, they know he was searching down there, but he's already upstairs again.
It could be just easily 3 players walking down onto the B site for Big. Keto will kill Masuda. RPK got back behind second vent. Empty-handed on his death, but Shox, he's back behind them, and they're gonna close that door. Ziwu attempts his best to get out and into the fight, but now Shox, try as he might, is completely cut off from everything. I love the play there for Big. Send the bomb, double up in vent, and get that 13th round easy.
Yeah, lay down the guard. Yeah, just beautiful. No plant in this round, but yeah, it's the round one, and such a clean one. Really nicely done. All the trades were there. RPK struggled a bit. As a guy who's top fragging, actually, trying his best here for Vitality to get that 1 kill on Squeaky. And it's sad because rotationally, he did such a great thing, right? He actually, he doesn't know that he showed himself, but he went to get info, didn't see anything, and then made the correct play for himself to get out of there, get to a better spot, dedicated in the upstairs site.
Whoa, that's fast.
Oh, wow.
Keto instantly dropping down through the vents.
It's just a, you drop vent, now it's my vent.
Yep.
Now it's like, Keto's like, you deal with it. How are you going to deal with it?
Searson tries to jumping Mac 10 into Shox. 1 and done. Scout play from Apex. Goes down empty-handed. Damn, Xanteris is having a map, man. 20 kills, 6 deaths at the moment. Top of the scoreboard here on Nuke. Smokes off Decon, nobody peeks. Masuda's got the Mac 10 by double doors. And RPK's coming down to join him. 2 versus 3, and Xanteris' patience should be perfect. Or he gets caught actually falling off of the control panel. And because of that, things get a little awkward. Things get a little weird. He just saw the player on the back of the site. So now RP, oh my god, he doesn't even need the info because Masuda hits the headshot. Now it's all on Tizian, but they have to figure out where he is. And he fires off versus RPK. Masuda peeking into it, just barely getting the kill. A quarter of his health remains. He jumps on bomb, and there should be time. A 4th round for Vitality.
I was on a different perspective.
Should be time.
Oh, wait, yeah, that's super close. Turns green. And Masuda's eyes turn red. 4 kills, and that 1v2. Well, I just need to see the tap again because I was on the wrong perspective.
Dude, he had
don't have that shot.
Barely any bullets left.
Oof, yeah, frustrating one. But is it? Big 13-4.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're having a lot of fun. I think the worst thing about that was it affected Xanteris' KD.
My stats. Listen, no matter how much frustration we see out of Big, it's nothing compared to the whininess I've seen on some of these Vitality camps.
Like frustration?
Yeah, man. Yeah. Like you know, and I understand. You know, you just had a very flat first half. Kind of just couldn't break through the damn defense.
I mean, I like to see that just because, not like for the same reasons as you do, you don't want to see that for Vitality in order for them to do well. But I just like to see the emotion just because you're seeing them lose, but not totally deflate.
Yeah.
At least.
And not give up.
One step above that, yeah.
Not giving up is the most important part. You only truly lose when you stop believing in yourself.
What was that ninja quote? When you give up, that's when you lost twice? Someone?
Yeah.
Well.
What was that other ninja quote?
Go ahead.
I'll buy the bank that owns your house. Yeah. Apex double M4 kill. Falls out to Searson's Glock. There was just 2 Deagles in the play here for Big, so shouldn't be much left over. They know Xanteris is above him, and Ziwu's on cleanup control down on the secret stairs. Xanteris will try his damnedest, but Shox, he's got him. Dead to rights. A 5th round for Vitality, however, Big back with guns.
So many options. They can really taste the rainbow here. For Vitality, we'll see how they decide to call in this round. They know they've got some advantages, but they might know that also Searson's up on an op already. So that'll be the first thing that we want to see tested. They actually did a great job in the first half of disabling him. I think in all the rounds that they did, they were able to win 3 rounds in a row. They killed Searson first and won. And then after that, like Searson was at full strength and they couldn't stop him from getting better and better. So Apex plays here quite often. It's one of my favorite angles in the whole game, just waiting. We call this a liege, basically. He sits here, waits for the drop-off mini, can spot them crossing anywhere outside, has tons of space to work in and lots of lots of like strong angles to fight from, and a lot of the times people are not even looking in his direction. So wouldn't be surprised if he gets away with it once or twice. But again, he is known to be in the spot a lot.
Apex takes an awkward duel, loses out to Tabson.
He was almost encouraged, it seemed like, to peek that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we saw Tabson abusing that exact same position with a totem pole boost. So, you know, do to me what I've done to you, and you're going to lose both times.
Oh, sucks for Shocks.
Yeah, he has to fall off of the position, and Big Clan could have followed through, but in fact, they're going to redirect towards lobby. Keto could catch Masuda easily, but he also just slips back into secret for a moment, comes back into it, and loses his head. Does substantial damage, but with Tabson's follow-up frag, it's just not nearly enough anywhere for Vitality. Shox is going to go ahead and flank lobby with 3 players in position, but they're just around the corner, so he kills the guy in hut first and foremost, then the lineup for RPK. Shox gives chase. They could have just ejected down the vents. Instead, he seeks the save.
This movement to get out of there. Not going to be an easy save. Shot up the ladder so loudly. Like the play that Shox made, actually. 4v5. It sucks that nobody else got a kill. That would have made things more interesting, but when he dropped down the vent after taking a lot of damage, shot the control window out, and then just walked back up ramp immediately and said, here's the risk I'm going to take. If they're not going to follow me down and they heard me break this window, then maybe I can get an advantage back, and actually comes through with a perfect flank into lobby. So a play that could have added tons of value there, but nobody else could actually get the kills. And I see what you're saying. They're just...
Dude, it's just...
Don't touch your face. First of all.
Yeah. You know, you can be upset, but don't be annoying with it. You know, that's the kind of stuff that starts, I feel like, leaking into your team.
That's also the problem, though, that it just sucks when you're alone, is because you're like less likely to do that in front of people.
Right, yes.
There's less accountability, right?
Man.
And that's why teams are thriving more like in a, you know, LAN environment. But this is also a true test of your own discipline and emotions.
Oh, I love that point, Mohan.
And you have to be able to do it at all times. This is your job, the situation we're all in.
Yeah, when there's a physical element to playing with your teammates, it is harder to do exactly what we're seeing. And at the same time, it's got to be frustrating. You know, you're like that. If I'm Tizian, now Tizian's allowed to be pissed.
He's allowed to touch his face a bit, yeah.
Holy. You know, I understand. And again, I'd rather see that than just complete and total flat, no emotion, meaningless type loss. So, I don't want to rag on it too much. But I have. So I'll stop. Let's see if Shox can deliver. He gets himself the first one. They're going to start shooting through the floorboards. And he does a good enough job of doing damage. RPK, little jiggle peek. Clears up 2. Searson, though, he's got 2 frags to his name. Looking for the 1v2 clutch. And he hears the footsteps behind him, but can't do much. Vitality take a 6. They are still trailing by 8. But a CT side that is not going down without a fight.
It's actually not all that bad. Just a really nuts shot. I mean, it's not as if that is an angle, right? Like, the angle doesn't really exist. But from his perspective, it looks like Zhu hard clears him, but actually he's just kind of Julianing up the angle, picking a few different small peaks, trying to suss him out in that position. And the T's will take a timeout to chill out. And, you know, they look pretty calm. I feel like we don't see rapid fire calling from Tabson in these moments.
Yeah.
You see like a discussion a bit more on Big.
It's like he needs the timeout.
Yeah.
You know, if they didn't take one, there's no way he gets his idea out.
They take a timeout like it's a minute. Like they relax a bit. I like the approach.
Cool.
I feel like, yeah, Toby needs a whole map for a timeout sometimes. He takes on everyone's stress so they can all relax.
Yeah. Toby stresses me out.
Yeah.
I like having
he's like, I feel like he's one of the guys though. You're gonna like interview him and then suddenly you just don't see any of that.
Yeah.
You see like the nicest, like
it's just this is
guy.
I mean this is business time, you know?
Exactly, yeah.
He's on the clock.
Right.
He's in the server. All right, time for your feelings. Ooh, Searson on a scout. Searson on the scout. Make a good album title. Ziwu and Apex with a kill apiece here, just dismantling the pistols. Searson hasn't actually found any contact, So he can't do too much. tabseN's Glock's been spotted. Masuda's gonna give chase. But he is just trying to bait them into that scout player, of course. However, now the scout's the last man standing. And soon enough, his knees will be taken out from underneath him. Ziwu from the blue box gives Vitality their 7th. We're starting to see Vitality piece something together, but don't forget, even with this recent success, half of the round count of Big and 2 rounds away from losing Nuke. Deagle's back in action. Glocks and utilities sprinkled around them.
We're gonna see again, yeah. Just his favorite position to be in, and he's had some good success. Put up a great performance over on Dust 2 with some of his entry rounds, some of the rounds that they called. And yeah, you can see it all fall apart here on an eco round even. They've got the nades to go down outside, and a couple of the stronger players on the server who have Deagles. And some CTs who are pushed up looking for a fight.
Shocks.
Oh my god, yeah.
4 players go by. He turns his attention. 1, 2, 3.
Why'd you have to say it like
4.
that? Okay.
No,
Can't count.
Yeah.
Oh wow, he actually does get him.
And Tizian's just falling out of the vent. Just not much meant to be in that one. Good job by Shocks there. Playing it in the smoke. They never saw it coming.
Round 23. Before our eyes, Ziwu upgrades to the op. Oh, well, he calls it perfectly, right? Because if they walk across, or they don't walk across, and they're sitting there waiting in the default, which some people do, he gets caught with his pants down. But he reads the situation well, sees that they might likely cross him, and just talking about with Maniac in the green room, and Shock's is the kind of player who takes these risks, but they're not the kind of risks you can teach someone to take, and that's why I think he's going to be such a hard player to replace. And these are the positions where, Naveras, Masuda, they're not going to be quite as comfortable, you'd assume. Now, Shocks does lose his duel outside, gets some good damage off, but nature of the beast right now, with the way that people are playing CT Nuke, he's absolutely doing something normal outside, and could have gotten a kill and done some extra damage. That's his prime optimal goal.
We're going to absolutely make the most of the 5v4. Going into the full execute. Little molly over towards Secret, so that maybe tabseN. I don't know.
Let's get him in the game. Some tabseNs.
tabseN can work in through Mini, but instead he actually flirts back. Apex throws down the smoke grenade just in time. Keto's gonna run right through that. Apex trying to dodge flashbangs, picks up a second, and that's enough to convince Big to redirect here. Apex does enough. Can Vitality hang on? 25 seconds remain. RPK, he's about to peek into the squeaky, does substantial damage. Ziwu up in heaven, covering vent, gets opped by CSGO, and we now have Big back with an edge, but Apex has slipped through lobby, caught by tabseN. Masuda completely burned out of the play, never even has a damn chance. Apex tried to corral them back into a controlled state of affairs, but everybody else from Vitality goes down empty-handed.
Yeah. The upstairs hit, everyone gets a trade basically, no duels lost. CSGO, nice pick into heaven, just straight over the hut. Beautiful stuff. And even after that, with the damage dealt, Apex, you'd think he could call it a day, clock out. But he actually goes for the flank into hut as well. And that should have just been icing on the cake if someone just got a trade upstairs. Anyone. But no one did. And then he gets an unlucky timing, even though he was very fast on the flank. But Big pick up a 15th. And at this point, you have a half as bad as the first half. You're asking for this kind of thing to happen. You've got to broaden the bandwidth for variance by having a good half, because it's Counter-Strike. You're going to lose situations like this. It'll happen. If you're overall the better team, you should win. But if you have a half where you only get 3 rounds, you're destined for the other team to trip over the finish line, barring some miraculous, unprecedented comeback.
Double op setup to try and stop the first of 7 map points. Xantera's wasting 0 time getting in through Mini. Apex now knows that Outdoors is compromised, but as he runs forward, he catches the back of tabseN. Another player crossing into Garage goes down. Apex, excellent double kill. And a 5v2 to close. Minute 20. Keto peeks out from Garage, catches Apex back with a frag, and doesn't lose any HP, so decent start to an unlikely 2 versus 5 round win. Ooh, now he's got the AWP in hand, pounding some shots into the walls of hell, but again, 0 damage. Now only 1 minute left.
Surely not on a round like this.
You'd think not, but again, the maps they picked up versus Complexity earlier today were exactly rounds like this.
That's true.
And if history repeats itself, as we've been led to believe.
But surely, Connor, Apex has just had so much impact round after round, win or lose. You'd think eventually it's just going to be win after win. They're not going to be able to catch a lucky timing and find a frag in a position where they shouldn't get one and pull back around from a 2-on-4 situation.
You don't think so? Not with 15 seconds left, I don't think so. A lot to lose here as they try to challenge the top of heaven. So yeah, they're gonna have to just concede as they fall back into the CT spawn. Shocks, ooh-wee! Gets the first one, not the second. Tizian, he will escape.
They actually, I guess they got the op on Ziwu at least. Keto says HP in chat. They want to know. Keto says, never mind.
I never wanted to know.
And here is, here's the round from Apex. And again, I think it's the 3rd round in a row. He's just had such good and big success either outside. You think he's sandwiched in that ramp round, and on either side of it, a great outside performance from Apex.
This is nice. I do enjoy the fact that Vitality are giving enough of a CT side to talk about, right? 6 more to go.
I'm really proud that we didn't talk about how important the pistol round was and how unlikely this comeback is. We just kind of let it ride, and now we're at the point where it's actually reasonable territory.
Yeah, the souffle's halfway cooked. Don't worry.
It's inflating.
Odds are it still pops.
It still pop.
But maybe it'll just rise to perfection. Round like this, should see it keep inflating. Double digits for Vitality at least, by the looks of things. 3 Deagles and an AWP. I love that from tabseN.
Oh, man.
Okay, we need to see how far Apex just slipped down in his chair. Because if we've seen him disappointed, that one has to hurt.
Yeah.
My bet is his back touches the seat of the chair.
Okay.
That's how far down he's going.
I think we can almost see the Vitality logo.
He's going to look like a corpse.
On the chair. I'm not sure if we can get it, but...
Yeah, production's got these things in the bag.
Okay. There's the opening. And Apex dying, holding on the other side. But the trade comes through.
And nobody else runs down.
And... Oh. No. Okay, he's okay. I guess because the trade was so quick.
He's reformed.
All right. Yeah, and also they can smell it, they can taste it, they can sense it, they can feel it.
When it's 12-3, you're allowed to
They're friends again.
Yeah. 12-3, you're allowed to be...
I'm awake now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
once
it felt like...
Once it's 15-10, and like you said, fast trade frag. It's like, okay, I don't cry this time. I'm going to stand up because you are right. There are only 5 more rounds to go, and we've got Big back in pistols. Now, this is not Dust 2, where those pistols look deadly. This is Nuke, where they've tried a couple of times and not really found too much success. They've got the utility to go with this, so I expect there to be structure and form to this attempt to close here. The 26th round, theirs for the taking. 2 map points denied by Vitality in a row. 5 to go. Tizian off at the side of the flash, moves past smoke, RPK, easy pickup, but now he's blind and burned into the open. It's Keto with the 2K. Apex back from Mini, Keto's got a 3rd. And can he do it all? Ziwu dropping searsoN. Keto, he's got 3 kills, a Deagle, armor, and a bomb on his back. A B-site plant for the taking. 23 kills, 17 deaths. Top of the scoreboard for Big Clan. And now Oh, he is robbed of his chance to close. Shox comes out from ramp to put an end to his shenanigans. An 11th for Vitality.
And rocked by a great flash. You know, Shox left it not up to question at all to the better players to go up against. Great round, though, from Keto. The kills that he put together. Look at this frag show.
Really, really nice try.
Yeah.
Where's his third one? Oh.
Or as Pimp would say, really, really, really nice try. Yeah. That's a classic. Okay. Infamous scoreline for us North Americans, 15-11. You've seen this happen before, Connor.
Yes, I have.
Different circumstances, different teams, different continent, but it's happened.
Never forget. Ooh, ZywOo opens up. Oh my god, he's got a second.
I mean, they can not flash him and keep peeking. Try.
Taps
not going to get
answers.
any easier. Oh my god! Oh!
ZywOo, 23rd frag on the scoreboard. Tizian's trying to get himself an exit onto ramp, but Shox is going to close that one down. And Xanterra's now with everything to do.
That one was icy.
Nice. More of that.
A deflated Xanterra moseys across the outside yard, only to get decimated by ZywOo. And he has no trouble doing it either. Only that third kill was a tiny bit tricky because he actually read the angle and then fell off of it for a second. But look at this open lines of sight, credit card swipe, second kill done, third flick back. Watch me whip, says ZywOo.
Watch me nay-nay.
As he puts together the 4-piece. 3 rounds the difference. Round 28 now.
Yeah, buddy. Speaking of Ninja.
Is that Ninja?
Yeah. Oh man, it's a fast door pop. Tizian coming sprinting into the site. Doesn't catch Masuda up on Hut, who will kill him as ZywOo finds another impactful op frag.
Impossible? Yes. Impactful? Yes.
I'm gonna kill you. Shox is gonna kill them. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
He's not making that up, folks. He is French.
2 more to go. Dude, this was 7. 7.
It's a new game now. It's a new game.
Map points.
It's just
only 2 to go.
Crazy to see these CT sides coming up so big. And coming up so Vitality.
But now it's like this is when you get your hopes up and then it falls flat. And that's why I'm not letting my guard down.
There's no such thing. There's no jinxes. No curses.
But
okay?
ZywOo.
Not with ZywOo in the server.
Nope. He's going to go ahead and try and take that outer peak perhaps. Comes at it from a different angle. Taps in. Throwing utility out from behind smoke. Does actually a really good job of getting them away from lobby. And he kills Apex. Shox. He's going to have to find impact here. And if they spam through that smoke, he could be dead. Frag grenade chucked out. Minimal damage. ZywOo catching Tabson outside leaves everything on Big's ramp hit. They walk into Shox, who shuts down the first and second. Not quite the third. Not this time around. It's a little trickier when Big have guns. But does Keto have a treat for us in the 1v4?
Okay.
He gets the first kill easy. How about the rest?
Yeah. Let's set this up. We've got Keto lots of time, honestly. Full set of utility. He can walk down lower. Going to wait for a mistake here. But what's the mistake that could be made? ZywOo is floating, so he's going to leave the ramp. And Masuda's down lower. This is going to be Keto's first point of attack, but I don't think Masuda is going to pull guard. But at the same time, I don't think he's going to overextend. He'll probably be hugging this wall for as long as we can imagine. Wait for that opportunity to swing open the control doors and take Keto out. But it looks like Keto's turning his attention. Oh my god. That's an opportunity.
Executes the first. Player down beneath will close it though. RPK shooting him through his feet. Gives Vitality their 14th. And 1 round left. This is not going to be a goodbye. Not by any stretch of the imagination. Before we get into the economy of the 30th round, enjoy this, man. ZywOo 2K outside. Has he ever turned this CT side around? These 7 rounds in a row feels like it's been a ZywOo highlight reel outdoors.
It's like a reality TV show where he's coming to give your team a makeover to show you how to play CS well for free.
Oh my goodness, they're going to go for the squeaky pop. Molotov meets them.
They're going to re-exec, aren't they?
Keto puts the smoke out. That's going to throw one player over towards the vent. He does get downstairs. And a re-aggression. Apex, he didn't catch that man. Shocks, if he re-peeks, he's going to get a face full of lead. Tabson burning on the scout. Remember, lesser weapons and minimal utilities. Apex getting into position, finding the first frag. That's a 5v4, but his back is turned to Tizian, who he lost track of down in the vents. They're able to get bomb back, moving it over to the depths of the site. They will ensure their plant. Retake is on. Tons of utility for Vitality. They've got lobby control, which means ramp control. Shox is over here towards control room. But Searson's already inside it. Watching the stairs, he looks away and still gets back into control of it. Xantares is gonna play close, and this could be, should be, big shutting it down. So many rounds in a row, but the final hurdle is where they seem to trip, unless Masuda swings big, but he falls. Searson with the AK headshot, 16-14. Both these teams exchanging map picks and leading us into Inferno, the very best of map 3s. Ladies and gentlemen, join us after the break for the final map of Group 2.
That was nearly the comeback that Vitality needed, but big, they managed to do it. They managed to stand up, and it was actually looking like it was big all the way. Vitality looked lost on Nuke in the early parts of that day, and they needed to wake up.
It could have been a big win. It could have been one of those wins where you said to yourself, all right, Vitality, you never had a chance. Considerations, I think Vitality did fine fighting back. They made a couple of mistakes. Some of the players turned up. Saivu in particular, I think he had a fantastic game. He went 8 for 10 in opening duels. He had 8 multi-kills. We saw some of the AWP action. Saivu, as Maniac said in the other segment, is just a player who only gets important frags, and he was a big part of the reason for why they were able to fight back. But I think it's a fair result. I think Big overall were the better team.
And the way I look at that Ziwu thing is he lights the fire to get it going, then everyone else starts being able to bring it back too.
Yeah, and he really put his best effort here to give time to Vitality to wake up. Unfortunately, they paid the price of a poor T side. We started the segment questioning Big's defense. We said they were struggling versus Faze, but this time around, the defense was too strong, even though the man on the screen did the best he could. Again, you look, it's creating space, creating opportunities for Vitality, but it was just not enough. It was just not enough. The defense from Big was too strong. The first line was always good for 2. Xantares, when he was defending the B-bomb side, was absolutely stellar. When he was playing on the platform, always a pain in the butt. Then you have Tapson outside, making a lot of plays with the M4. Even Keto, a man that we mentioned, can be silent, topping the stats for 25. So everything was looking great. And as Jacob said, Vitality did not have enough jokers on the second half. They lost a couple of rounds that they shouldn't have, and that was enough.
And you said about it, right? Like, you look at one of these games and you think, okay, there might be a chance for him because of how it worked out for Big going up against FaZe Clan. But you've got to say, this Big is very different from anything we saw throughout the rest of the tournament. This is the Big we expected to see very early on.
It was looking very good. All the players chimed in. Keto in particular as well had a great game. We don't often talk about him. He's more like the, let's call him the supportive element of the Big lineup. And this game, he was doing a fantastic job. There was moments in this game, where you thought to yourself that, okay, Big Clan, you have built up a big lead, and had they not, I think Vitality would have fought back. The problem for Vitality in this one was, as Maniac said, they didn't give themselves a chance after that poor first half. There was a couple of rounds, especially on the CT side. I think we can play one of them right here, where they just didn't capitalize. Apex starting off right here. I'm not sure if that smoke was on purpose, but he gets 2 kills. 1, 2. The rest of the Big squad is now falling back, and that is exactly what you want. And then RPK Maniac makes the mistake.
Yes, Vitality absolutely in control. 25 seconds, 4 versus 3, and IPK, you're gonna see, gets curious just a little bit, gets dropped, which means Saiwu cannot protect him. He's holding the line, but Cersei is gonna destroy him again. Apex coming in from the back, could find a possibility, but Tapson is gonna be on the lookout on the left-hand side from the bomb side. Just quick peek, and there you have it. This round, you look at the scoreline, it's 14-8. That could have been the way back for Vitality. They were in a 4 versus 3 with 28 seconds left, and they had everything lined up. That mistake here, it cost them the comeback.
Well, that comeback wasn't possible, and you got to say, though, for Big right now, it was looking like it could have been monstrous. And I think for them, they'll be sat there looking pretty going into this next month. They'll sit there with a great mentality, because I'm going to keep coming back to this on the comms. Out of all the teams we've listened to, Big have the best comms out of everyone.
Oh, you'd say so?
100%.
Okay, well, I haven't been listening into Big, but I would challenge you with OG's comms. They're probably both, equally good then. I think Big right now are feeling comfortable, as you're saying, right? Because every game we see them play, they get better. Every time we see them join the server, they get better. From the beginning of day one to where they are right now, Big is a complete new lineup. So sure, Tapson talked about them being a little bit out of focus, maybe, having not had enough time to practice. Would have liked to fix some of their mistakes, or at least go over some of the demos. But right now, right here, Big is playing some of the Counter-Strike we saw a couple of months ago that made them one of the best teams in the world. So if they can continue with that against the Vitality, as Maniac pointed out, who makes a couple of mistakes, there's definitely a possibility for Big to make the surprise and actually win this game.
Well, we've got a short word coming in from Shox, so let's hear from him.
Can you give us sort of any hints of what the other one might be? Might we see it appearing in this series tonight?
The hint I can give you is the other map, Nivera is replacing me. And I believe, I'm not sure, but there is a lot of changes that you will see tonight.
So, does that mean Inferno? Is that what you're going to see? And I'm going to start with you, Maniac. Would you be happy to see Shox be replaced on Inferno, given the scale of this match?
Well, you either ask the French fan that I am, which really want to see Vitality win, and considering Shox was having a great game on Nuke, but there we have it. The substitution is coming in. I respect the move. I'm going to go to the end of the logic. I respect the move. If you're Vitality and you really want to assume the fact that you're going to do substitution based on maps, then you do it regardless of the situation. They have proven that to us, that they will do it throughout the tournament. Now Shox will be out. He was playing a very great map. He had a rough start.
Tournament.
Yeah, overall, obviously, a great tournament, right? But he had a rough start on Nuke, but he fought back. And now, I don't think it's easy for me to quantify how much work and how much impact Shox has on the server. It's gigantic. The decisions he makes, the mid-round calls he does, the understanding of the game he has. I'm not saying Nivera will do a poor job. No, I think Nivera will probably be, every time he's been on the server, he's kind of convinced us that he was doing great. But replacing Shox, that is not easy.
Let's put it into context. Had this been a major final, it wouldn't have happened, right? Vitality is doing this because they're, allowing themselves to experiment a little bit. So pulling out Shox of a game where he just had the highest ADR on the entire server, where he was one of the driving forces of even getting Vitality back. From an objective point of view, may not be the smartest thing, but as Maniac said, I respect Vitality for sticking with their decision. It's something they've been pre-planning coming into this game. So the fact that they're doing it regardless of the result, regardless of how well Shox is playing, is admirable. But let's be honest, had this been a major final, it probably wouldn't have happened. So they are taking this a little bit lightly.
Well, we've got Freya who's been touching him with all the players, and you've got some more magic for us. So what do you got for us this time?
I do indeed. I was so excited when we heard that from Shox earlier. I wondered whether it would come out, what map it would be. And of course, it is going to be Inferno, as we just saw on our screens. Nivera is going to be stepping in to fill some quite big shoes in with Shox. But I did get to chat with Nivera about it earlier as well. He wouldn't give away exactly what map it was going to be, but he's been saying he's been spending a lot of one-on-one time with Shox. I know we were talking about earlier, we saw them back at the EURMR. Nivera was sitting behind some of the players, getting to know them, getting to know their play styles as well. But he's also been in the map as well with Shox, been spending some one-on-one time, getting to really understand the role, getting a little bit of practice in. And you're totally correct, Pimp. I also spoke to Shox earlier, and he was saying this is going to be a bit of a testing ground. But James, I am so excited to see what Nivera is going to be bringing. I think it's going to be a test for him, but he's totally up for it. He said, I'm ready to be that flexible player taking on multiple roles. So let's see what Nivera can bring.
Thank you very much, Freya. And yes, Nivera delivered on Dust 2. Now we get to see it on Inferno. I'm just going to say one thing, because Twitch chat, Reddit, HLTV forums, they all go a bit mad, and they really think like we have insider information on this. Literally, we have no idea.
We don't.
Because we can't know in between the maps. It has to be hidden, so the other team doesn't know as well. So it is a legit surprise for us.
There is an element that we need to mention, right? It's the role that Shox has on CT side and how on A, specifically for Inferno, he would dictate the defense. He would organize what's happening. Do I think Nivera can do it right now? I don't think so. I would really doubt the fact that Nivera is able to take control of what's happening. So someone else is going to have to step in. Someone else is going to have to take the responsibility to organize what's happening. Because on B, it's going to be RPK and Apex. They know what they're doing. Zywoo is going to do Zywoo thing. That's no problem. You cannot. You don't need to manage him. But then you have Misuta and Nivera together, the two rookies, and someone need to take the responsibility.
Yeah.
Someone need to organize the chaos.
And one thing on this, Jacob, right, is not just like you said about major final, but luckily, they're already qualified, right? It comes to the global finals. But yes, they've already made it all the way to the final here for full. But it's still a lot of money they're giving up if they don't take the win as well.
Yeah, winner right here takes $25,000, and you can do a lot with $25,000, James. You of all people know that, right?
Oh, yes.
Of all people. The thing for me here, right, is that Apex right now as well, the fact that he's, I wouldn't say he's struggling, right, but he's been having a rough time so far in the entire tournament. To ask him now, to focus even more on Nivera is going to be a bit of a problem for him. Individually, he's not having the best tournament, so now he also has to change focus from not only leading the team, but also micromanaging Nivera and making sure he feels comfortable. So that's potentially going to take away even more focus from Apex as well. So that will be a big test for him as an individual. I will say though, as we spoke about already, respect for Vitality for trying, respect for them, going all the way. Astralis were talking about it, Vitality, they're doing it.
Vitality really are doing it, but are they going to be able to do it on Inferno? We've seen Nivera on Dust 2. This will be the first ever time seeing him on Inferno for Vitality in a final matchup between Big. We'll be back after the break with Scrawny and Launders, and you won't want to miss this debut on Inferno from Nivera.
is Navera a one-trick pony? We've seen him on Dust 2, never seen him on Inferno. It's time for him to shine within this 6-man roster. Out with Shox, in with Navera. Betway odds, of course, still to the favor of Vitality, as they have been since the start of this series. But they're pulled back a little bit after Big had such an awesome first half of the second map. I really thought that we were going to Inferno about 30 minutes ago. But Vitality had a little fight left in them, Launders. Now that we get to this third and decider map, this final map of Group 2, what are your expectations?
Well, this is Navera just double checking his second best map by rating. So there's something there. Shox, I'm kind of surprised. I'm with Maniac. I just don't see. He's just playing so well. Here's the thing: it's pre-planned, right? So you can't hurt anyone's feelings. This is the map that we're subbing you out on. So it doesn't really matter how you're playing. Oh, you had 70 ADR, but you had a clutch round here, and you felt you're playing good. None of that matters. It's just pre-planned. But what that means is that when Shox is playing so well like he just was, he doesn't get the chance to play on Inferno when he probably would have been good. So Navera, I think he's going to think about that, but at the same time, they prepped specific things to help them, you know, make up this map and maybe reach new heights. So we'll see. A testing ground.
Keto, he's still back by Alt Apex.
He's been
Predator. Just slaps Tabson back on his attempt. Navera will get the duel inside of the apartments. Remember, the bomb's been thrown out on A lane. There's like 17 players inside of the pit. So really, even with Navera dying here, how the hell do Searson and Keto get this bomb back? Look at this, man. It's a
have to make a deal with the devil to get this bomb back.
You say a deal with the devil?
Yeah, they'll have to.
My goodness.
They'll have to do something. I mean, they'll have to.
It is Halloween after all.
Yeah. They'll have to bend the finger on the monkey paw or whatever it is.
Ooh, there's one.
Cursed deal.
CT's giving him 1v1s, man.
Okay.
You got nothing to lose here, Searson and Keto. And
Don't make it seem like they're going to win this, Connor. Oh, my God.
No, okay. No way. Okay. Keto will keep trying here, but he's got 20 seconds to die. They all decide to charge. Oh, my goodness. Uziwu gives him a chance, and Keto now just one headshot away. Apex tries to charge it. The gun goes dry. 9 shots left. 10 seconds on the clock. Keto goes upwards. 8 seconds left, and he gets it. The last bullet nearly. 3 kills when he had no business winning. Don't make it sound like he's going to win it, Connor. What is that?
I don't even know what that is. They actually triple peeked, and then they waved the French flag as soon as someone died.
What?
They didn't commit with 3 people. What is the point? Okay, you know what's so funny about that? That is something Shox would call. But he's not even. That is something he would call. It's not even a bad thing to do. But maybe if Shox was there, they would have committed. Why didn't they just commit when he was in the open? That would be the whole point, is going 1 for 1.
And then it was the player on the left. It was Apex that looked like he was sticking around for too long, but then he finally fell back, and then everyone comes back out from the pit. Dude.
You don't need to shoulder peek when you have 3 people facing down. It's a unique situation. Everyone goes back to their Counter-Strike habits, or their mechanical habits, like, oh, he's trying to shoot me, but he won't kill me. It's not about that. It's about the 3 players. As Shox would say, the 3 fingers on one hand. Now the 6 players on one hand.
Yeah.
We've got to make an amendment to one of his famous speeches in Counter-Strike.
He's going to have to work on his analogies now.
The 6 fingers on one hand.
You know, if it's a 6-fingered hand, where's that 6th finger go?
Yeah, I mean,
can only make a fist with 5. A thumbs up,
that's
perhaps.
true. I mean, it could be a keyboard hand and then.
But you know what?
Advantage.
There is a very real chance that Vitality could still close this. They are completely forfeiting the A site, so I suddenly feel less convinced of the possibility. But double FAMAS, double Deagle. I'm still just a little mad about that pistol round.
You should be. I mean, that was really not. I mean, they're going to be more mad than you, so if that makes you feel better.
Met by a smoke on Library side, met by a Molotov outside Boiler. Team Vitality's best efforts won't net them a round win. It's not that they didn't have the kills. It's not that they don't have the belief in themselves, but it's that bomb plant and the utility in the post that really makes the difference. Big Clan winning it. That's the 2-0 start to the T side. And taps and dies to bomb.
Really interesting for all of this to happen again. Like with the substitution coming in on Inferno, map we might not have even seen, plus it being with a player who just played well. And of course, you know, I think they do have the right approach when it comes to, you know, doing it on certain maps as opposed to on how they feel or performance or whatever. So they can drill things, prepare things, everything like that. And it seems like overall it's really cool from what we've seen on Dust 2. And as we get more of a sample size, we'll get to see like if the impact is really there and how comfortable everybody is, and you know, all the emotions that are in check. Right now it's such a shock because it's just not something that we're accustomed to seeing, but it's really awesome to witness it. And I feel like Vitality are actually approaching it in a way that might make other teams want to try it. But great here, opening round for Big Clan. They get the double kill. Both hats off to Keto, and he wants the full-on hat trick, but the third player ends up falling back. Do you see that trick?
Dude, he threw the pistol and it's on top of the wall.
I think he dropped his gun and then it bumped up. Yeah.
Look at the Glock.
That was insane.
Look at the Glock.
No, that was like Tony Hawk's.
Wow.
That was wild. I mean,
that's a highlight.
It did feel like we were in the upside down for 1 second.
Oh man. You know, I don't want to look away because I don't know if that'll ever happen again.
Probably will never happen again.
Well,
we do play Counter-Strike in a sandbox. I mean, I've got 8,000 hours. How many 1,000 hours do you have?
Just broke through 6K.
Right. So I've never seen that before.
Still not a Howling Alpha.
Still not a Howling Alpha. You have been trying to get me on the Danger Zone train.
Yeah.
Apparently it's really good now.
Danger Zone is actually okay. So
go ahead,
Danger Zone,
pitch him while we still
listen up. Listen up. If you guys have played, if you haven't played Danger Zone since it was released, then you've made a vital mistake. Because when the game came out, everybody thought it was a BR. And it is technically a battle royale. But what it actually is, what you should play it as, is a sandbox Counter-Strike experience, okay? The key to Danger Zone is the mobility package. Inside of the mobility package, you have exo jump, bump mines, parachute. Parachute, you don't need it, only for the noobs. The exo jump is what allows you to have an additional thruster to your normal jumps, okay? If you like B-hops, if you like movement in Counter-Strike, then you need to play Danger Zone. You have to go to Rushly123456 on Twitter, go digging through his media, and watch this guy's clips, okay? And then also watch this on your screens. How does he do it?
I don't even know.
That's like a bottle flip in CS.
Right.
Way cooler.
Way cooler, though.
Anyways, we're gonna listen. By the time that this Blast season is done, I will have converted more players to the religion that is Danger Zone. It's the most fun game mode in Counter-Strike.
I thought it was a meme, but yeah, you guys actually were talking about it in the green room. Like discussing strats and stuff, like it's actually a serious thing. Okay, now we're into this round. Masuda's getting chased down by the MAC-10, but he stays alive. The Molotov lands at his feet. At mid, they'll smoke this off so that Navera can continue to op. Let's see how he adjusts here. Again, second best map for him. It's not going to be hard. And you know what? In terms of rotations, I feel like one of the easier maps for him to come in on. If this was subbing Shocks out on Nuke, I'd be like, man, I don't know.
Yeah, because when we saw Nuke in the map pool tonight, you did kind of mention that. You're like, dude, do you think it's going to happen there? But he just plays too integral of a role. You know,
like pushing outside, playing ramp some rounds. But like him and Apex literally switch from ramping outside. It's like, how are you going to do that?
If you want to drip feed Navira experience, then you've definitely got to do it on a map like Dust 2 and then Inferno. I love this. We'll see if it pays out. So far, Big Clan 3-0, 5v4. Apex going to try and catch Keto, but both players blinded. Apex regains vision and denies the bomb carrier. Santeres, though. 4 players for Vitality on low HP, and he connects the spray into the head of Apex. Instantly starts sprinting over, but Ziwu waiting for the frag. Bomb thrown back down to the dirt. Tizian on the other side of the map. Sure enough, 20 seconds on the clock to clutch. And there is still one man lingering longer for Vitality on this A site, which I think Tizian now realizes he has to concede. We've got Vitality on the board 4 rounds deep.
At this point, Maniac is yelling in the green room about Vitality bleeding economy. He's not even concerned about the round win. He's talking about why are they losing here? Why are they dying here when they don't need to? Why do you let Zintaris hit that? That's his main concern. But on the positive side, they get the op, they keep it. Cool to see Navera pull himself out of the A site, just make a read for himself, move into a new position. These are the kinds of things I look for because, again, you could quietly sub in, you know, a new kid in the class, sit in the back of the class, listen, be there.
Yeah.
Call, you know, your name's called for attendance. Navera, yes, present, but not actually move anything forward, right? And then slowly lose the rounds, lose the game, and then get washed out. And then honestly, that was kind of what it felt like with Masuda at first, who has now come into his own.
Yep.
That's what it felt like with BMAS at first, who now is finding himself on Faze. And that's what it felt like with Kirby at first on Faze, who's now finding himself in a huge way on Faze. But with Navera, it feels like the practice has really paid off a lot, and he does seem to trust himself quite a bit. First map into the game, he top frags.
Well, and that's what I like. I like the fact that they added him to the roster, and then we saw him during the EU RMR event just recently, keeping an eye on the players, sitting behind them and just watching. And imagine how freaking hungry that makes you to jump into the server. And then you finally get drip fed into Dust 2. Now you're on Inferno with a chance to further prove yourself. Finally get a chance to apply what you've been learning and waiting to actually weaponize. If he can be a crucial piece to this third map victory for Vitality, you know, his team will not forget. He's going to have the smoke fade in his face, but he has the smoke in his hand. tabseN absolutely going to punish that one. Apex can't quite catch the player as he jumps over Arch, and tabseN goes back for second servings. But we do have Big Clan down in pit, and still one up on Balk. It's Santeris to clear the first, traded by Masuda, doubling into this, and the 1v3 not even given a chance.
So 2 in the last, 3 on this one. They hold down this site, even after dropping their Opera, because he does open up with an opening kill down mid. So this is a big first frag. He sits out there and outduels Searson. Not a small feat. I also just realized that this is Masuda and Navera playing together at the same time. Yeah, that didn't even cross my mind somehow.
Many wires being crossed.
Also really cool, yeah. Now, for those of you who don't know, they both are in the TeamSpeak together, or all of them are in the TeamSpeak together for all times. He's listening in on comms when they're playing the regular matches. He's sitting there.
It's not like Shox just said, I've had enough, and takes the night off.
Yeah.
Still sticking around. You know what I think is like an underrated aspect of having a 6-man roster? This actively playing as 6. You know, like, I don't know if Bubsky's sitting on a TeamSpeak with Astralis.
Bubsky's tweets seem so lonely. He'll tweet out like bugs in Counter-Strike or just be in a server alone, and I'm like, man.
What's going on? So with this 6-man roster, man, think about if somebody's getting tilted, if somebody's just having an off day, if their patience seems low, if their frustration seems high, you just swap them out at the end of the series. And I feel like this could be one of the components that they may work to their advantage. But speaking of working an advantage, the run boost.
Don't fall for it.
Nah, doesn't even flinch. And even as Searson gives chase, Navera trying to focus forward, but he will need to be traded. Not the end of the world. He's still got 3 kills here in the anti-deco. And Quito still hanging on to the hand cannon. 35 seconds remain. No way he's going to get that bomb back. At all.
How dare you.
So just go for a headshot or walk away. Pick your poison, bud.
Or go for it. Was Quito on the pistol, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Felt like just yesterday. Okay. 3 back. Kill on tabseN, kill on Tizian. 3, 4, 5 on the rest. Apex, overall, great series. Do like to check in on HLTV after, at kind of like this point of a series and just look at people's overall stats. You know, lots of rounds being played. See what the consistency is like, and it's definitely interesting from this perspective. So I'll pull that up shortly. Because I want to say Apex should be near the top, but it's actually, I mean, Ziwu, he just started taking over CT side Nuke. It was great on the first map. He's up to 49 kills.
Those op frags outside.
Yeah. Wow. Navera's 25 and 17.
Good for him.
Yeah, just off that map.
We're speaking Dust 2 of
See if he has the stamina for 2 maps in a row.
Yeah. Well, 2 maps in a series. You got a break on Nuke.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, wow.
Flash goes forward, as does Tabson. He is the bomb carrier, so they kind of have to follow suit. But Navera doing a very good job of just shutting down the apartment's control. Masuda getting a bit of aggression thrown his way. Trade for RPK. Tabson down with bomb on the tank's feet. And if he just sits on it, it's going to take more than a couple men to move it. Searson missing the op shot in close proximity, leaves Keto last man standing yet again. A 1v4, 30 seconds, no bomb, and he's just completely wrecked by that frag, but he is still fighting, damn it. If only he had a teammate. If only he still had time. If only he had 100 health. But he has 1 HP, and that is taken quickly away by Ziwu. Vitality now in the lead. 3-0 for Big Clan, 4 straight for the Frenchman.
For what it's worth, even though they're just exit frags, it's still, you know, 5K every single time he knocks a player down in these post positions, end of the round situations. And it's keeping the money somewhat low for Vitality at a minimum. But right after that, we'll have Big Clan go into a save, and we'll see if they can come up with something new. They're getting picked apart in the default, not really going through with the full execute after getting top mid control. Kind of an atypical brand of Inferno that we're seeing right now, but just a lot of dominance on the CT side with the early round aggression as well.
Yeah. It's Navera.
Yeah.
Many mid peaks holding off arch side. You know, again, it's versus pistols, but
yeah, it's not the first time he's peeked down mid straight up confidently and won his duel.
Throws a smoke that actually just got stuck inside of library. So now let's see him. He's in a kind of flustered spot, right? That smoke should have been thrown forward.
Free kill.
Ooh, dude, nice.
I think that was harder than it looked, I want to say.
Yeah.
Could have missed.
Very nice. I like that.
It's in the genes.
Great X-ray, DJ. Great X-ray. Back over to RPK. Peeks up and looking to double down. Triple for RPK.
Let's see, he's just
again,
bit out of go slow down, but yeah.
Wanted to go for the flick shot, stopped himself, knowing the guy's going to come through door, holds, hits it. Very similarly to when the run boost was thrown at him. Could have traced it, instead didn't flinch. You know,
it's like knows he's fast enough, but here I've got this 100% shot that I'm going to take. So
it's
Vitality in fire.
Oui, en feu. Now what? Vera still going for mid peaks, but not down mid. Tries his hand on alt.
He was like camo back there. Yeah. The Terrace did move.
Yeah. Navera hunts by movement. Xantera's just creeps back into the bushes after that one. 5v4 for Big. See if they can put an end to Vitality's streak. But Masuda looks to be unleashed. However, caught out by Tizian. He had just heard the jump into the window, so his crosshair set to the right. Xantera's might die to RPK. He's gonna walk down here for the duel, trades it off. Nicely done. RPK didn't get that first kill, so he looked for it elsewhere. Ziwu now, focusing on Boiler. He just got stuck on the wall and still adjusted. Like, holy cow, man. It's still not enough. Good job, Big. They've broken through that 5-round streak. The spree for Vitality does come to an end, but it's costly. Look, he gets stuck on the wall here.
Yeah, that, I mean, you're saying, like, you're pointing it out, it's like, oh, it's a small thing. No, it's, I mean, it's pretty sick. Like, he knows the guy's in Boiler. He's expecting to be in a certain position before he clicks. He gets put off balance and his reflexes take over. He
makes a mechanical mistake, still recovers.
Still recovers. Should have died because of that bump, but didn't. So, again, a lot of good damage. I mean, there's just a game where so many players are dying every round. I think we only had one round where it was kind of like a full save on the A site. But yeah. The one round you tried to sell Danger Zone to the people. Yeah. I say tried. You did a good job.
Well, when the next eco comes, I have a further development.
Okay.
I didn't quite get there. There's a lot to say. I have a lot to say.
Okay. So, a couple features. Oh, I guess we'll talk about Big. Maybe CT side after this. It's all about kind of Navera now in his debut. He'll look for an opening. Searson gets the better of him, and it's a flash that I think is from a teammate, so it's not that effective on Searson. Sometimes we see the flash assist icon, but it doesn't actually mean that the person can't see.
Yeah.
Just want to clarify that. Sometimes it's very like an after image flash, hardly worked kind of thing. ZywOo refreshes Navera's spot. Half health for him. No nades to work with. They are very susceptible to a B hit right now. I don't care how good ZywOo is. But then I take a dry gulp in my throat and I think about the power of ZywOo and what he can do here.
On his own, 47 health. And you know if he dies, they're just going to transition into the save. Unless he delivers something special. He should be overwhelmed by the utility alone. I mean, oh my goodness. Yeah, by utility, I meant Xantares.
He's a two-way player on this map. Xantares will be good on T side as he is on CT, one of the strongest pit players in the game right now. He has the perfect skill set for a pit player. Like, such a good turret, multi-frag potential, and on the T side also entries out of halls. So he's very good at bullying his own spot. So he knows the pluses and minuses of pit, how to play it, how to play against it, and oftentimes can take over a game on both T and CT side. So really looking to Xantares for this Big Clan's T side. And right now, of course, you know, looking at the Masuda, Navera, ZywOo synergy and how they work around with their ops and what their setups are looking like. Because there's a lot of discovering that Big have to do right now, too.
That's it, tied at 5.
Had you ever watched, like, I never even really watched the Heretics matches before.
No.
Yeah, just not a team. I always saw their team winning and stuff,
Yeah,
but I never
on
actually
HLTV,
caught
know
their
they were
games.
making waves, but never in an event I would say that I had my kind of had my finger on.
Yeah.
Maybe we were missing out.
Yeah.
Or maybe we've got the best of the Heretics here in Navera. 5 rounds to go on this first half from Big. Considering it was 5 in a row from Vitality, we'll see how many Big can string together before, if ever, there is a CT response. But a fight down banana. ZywOo gonna be, oh no! Oh, it bounced back. Okay. Could have been worse, could have been better. We find ourselves somewhere in the middle. That's life for you. 3-player creep up into the A-halls.
And we'll watch for...
They're going to flash into the pit. Close to hay bales is RPK. Players up above him. Props to Xantares for clearing straight down.
Yeah.
Now Masuda's in the pit, fully blind, trying to hide. Shots sail by and frags land in. Another immediate save. Awesome round for Big Clan, dude. Just swarming that site with both bodies and utility. Tons of grenades being used to completely counter Masuda. And RPK, like, first guy goes by him, Xantares still looks straight down, clears him out.
Yeah, total distraction, just to set up Xantares as well as possible, and...
Cool.
Yeah, plays it very cool.
Cool, cool, cool.
Cool, 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 cool. Should have got 2. Almost got the spray down in the smoke.
Yeah, very nearly.
But yeah, those hold pops are dangerous when you got Xantares entry. Xantares comes knocking.
And the headshots are rocking. Bomb pops. 6th round of the board for Big. Look at this. You can try and hide RPK. You know, considering the only thing he could see was his head.
It's kind of surprising that, yeah, he didn't see it. Yeah, that's very true. Like, his head was actually bigger than everything else on his body, and this is the time that CSGO...
Some big old goggles looking up at him.
Gaben laughing in his flip-flops. Ha ha ha, you do not get this headshot so easily.
Not today. 3 in a row for Big, as they started this game with. Remember, 3-0, 3-5, 6-5. Not much of a back-and-forth affair in the first 15. Tabson. Pretty consistent in his pressure on A site, but not very successful. And this is something we've been talking about Tabson as of late. Even with Big's results being decent, Tabson has had to take an individual hit. He is 1-7. 4 assists. You know, 4 assists. Not the lowest in terms of ADR. In fact, the 3rd highest. So what do I know?
Well, this is actually a weird situation to pull them out. They got a bit scared on the A site. Big have conditioned them very well in this round.
Yeah, Big are making great calls.
Yeah.
And Vitality just, I mean, we've seen two kind of feeble saves. just cowering back to hold on to their guns, but if they're not going to put them to work, it's done. ZywOo, empty-handed. Yes, Apex does get into position fast enough, but what does he get, if anything at all, other than damage his way? Once more, Vitality forced to save.
Really love that this is the final map. Like, every single inch counts here. It's not often you see ZywOo get dismantled that way. And we don't know also, I wouldn't say that it's definitely Apex who said pull away from the B site. In fact, I'd say if somebody rotates out of your site, I would assume it's a player in the site that says, okay, you can rotate. It's one of those two to make the decision about how comfortable they feel.
As in ZywOo saying...
ZywOo says, you go halfway CT spawn, we'll stack 4A. I think it's going to be A.
Bad time to unscope.
Yeah, but the execute's really good. And Big, they cleared out mid. They cleared out mid. They got him back on the site in that full default. It's really on Vitality there to retake mid control so that they have proper info on B.
Navera floating in CT spawn while his other 3 teammates are very committed to the save, and now they won't have an op.
That's weird. Maybe too much of a rebel. Too much confidence.
You know, the one thing Navera offers that shocks, that Scream never did, is his opping ability. I like it.
It's just something amazing every single time. Is he absorbing communication?
Whoa, dude! Oh my god!
I need to go home and sleep.
Okay.
I didn't just see that in real life.
I had no clue what that was. I thought I was out here tripping. Wow, that was cool. That's my impression of it.
Can you hear all your guts going back into your mouth?
Oh.
Oh. Well, enough imagery. I don't know. I also don't know what just happened to me, but we move forward.
Where am I? And where is this going? Because Vitality, yes, they saved, but they don't come back in with that full investment. The op could have made a huge difference in that fact. Navera would be hanging onto the sniper. Instead, he plays the Deeg. What's he going to deliver? The old 4-man bracket hold. Hold the line. Big Clan just going to go ahead and squeeze with time. Bomb back on ramp. No rushed commitment at all.
Oh, they really want it to be the A site. Another round, ZywOo. It's probably just going to get owned, right? Only P250, no nades, no armor, alone in B. They're going B. Okay, let's see ZywOo. He's mad, though. He's mad now. Okay, no, he's dead.
Pearson's on him.
Yeah. I don't think this is about ZywOo dying in B. It's about ZywOo being left alone in B. That's what this is about.
That's the problem?
It's not no banana control, leaving him alone in B. Let's put it this way. If they knew where the T's were, he wouldn't be by himself. It's not that they trust him to hold, it's that they don't believe that they were going to go B in all these times. So it's an IGL bad read each and every time.
Yeah.
Part of that is because they don't re-aggress at top banana. Part of that is because they don't re-aggress at top bracket. It's been too easy for Big to condition them into leaving him alone. They are getting read by a book, and it's happened literally. It's a book that has 3 pages. Same info on every single page.
Okay.
The story is 1 page long. They just repeated it 3 times.
Page 1 says, once upon a time. Second page says...
Second page?
Dead. And the third page is the end. I could get through that pretty quick.
The ZywOo autobiography.
Dead. Look at this, Searson just...
With asterisk.
Just coming at him, man. Buddy's posting up backside, and then Keto gets like a gift in the kill versus Apex. Can't be too frustrated. I don't know what you expected. I'm gonna talk things over. Counter-terrorist timeout. This is their second of map 3. And a CT side that has fizzled out and left us asking for more.
And this is just such an easy game for Tapson. I feel like they just need to be a bit more proactive. They have the they have the solutions. They've done them. I've seen Vitality have a great CT side.
They're just not implementing
They're
them
not
now.
like to me, it's not like when Faze would just sit there.
So here's my question.
Back. Yeah.
You've seen it happen before.
Yeah.
Why aren't they pulling it out now? Is it because of this mix of players?
It's absolutely discomfort. Yeah, it's either thinking about other things, really believing in the gamble so you can just work on these other things.
Yeah.
Or communication is just not great. that is the difficult part about Inferno.
Wonder.
Is just issuing these protocols right when you need them and then moving along, which is all about timings, right?
Guy like Navera is just going to keep doing what he's told.
Right.
Guy like Shox is going to tell you what we're doing isn't working.
That could work too. I mean, that could be, he could create solutions as well, for sure. But like, Apex he should be able to call this stuff too.
Should.
Anyways, we'll see what happens on this round, as again, Big Clan will work the map, and we have Vitality back playing passive. Fool me once, fool me twice, fool me thrice, fool me quadruple times.
Again.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if it works any differently. No pressure, no presence, no peeking at the top of Banana. I take it back a little bit. They got a Molotov down, but they're not spotting it. Again, this is a pure gamble by them. At least he's not left Zywoo completely. Zywoo? He has a friend.
Apex. Holding that CT cross. But, like, we haven't even seen a second player on the bomb site. Apex has been flirting around this smoke multiple times. Now he's making a bit of a difference. Going to commit to the closest of corners. Utility keeps being thrown outwards. We don't have any movement on Art's side from Navera yet. Apex, I thought he was going to try and give chase as that reload came in, but everybody from Big Clan now focusing onto the A site. 3 players strong up short. Masuda dropping the ball. Can Navera recover? He's blinded, and RPK just got a single kill on his own. Navera focused because Tabson, or rather Searson, has completely stolen his... Tabson?
They just didn't get the bomb. They had the bomb on the site. They instead...
What?
After the trade came out, they killed the guy on cold.
Bomb was 3rd man in.
Yeah, the bomb got dropped after there's a player on cold, shot him down, and then...
My bad.
It got traded, though. They could have picked it up and planted. They just didn't plant.
I kind of want to see this.
We'll see right now. So the spacing's a little bit awkward, first of all. Look how far back the other 2 Ts are. And then you have to pull Tizian out of the halls, who doesn't want to have to jump out of the halls to trade a site guy. But then they do. There's still enough time to plant, but they don't put the bomb down.
He picked it up and ran back site. I feel like the only option was instantly plant when you pick that bad boy up.
Priorities.
My bad. Missed it.
Oh, no, it's okay. Yeah, it was a very, very awkward situation.
Yeah, I thought because I saw the trade kill, I was like, well, that's a plant. But I guess not. And that, you know what? That's a little second chance for Vitality to maybe close the CT side with a resurgence. We'll see. We shall see. 5v3. Utilities being thrown at the top of Banana. And because Big are at the double man disadvantage, I think they just try and throw this and see if it sticks. Or not. Leave Tizzy and try and catch somebody pushing. You saw Apex, I feel like, kind of thinking about going for the aggression last round. But in a 5v3, I think this is the time for them to play as they have.
This is when the setup looks better than if they pushed, yeah.
Right.
For sure.
We'll see if it's enough. Apex tries to preemptively spray. That reload could serve as a trigger because the smoke fades at the exact same time. Zywoo, we've seen him cleared off this spot by Searson once, and it happens yet again. Apex dead as Tabson finds the headshot. A 3 versus 5 to deny the 7th round for Vitality. And Searson, well, he'll lose out to Navera.
Well, that's a big trade, isn't it?
Huge.
3v2 swung back.
They won't have Molotovs for the back of the site, but they will have flashbangs. Down goes RPK, however. And now they know Tabson's position, but Tizian back over by Banana. He's going to get them walking into the open. It's all on Navera. Swapping to the M4, he's dead. Big Clan winning the 3v5 to deny the 7th round. Instead, a 3-point lead. And other than those 5 in a row, it was flat from Vitality. Join us after the break to see who takes this final series.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome in for another episode of Skin Survivor. Today we're joined by Complexity's Rush. Good to have you on the show.
I'm good, just got done with practice, so.
Today we're going to be playing for a Deagle skin, and the way this is going to work is we've got 16 Deagle skins to start out, and we'll boil it down to just one. Rush will pick the entire way through, and our grand finalist skin will go to one lucky Twitter entrant. Round 1 is quickfire. You ready to do this?
Let's get to it. I like the conspiracy. The Emerald, Yarmungar, Cobalt Disruption, the Heirloom, Golden Koi, Hypnotic, Knight, Pilot.
So that's round 1 done. And now things get a little bit more intense as we move into our top 8. Rush, I hope you're ready. I'm going to ask you for your picks now, but I'm also going to ask you why you made your choices. The Conspiracy versus the Emerald Yeomangander.
Like I said, I like really clean skins, and I think the Conspiracy is really clean with just like a simple emblem on the hilt and just a yellow line.
The Heirloom versus the Cobalt Disruption.
For this one, I definitely prefer the Heirloom as well because it's clean. It's got golden plate all over it, and it just looks like a normal deagle with just some gold on it, which is kind of cool.
The Hypnotic versus the Golden Koi.
I'm gonna go with the Hypnotic, even though the Golden Koi might be a little more look nicer. But the Hypnotic is like kind of like nostalgic. It's one of the first skins that was ever released, so I think that's cool.
Pilot versus the Knight.
I'm gonna go with the Knight just because I already have the Heirloom, which kind of looks very similar to the Pilot, so I think the Knight looks pretty cool.
Now we're going to the semifinals and only 4 skins remain. The Conspiracy versus the Heirloom.
Probably gonna go with the Heirloom, even though it looks very similar to the default deagle. It's like just silver with gold. I think the gold's a nice touch.
Hypnotic versus the Knight.
I'll go with the Knight for this one because I think it's pretty clean.
The last matchup, the darkest of dark, the Knight to take down the Heirloom. And based on what we heard, Rush, I have no idea which way you're going to go with this one. So what's it going to be?
I'm pretty set my decision though in the Heirloom. I think it looks the coolest out of the bunch. I saw it from the beginning. I thought it looked cool. So.
And we finally found it. The champion skin of the 16 Heirloom is number 1. And now we have only one thing to do, and that's to pick a winner. So Rush, I need you to pick a winner by picking a number between 1 and 4.
Let's go with number 1.
Number 1, that's Henrique54. Congratulations, sir. You are the proud new owner. Rush, I hope you've enjoyed yourself today. It's been great having you on.
Yeah, it was fun. Thanks for having me.
Welcome back, everybody. 9-6 lead. Hanging on is big. Hanging in is Vitality. They had chances, man, but they didn't make the right moves at the right time all across that CT side. Now that they control the pace, now that they control the plays, I'm hoping for Vitality's sake, they've got a little more to offer.
I'd like to chalk it up to growing pains and then see what happens in the following map that they try this on.
Sure.
But yeah, absolutely. Not the same Vitality we're used to seeing, but what's cool is that we know that Vitality have a good CT side. They know when to make adjustments. We just didn't see some of them coming in.
Okay.
And now another test. We know that also Apex calls a very strong T side, in my opinion. Very, very strong. So we'll see if we can pull that off again today.
Nobody's going to check Searson fast enough, but Masuda will turn tail onto him. And now Tabson's in a tricky spot. Nice second kill coming in from Masuda. Working the Glock wonderfully. Is he? Oh, wow. Yes he is. Able to get the third.
This guy's the Navarra of pistols.
Seems so. Now he's going to continue towards the B site, joining forces with the other 2 players who have come up from Banana. Minute on the clock, and Tizian's cleared. They could go to A for free, but they're going to take
They're thinking about it, aren't they?
Bomb still in Banana, just giving Apex a chance to clear this. Bomb is going to go away to secure the round, and Vitality will start the second half with a pistol.
Let's see it. Let's see this T side. I know, I honestly love Vitality's T side, but you don't just lose fragging. You don't lose just a few comfort positions. You don't lose. You lose something intangible with shocks. You lose so much experience. You lose a player who moves around when you're not looking, who makes a rotation when you don't call it, who's in a special spot when you're not asking for him to go there. Like he'll find a way to create value where there isn't any. Very special player. And oh my god. Okay, Searson, lightning sharp, lightning quick.
Bruce.
Scrawnyism I pulled out. Lightning sharp.
Lightning sharp. Yeah, we've got a long list of scrawnyisms.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and read one from the few from the tweet.
Sure.
They're quite charming. They all make sense. They're just not the exact idioms that you would normally say.
Can't argue against them.
Right. Okay, Scrawnyisms from map 1. Easy day in the park. Number 2, back against the ropes instead of wall. Number 3, on a razor's edge instead of a knife.
If you guys hear any more of them, at me. Do it, I dare you. Eagle from Xantares, good for a bit of damage. This is one of those rounds where like you're looking at big and you just think to yourself like, yeah, they're gonna win this. They did it to Vitality on Nuke after they won their pistol. Ziwu gonna charge up with the Mac 10, and he's got Xantares dead, doubling back into the P250 of Tabson. That may cost them. Of course, there is still the double CT stack up on this B side. Keto buying time, moves through smoke, gets the headshot into Navera. Is RPK their savior? 25 seconds. Commits to the bomb plant. Tabson could come out on his own, or does he wait? RPK reloads, his back completely exposed, and Big Clan clean up. A robbery of a round here in the 17th. That one has to sting.
Especially Tabson to be the one to inject the pain here. He's had a strugglesome first half from what we saw. I think he pointed out a couple times. There's like, Tabson's not exactly feeling it right now. To this immediate impact into the second round. Some would say better than winning the pistol.
Oh, a CT. I just never expected Tabson to already be on coffins. A contrast of emotions.
Yeah. Feeling good about that one, but this isn't a game that Force Vitality are out by any means, and it's, again, this just only makes things even more interesting. So a couple of Galils that exchange hands. They're in the hands of the foes, but they can be taken down.
I was just about to ask, when's the last time you saw Ziwu on the bottom of the scoreboard?
He got dismantled, but I want to say it's almost, for once, I mean, the one time it happens, like, I want to say it's almost not his fault.
I want to say he was kind of leashed on that CT side.
Right. Yeah, that's weird.
Like, everybody was playing reserved for Vitality. Sometimes, you gotta just let Ziwu do Ziwu.
Well, they have stolen back.
Yes, sir.
They've stolen back another round, actually. Masuda, wow, it's not even going to be close either. Insta save here for Keto. He's asking for info. What happened, guys? Is it that hard?
We had Ziwu with the instant headshot down mid at the start of that for the 5v4. They used that map presence to pry eyes into pit. Masuda commits. Deagle headshot. Thank you. Galils now with the M4 and the AK. Vitality, excellent bounce back in this third round of their T side.
And it's the economic game of chicken that ensues. We don't know who is, like, if we see another force up from Big, but the problem is because it was so one-sided on this round, I don't know if Big will try to force up again. We are starting to see situations where teams will force up until they can buy once they lose a situation like this. I don't know if that's going to come right now, but the problem is, of course, because they saved with 4 players, they took some of the CT's guns. Their economy's already pretty strong here on Vitality, so let's see what comes of this. Tizian gets dropped in MP9, which means they're probably going to spend some money, and the armor purchases are in. They're going to give it their best shot here. I think this is what we're more used to seeing these days. So I also think Vitality will expect this.
They should.
Yeah. It's just about how do you deal with it. Very strong setups for the CT side.
I feel like that frag is pretty crucial. Good way to start off by maybe now lessening Searson's impact. But as I say that, of course, he does connect the bullet into RPK and he escapes, going for the 5-man A stack.
It's so viable on Inferno. Unless somebody wants to take a Mac 10 and run into a site, which they don't have, you have to turn a corner without knowing something for sure. That is just the nature of Inferno.
Nature of the beast. Speaking of beasts, Tabson.
You see this? They're actually just coming right back into the setup. Not even presence needed from the CTs to make this happen. Did Tabson throw a smoke on B or no? I'm not sure if he did. I don't think he did.
I didn't see one. Yeah, he must have. It's here on the radar.
Oh, okay. Okay, then I guess they turn back off that as you rotate in. Okay.
Unless that's outdated.
Well, they're trying to influence the rotation back. It's going to be what looks like a fake. I'm not sure if they're committing here.
Gunfights unfolding, both sides of the map. moving the bomb closer to the A site. They squeezed it long enough, but Xantares, the landmine on this A site. Oh man, he kills RPK and Ziwu. Swaps over to the Galil. Xantares! Wow! Absolute shutdown.
So quick on that weapon pickup. So quick with the, just the instant MP9.
Bro, you step on that landmine, it rips you limb from limb.
Headshots, yeah. Everyone plays cold in that spot. Everyone knows you're going to be there.
Wow.
But some players can just make it look different. Xantares is built different. Look at this.
Dude, the snap for the second headshot. Picks it up while falling. Peeks him on the drop down. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Yeah.
You just got to walk that off. Unless you're a big fan, then you're not walking anything off.
You're cheering it up, man.
And
you know what's crazy is like they did the dance that round. It wasn't like the second round of this half where they just like died instantly, walked into it. It caught them by surprise. You know, they squeezed A site properly. They found their opening. They left it all on Xantares, and they just couldn't trade him, man. And because of this constant back and forth and force war with saved weaponry on each side, you know, we get a mix. Like somehow the Ts have an M4, but the CTs have an AK. And a Galil. What is this? The economy has just been, they combined forces, you know? They've got a trade pack in place. And because of that, we're at least not falling back into a save situation. So the game goes on. They're gonna have to make the most of the little they have on each side of this coin.
Vitality set up similarly with some presence at mid and at B in what was their anti-eco last time, but they know they're going up against a better buy, much stronger buy this time around. And it looks like they're throwing some of the same grenades, but it's like really hard to tell where they're going to end up. Yeah, the bomb is stationed at B, and okay, now Masuda makes his way over. We might see this full commit. Let's take a look at our players in the site. Set up with a flash. Tamsin up top.
Oh my god, doesn't spread to him. Ooh, still gets cleared by Navera, who has RPK get that second. So, efficient trade frags, man advantage up for Vitality. Searson won't be able to get the impact. Back and forth we go. 5 consecutive rounds in this second half with no consecutive round wins.
I would say Tabson, he got a few bullets.
Ouch. Oh. What the?
Yeah. Saw Ziwu wallbang default on Mirage from stairs. Like, just in the body for like 60 damage. Like, why does no one do that every round? That's like one of those situations you see all the time. It's like, wait, why isn't just everyone always doing this? But anyways,
Tizian gets a parting gift.
We know what the game is there, right? It taps in up top. He's got to get the first kill. If he gets a kill and some damage, and then Keto can play off of him, gets the next kill, and then they have like a successful hold and a retake can ensue. But taps in, he drops like 8 or 9 bullets. Doesn't hit that first bullet headshot when he really needs to. And see, Navera gives him a chance. It's not an instant headshot. It's not a perfect hard clear. So it's really just about Tabson needing to lock that one down. Doesn't do it. And it's holding B is hard, man. It's just not easy these days. But that was one of the better cases for a potential hold.
Xantares is still hanging on to the AK from a couple rounds ago.
Things getting rusted.
2 M4s for Vitality. Scout on Searson. Double Deagle MP9. Again, the kind of minimal pieces we've seen Big Clan rob rounds with before. Searson can't flick fast enough. Xantares AK at bat, empty-handed. And Tizian, well, he's just fading away there by dropping the Incendiary.
Well, that's a powerful entry duo right there.
Yeah, and you know what's most crucial is the heaviest hitting weaponry from Big, both down.
Yeah, good point. And they can guard him.
Should be enough.
Rotations are here. Bombs back and spawn looking for a push. Spawn.
And silence. Blankets.
Oh god.
Frag grenade on Tabson. 2 damage. Tizian, when are you gonna swing? Oh my god. He actually just dodged Ziwu from Boiler. Tabson in the meantime catching the head of Masuda and a second into Apex. A peek in mid that could have gifted him a third. But it's Navera instead with the 3K.
Keto.
He's on the bomb site. Not again. He's just hiding. And it's cleared.
And the bomb stays all the way back, which is cool.
Yeah. Just like in the pistol round. They go to clear the site, but they're not stupid enough to make that vital error. ZywOo entry. Really Navera here with the multi-kills.
Yeah, actually
giving
sick
cover
by
as
him.
his teammates work forward.
Spacing has been really good at the top of mid for the
But here it is. They're finally busted. We've got to see a save. 6 rounds of back and forth before Vitality stabilize first.
There's just so much on the line too with the trading back and forth that the longer it goes on, as everyone goes, you get closer to the absolute finish line. And that's where the buying patterns get influenced. They'll run down mid to try to get this round over with, and Vitality will help them make it quick. It's a tie game, but it's not the end of the road economically. Actually, yeah, Big do okay here, where they can put together a bind now. Full USP round, yes, that's an L. 3 rounds in a row loss, yes, that's not so great. But they did a bit of damage somewhat of the way through. It looks like, you know, Navera's got some bangs, ZywOo's got some bang, RPK's got money, but that can be eaten away in 2 rounds. So there's still time here for those kills to make a difference. Big's got the op on Searson. We know what he can do. So let's see what's going on with him.
Searson, I love the aggression. Oh, and he gets RPK on the second shot. ZywOo burning to a crisp. How is he alive? There's no way they expect
They don't need logs because they think it's Molly.
Oh,
and he gets the kill.
Oh, Searson was feeling himself after that second shot through smoke. Don't blame him. ZywOo was burned all the way down to 12, but then it stopped burning him.
He was born on the day that Counter-Strike came out. Things like that will happen.
You know, there is still a chance that he was created in a lab by Gaben himself.
I feel like it was Gaben and Sergey. They worked together.
Xanterra's chance here for a multi-kill, but absolutely countered. Tizian towards the pit, peeks, sees more than he can handle on his own. But he'll try his damnedest, does shut down the first player, trying for the headshot. Navera labored kill, but he gets there in the end. His second to the scoreboard here in the 23rd round. Looks like Vitality will take a lead.
Oh, that's a critical one, man. And that's off the back of, I don't know if the Molly was, okay, I want to say the Molly was definitely expected to burn out anything logs because Searson has full confidence that if someone's logs there, they're dead. So
and he almost was.
Either the Molly was missed, which it should be lined up, or ZywOo got a very lucky spread. And of course, you know, we have both known like stage 3 of that Molotov. There's sometimes you get that extra corner that you need, and sometimes you don't.
The weirdest part to me is that ZywOo goes all the way down to 12 HP.
Yeah.
And then it stops damaging him. You know, like
yeah, no, it's the end. It's like the final flare of the Molotov at the end, and it doesn't do enough. So
flare up.
And at that point, he pretty much knows that he can get a kill, right? Because he's sitting at the logs, they're not mollying him off, and they know that if someone's holding for the bottom of B, they're not going to clear him. And it's actually a really nice shot too. Oh, missed it a bit, but he jumps up, headshot it on the way down. Tact timeout called here for Big.
Joe, if it's not too late, I would like to see the fire spread on ZywOo, please.
Nice, like, drone cam.
Yeah, like what we just had for the wall jump, but on ZywOo. And if we don't get it, it's okay. I forgive you. We'll talk about it later.
But I won't release the lamb that we got from the grocery store for tonight.
I think we've got it.
Oh.
Production's on point.
Okay, I guess we're eating good.
Okay, here's the shots. ZywOo's in the fire. ZywOo. Sorry, guys.
Huh. Awkward. Okay, well maybe on another round. Okay, we've got a couple of Deagles. P250 here for Big Clan. Tough round to lose. Miraculous frag meant the world, and then they turned that into a super solid A execution with Navera on the entry.
I got a little fixated on the ZywOo moment. You know, not actually where the round comes to a close. Just a bit of an anomaly.
No, that was an important kill.
Yeah. But here this could be too. Tizian gonna get stomped out by Masuda. There's nobody actually on the bomb site, but if Searson finds the better of the timing, if he kills Apex, oh man, nearly enough. But a quarter HP for Apex left over. The 2 weaponed men of Big Clan have to go into the save. And now we have Big Clan stuck in that repeat performance that Vitality were themselves kind of encapsulated in during their first half. The 2-man save, the 3-man save, the 3-man save. Like, you know, Vitality clearly picking up the heat. And as you said before this second half started, it's because Apex calls a good Inferno T side.
It does, yeah. They have an awesome Inferno, in my opinion, and the win rate doesn't reflect it. But the weird part to me is I don't think Shox is the problem at all. I think their Inferno T side was quite good. I think he could be quite. I don't think his stats actually that bad on the map. What I looked at.
Ooh, they clear the board.
Oh my God, that's actually
You know, that's something Big never did.
That's enormous, yeah.
Yep. They don't let them save. Vitality take the risk, and it pays off in dividends.
Navarra's top fragging and having tons of impact entering opening kills on T side.
Mm-hmm. I would say we saw him going for as many entries on the CT side, but way more impactful here. 23 and 12 at the moment, top of the scoreboard. Hell of an Inferno debut. Now, weapons aplenty. Op on Searson, no sniper to Vitality's name. Doesn't tend to be a problem. Trying to find timing on the skybox frag grenade, but Ziwu dodges it, so everybody's on 100 health. They could just pop. Yep, off the flash they'll go. Tizian this time has a gun, but still can't handle the heat. Xanteras and Searson with a kill apiece. And we've got Ziwu in pit. He's got teammates coming over. The utility buys time. RPK could cut off this rotate, but will the players on site survive? So far, so good. Xanteras dropped down to 22. Keto, last man in, and the only man still standing for Big Clan. That was a pressure cooker for both teams. A crucial moment where either could have picked this back up, but it's not over yet. Keto gets the headshot to RPK. He could take the chance here. He could deny Vitality that 14th.
They're trying to get the easy road here for match point.
Gotta be a risk.
Like, if he moves in and somehow wins this, that's the most insane flub ever.
Damn.
Will jump up, grab the frag. 14-11 here for Vitality. A good Halls pop, but that first kill doesn't come out quick. I'm actually kind of surprised. We see Masuda hunting, and oh, sorry, he does take down Tizian quite quickly. The two trade backs happen fast. I was focused in on Ziwu and how he was moving around the site, and oh my God, that will help.
How does that not register as a smoke kill?
That's a heartbreaker. Yeah, I don't know.
Because in the mix, it just seems like a normal kill, but in the replay, my God.
What I saw actually was Ziwu got the kill from jumping up from the top of the site, and he spammed down. So I'm not sure if that was, I don't know what exactly happened there.
Okay.
But
we got another round, so we can't linger.
Not only that, but yeah, it's they're fending off match point. They're not spending all their money, but they've invested. The Eagles here, full smokes.
Yep.
There's a chance.
We've seen Big pull it off with less. At least they've got lots of utility. Generally a key piece to their round wins in moments like this. Smoke over the top for CT Cross. Tabson could and can flash himself through this. We've got Keto back sight, landing damage. Check out the HP of Vitality. It's not perfect, but they'll get both those kills. Rotates over fast enough. Apex hands busy with bomb. He gets the plant down. Searson's got a bit of a smoke to play around, and he is getting ever closer, dangerously close, in fact. Furthers the damage into Navarra. Xanteras and Tizian 2v3. But empty-handed is the Turkish delight. And Tizian, this should be good night. Vitality looking a 15th round in the eyes. He's got a frag grenade and a little bit of chip damage versus RPK. Trying to commit to this. Molotov forcing him forward. Vitality with 4 match points.
Yeah, pretty impressive, man, to be able to pull this back. And looking at the stats, I mean, the stats tell us most of the story here. Really fantastic entries. A lot of teamwork involved in some of the rounds they're winning. A lot of variety here. I love the anti-eco towards B personally.
Yeah.
If you get top banana control, if they aren't pushing through halls or something crazy for the big flank, in my opinion, if they 5-stack on A, you have a high chance of losing that. Everyone has this G2, 2 arch, 2 lane, 1 at the barrel watching the back of the hall's entrance setup that works on rifle rounds and eco rounds. But if you have 5 players in the B site, maybe they're all holding smokes and they can extinguish your Molotovs. But unless they actually do that, nobody really stacks 5B on these pistol rounds. In a full exec can be all you need. I like the call to keep it simple and to move forward with that quick explode and to just try to trade out effectively. Puts pressure on Big, who, as we've noticed in a lot of their eco rounds, are actually very fluid. Like, they don't stay with one setup for the entire time. 30 seconds in, Tabson's floating back and forth between B. They're making decisions on a dime. And yeah, that's why I just think, you know, Vitality's T side, very, very good, very underrated in my opinion, despite them not having a very high win rate. But looks like that might start to change.
Awesome spree of rounds for Vitality. You know, we go back to the start of this T side, it was that back and forth affair for 5. And the moment Vitality got consecutive rounds, they haven't dropped one since. Looking to clean sweep the T side of Inferno. Those early economic woes playing into the hands of Big. Molly and a smoke here for Banana, but because they had a player already on the other side, they're confident to follow forward with it. Oh, but a perfect dunk onto Masuda. And then this smoke doesn't have somebody already penetrated through. Tabson could be screwed as he spams onto the smoke. He has to go for the reload. ZywOo trades it. And now we've got 3 members of Vitality on the site. But Nevera screwed over by the smoke spam of Tabson. Tabson, just unconfirmed damage. Gets the bounce frag, follows up with smoke spam, and those 2 kills are crucial for Big's chance at this 4v2 retake.
ZywOo, does he go back at the ASOP? The wildfire's right in front of him. He knows no one's on B now.
He's gonna flash for
the
Apex.
peak. Yeah.
Apex dies out. Now it's all on ZywOo. 1v4, 2 CTs on coffins, and that is all she wrote. For round 27, Big Clan take a 12th. Still 3 to go.
Yeah, they do their best, but it's actually a really great catch of utility from Big Clan to the top of Banana. The HEs, the Molotovs initially, the late smoke to extinguish it. Too many players were getting hurt, and that one Molotov gave them so much info.
Yeah.
They picked a good time to throw that down and didn't need to know much more. So now a T timeout will be called to figure out how they get right back to winning, because they've been doing nothing but that apart from this last round. So much money. 5 autos at a spawn. Go for a pick at mid. Maybe pick up some AKs after that. Whatever you want. Apex. Started out the game strong. Has not really died all that much considering how many rounds they've won. Big Clan have had taken on so many deaths. Such a great grenade, because even RPK was one of the other players to get hit by the Molotov and almost finished off by the same HE. Look, he was saying some funny stuff.
Can Big Clan keep it up? They need to do what was done to them. They need to follow forward. Now that they've broken through. Oh, bad bounce on the smoke. Unlucky. Should just be one giant smooth ramp.
Yeah, it's kind of weird when they introduce textures to change elevations and stuff when it's not necessary.
Yeah.
But, yeah, of course, you know, it's just going to happen.
It is what it is.
Semi-realistic, of course. And
Tough one.
Oh, my God. Is this where it ends? They've only got one person here. Oh, okay. Well, again, another perfect call, right? Just bigger, like, they're just like, well, they'll probably go A.
I mean, they've
we'll
got to
see.
try and play this, man. Does this end with a whimper? Because it's sure enough not a bang on that B site. They walk in, they get their kill, they get their bomb plant. And Big may very well be regretting that they only had one player on site. What goes around comes around. What Big themselves abused versus Vitality CT side, getting ZywOo solo B round after round, is what could spell victory for Vitality. They're gonna try and just barrel through the smoke grenades. Tabson's on the site, but a 1v5, it's over. Vitality taking away Inferno, bringing Nevera onto a new map as he top frags alongside RPK, 24 kills apiece. And an awesome series coming out of the Frenchmen to close things out and top Group 2.
That is so exciting because, of course, you know, Big had more on the line to win this game than Vitality did.
Yeah.
But because Vitality added extra pressure by bringing in their first match ever with both Nivera and Masuda, having Shock sit after he played so well in the series, they had a lot to prove.
Yeah.
They had so much to show, and they delivered on all the fronts. It must be a big relief for Apex, you know, a big relief for the team to make that decision as a whole, to show that the practice is paying off.
Yes.
And this experiment is working. It actually looks really cool.
That's it. With a spot confirmed at the global finals, and now with their performance in this at the fall finals, they did have kind of pressure off their shoulders in terms of results, but in terms of proving this experiment can work, this is an awesome first run.
Making Counter-Strike really fun to watch.
Yeah, you know, we debuted the first mid-series roster change just days ago, and look at the results that it's already given us.
Yeah.
So just props to Vitality, man. So far, so good. Nivera, top of the scoreboard as well. That's just, you know, that's the icing on top.
2 of 4, I think, performances where he's at the top. So really well done. We got the desk ready?
I think the desk is ready. We're going to hand this one off one more time for Group 2 to unpack what should be Maniac's favorite result.
Let's just take it a moment. Look at this smile. Look at this face. Look at that. This was him, but only about 20 minutes ago, this man was losing his mind round by round and was looking very scared that it all could have fallen apart for your boys. But they did pull through in the end. You got to give them that.
Yes, and the fact that they mounted that comeback on the T side is very surprising to me, because if we go back to the beginning of Inferno, Big were playing simple yet good Counter-Strike. They were abusing the lack of organization in Vitality's defense. We could see there was no movement. Big with Apps Explosion twice in a row, making it work. I was very scared. I got very scared, and then for some reason, I think that part of it is Vitality actually winning the financial fight at the beginning of the second half. Force buy against force buy against force buy, and once more, Vitality were the ones putting ahead and getting the money in the bank. Quite a surprising result, but I mean, at the same time, I saw it coming.
Yeah, okay. The confidence over there. Talking about the money in this game, right? It was a game of saving constantly. You saw the scoreboard right here. The top fragger from Big, 17 frags. Number 2, 16 frags. And they got 12 rounds. There was a low amount of kills on the side of Big Clan because they constantly had to save and save and save and save because they got abused by Vitality's T side. To me, it's not a big surprise that it was the CT side they were struggling on, because it is so tough to play Inferno on the CT side if you don't have the team play, if you don't have the synergy going. Pulling out Shocks, of course, it's a risky move. I wouldn't say it paid off. I think Shocks would have been able to do the same thing Vitality did on the T side, but it got to showcase us that the CT side of Inferno is very tough to play when you don't have the synergy, when you don't have the deals. Also, we noticed, you know, players have been switching around. It's a new setup for Vitality, so they're gambling big time right here, but it paid off at the end. But I don't think it was cause of the substitution, basically simply because of the individual gameplay from Vitality.
Now, one thing, right, Maynard, you told me this, that Zero originally didn't want to just play the AWP. He was interested more in being a rifler. Well, actually, we saw him swap away a little bit here. Nivera was the one picking up the AWP mainly there at the end.
Indeed, and I mean, if you go back in history, Taiwo pretty much went on the AWP because he was the best player of every lineup he was in, and we know that Counter-Strike today is AWP-centric. You know, it's very important, but now we have seen on Inferno, when paired with Nivera, he's going to let it go a little bit and play with the rifle. And once more, even though his kill count is not massively crazy, he still had a lot of impact. He had key frags all across the board for that series, and he was once more, like a broken record, very instrumental. But just to quickly touch on Jacob's point for the organization of the CT side, what's really interesting for me is that you end up with RPK, Misuta, and Nivera on the A-bomb side of Inferno. Two rookies, and RPK, a player that I love Cedric to death, but he's not known to organize the defense around him. You tell him, go there and get everyone you see, and he'll do it because he's a tank. So Misuta actually had to step up and organize a lot. And at Apex, for him, it was really hard because he was playing the other side of the map, trying to make sense of what's happening, and that could be a challenge for the future.
Do you know, one thing we have to clarify, we're always talking about impact and what happens here, right? And I think a lot of people don't understand at home that kind of thing, because they just look at kills, they look at the numbers on the board the whole time, and they'll go, oh, Ziwu, he's not doing well because Nivera's there. this guy still played fantastic.
Yeah, he still had a great game, had a great series, and I think he stepped it up a little bit today. Coming into this series, we did paint the picture that ZywOo in this tournament haven't been up to the same level he's usually at, and there's still a little bit to go. You know, it's not the ZywOo that is just taking over the server and being the best player by far, but as Maniac said, he had a decent amount of impact. He didn't make any mistakes, and that's something we constantly keep forgetting about ZywOo. Last year was his rookie year. Last year, in his rookie year, he was the best player in the entire world, and this year, it's not any different, right? He doesn't make any mistake. He's not a liability to his teammates. Even though he's not dropping 30 frags every single game, he's not the guy who makes mistakes or, you know, don't get the kills that he's supposed to get. So even when he's having let's say a tournament off, when he's not the best player in the world, he's still a goddamn good player.
Oh, yes, very true. And I know another good player who's standing by for an interview. We've got Apex from Vitality ready and waiting for us. Apex, you get it done and you go to the full finals here while using your substitute for the first time. You got to be feeling pretty proud, mate.
Yeah, but that's exhausting, mate. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I didn't know what to think because it was really hard with so little practice. As I mentioned in my last tweets, we practiced twice Inferno, twice those two. So it's already a lot of work to just think and just to help Nivera to feel comfortable, because that's the most important for me, actually. Over me, but yeah, it's really good to have a win, even if we didn't play really good today.
Dan, I wanted to ask about Inferno because we know, and I know that Shox is usually helping a lot with the CT setups and what's to do and giving rhythm and retaking information. When it's not here, do you think that's going to be a problem on the CT side? How are you going to operate without him?
No, I think it's going to be okay, but that's what we're talking all the time. The rookies need to take their responsibilities on their bomb site. It didn't happen today, but as I said, we had such little practice that it's really hard to do right now, but we're going to progress on that way. And the thing is, we lacked a really good B player on Inferno. We had strong players, strong side, but B player always lacked for forever. And ZywOo is someone that you can use in that way. When with Nivera opening on A, I feel like it's a great mix to have both on Inferno. And as I said, we have too many practice, but when we will show up and with good practice, I think it's going to be a good city side for us.
Dan, you said you had to focus a lot on Nivera, and it was very exhausting for you as well as an in-game leader. How much do you think that impacted your individual performance?
Well, that guy is really talented, so I don't think he needed me to be good, but I just trying to put in the best condition to let him frag, to let him like not think too much when he didn't know. I just tell him everything to do. And yeah, he was really good today. He showed up on both maps we won. He was such a great player, so it's nice to have him around us right now.
Sure. You said yourself that it was a very exhausting game, and we can also see in the player cams that you show a lot of emotion. Is it an extra pressure trying to slot in a new player for you, or is it more like this game in particular against Big was just a very hard-fought fight?
Well, I feel like the last few weeks have been okay for me in terms of emotional.
Yeah.
But yeah, today is really hard. Like the all Blast games actually, because I need to think too much. In that sense, I can't think about myself, and I feel like if sometimes I can think a little bit, we will run in easier way. So it's not really easy. But yeah, as I said, so little practice, and with much time, I will hopefully get less emotional for the team, and it's gonna get better because my individual will follow, I would say.
Sure.
Just to go back on Nivera for a second, you said you want to make him comfortable. What is his comfortable position right now? Can you describe also to the viewers, where do you think is the best conditions for Nivera to perform at the moment?
Well, I feel like it's pretty easy. The guy likes to hope, so sometimes we takes it over ZywOo because ZywOo likes to rifle as well. The thing we had before is ZywOo likes to AVP when he wants to. Like, he never been like a main opener in his life. So he had to do it for his team overall. So now, when he doesn't want to on some maps, it's Nivera when he's stepping in that is playing the op. So I feel like he wants to have a little bit of oping, and because that's what he likes. And also, he has to be like in the fight. He's not a lurker, Nivera. He has to be in the fight all the time. He has such a great aim. I feel like he's not a Ben Rilton for nothing. He's a great player. He likes the fight. So I just have to put him in the second in the refragger mode, and the guy is just a beast.
And what do you think is the area where he can improve the most? What's his biggest weakness as a rookie right now? What does he have to work on mainly?
Well, I feel like he didn't play at that level before with the Heretics. Obviously, he wasn't in the T1. He wasn't in the best team in the world. So if you saw at the beginning Inferno, he tried to have a pick all the time. He wanted to get the first frag. He wanted to do picks, etc., etc. But on this run, we took the first kill. So he just need more time to see what's available for him, what's the best for him, and also, his communication is already good, but he can still improve it. And but the aim, the guy already has it, and just maybe a little bit more of our tactics, and it will work well.
Then you guys have made history today, and I think first and foremost we gotta appreciate that. But looking at the future, can we see potentially RPK being switched out? Can we see other players go out of the lineup? ZywOo, going to play a rifle position on some of the maps. What is the future prospect for you guys? What is the next step, sort of?
Well, we don't know yet. We're just talking about the mistake we're doing. We knew that we wanted to put Nivera in for this tournament to see how it goes, how the player is, and what we can do with him. And we had 1 day of practice, so we could prac Inferno and Dust 2. We did 1 prac of Inferno today and 1 more on Dust 2 yesterday. So we had, like I said, 2 or 3 prac of each map, and we couldn't do more. So maybe we're gonna see on which map he's really comfortable on, where we need someone else. ZywOo maybe on some map we play with the rifle when he wants to. I don't want to take every player as the role. Like for example, sometimes Shox wants to play AVP a little bit when ZywOo does on T side. So it's okay for me. There is no specific roles. I can adapt to everything. And when someone wants to play with the AWP, he can do it. And I feel like it's the best for our team to play like that.
Dan, one final one from me. Now, obviously, you've got this tournament out of the way. There's still plenty more tournaments come throughout the year. But how do you practice with Nivera? How do you practice with a 6-man roster? It's very interesting to me.
So I'm not going to explain our plan for the future, but for now, we just practice with him on those 2 maps. That's it. So, for example, Shox didn't play the pracs on Inferno, and Mizuta didn't play the practice on Dust 2. So that's what we're trying to do right now. But obviously, we don't know what future looks like, and we will see how it goes. But I feel like with so little practice, we already showed up good CS. Not the most beautiful one, obviously, but it's still a win, and that's what really matters for us right now.
Definitely so. Dan, thank you so much for the insight. Thank you so much for your time. We're looking forward to being on this wild ride with you guys with the 6-man roster. Good luck, mate, going forward.
Thank you, boys. Bye-bye.
Interesting. So just those 2 maps, right? ZywOo going to be hitting some of those rifle shots there. By the way, Apex says ZywOo. Some people say ZywOo. I don't know anymore. I don't really care.
You know what? I've just decided I'm going to say both.
Okay, let's throw it all in there. You know what? Let's just make the man himself choose it. These are your winners, though. It is Vitality. It's a 6-man roster of domination. They have done it in style. And yes, okay, Big put up a better performance, the performance we expected from them. But I think very impressive here, and this is just coming up, Big's first ever Blast event, and they don't have to go to the showdown. They're going straight to the full finals. You got to give them props for that.
Gotta give him props. You gotta give him props for resetting themselves, because it did not look good after day 1. So Big came in, they came into play, they refound some of their old form, not to the level we saw in the beginning of the year, not to the level we saw when they were the best team in the world, but they're slowly but surely getting started again. I do want to say though that Vitality, they're making a big statement in this tournament. They're winning the group, quite convincingly, dare I say it, with 6-man roster. The first time in history they're actually substituting players in and out of the game, actively using different players on different maps, and again, as I said, there's been a lot of teams out there who has been talking about it. They may have a 6-man, Bobski is a great example in Astralis, but he's not really being used right. Vitality, they were proactive, they were doing it, and they got off with great success right here. I think it's a statement, and I think it's extremely exciting to see for the future. Hell, maybe even Apex is not going to be on the server sometimes.
Yeah, you never know, right? Anything can happen at this point, for sure. Guys, that is it for today. What a crazy day of Counter-Strike it's been once again. I just want to say, right, when we've got to look at one thing, though, predictions, because it was very, very bad to kick the day off with, yeah? And then only a few of you rode on Vitality. Anders got it as well. I'm surprised, I'm impressed. Scrawny and you are obviously going to go for it, the two that speak French, so it makes sense. Do you want to gloat a little bit here?
No, you know what? I'm not going to gloat because...
You're better than Semler in many ways. I love it.
Obviously, I'm better than him. Anyway, moving on. No, I'm not going to gloat because I agree with Jacob. It cannot be understated how crazy it is what Vitality have done here, right? Winning with the 6-man roster, I knew picking them at each step of the way that it was a risk. I knew because of their decisions that we probably would not see the A-form Vitality. What I didn't know is that they had it in them to go and win and first in that group with a rotating roster. That I didn't know, so I'm not going to gloat.
And I just want to say, I said to production at the beginning, I was like, okay, if I pick Vitality, can I pick it based on map or can I like have some information? They weren't giving it to me. So I avoided Vitality from start to finish. I wasn't doing what you did, but you believed in the madness, you believed in your boys, and it worked out. But guys, we got a day off tomorrow. Finally, some rest for everyone. You guys at home certainly want to rest, but you best be back on Monday for the most epic group we can be looking at. Ignore MIBR, we don't know what we're going to get with them, but when it comes to G2, we're getting Nico probably in play. We don't know how this 6-man roster thing may work out. They are even doing a 6-man, or Nico's just straight slotting in. We get FURIA coming over to see if they can keep that crazy style going up, and we just get the original 5 Astralis because we're pretty much sure Bubski's just sat there.
Yeah, we get the most winning team in history of Counter-Strike. You know, on the server from next group, we get FURIA coming in from North America, and we get Nico coming in for G2 as well. I don't know about you, Matthew, but I am so excited. This group right here, it's going to be a banger, and as you said, James, you know, I'm afraid MIBR are going to be in a bit of a struggle.
Well, yeah, they first of all have to face off against Astralis. Yeah, I'm not going to enjoy that if I'm MIBR. I hope your practicing EU's gone well. But look at this. This is a trial by fire for the new G2. If we get the new roster going straight up against the FURIA, boom! I can't wait for that.
I mean, FURIA, they've looked absolutely on fire in NA. They've destroyed pretty much everyone. They come here one of the most dominating team of the past few months. But when you have Nico and you have a potential honeymoon period with his cousin, I don't know where's the limit. That might be the sky.
Not to forget Kenny S, one of the best AWP players to ever touch the game. You know that, having played with him. It's going to be interesting, right? It's going to be very interesting. We saw what happened to EG as well. Coming from North America, didn't really do too well. So hopefully they taught a little lesson. They've had more time.
They've had more time, yeah. That's exactly what I was going to say, Pim. But I know, right? We had this, so he's had his lovely Vitality. He's got the win. I had to settle for second place for my boys in NAVI. So you going for Astralis clearly with this one?
Not at all. Not at all. I think FURIA is coming to play. I think they're coming in hot. And I think, to be honest, you know, Supnix having not played Counter-Strike in a couple of months, sure, they've been practicing for a couple of weeks now, but maybe there's a bit of rust within Astralis. You know, they may have to readjust a little bit. Supnix and S-Attack, by no means the same type of player as well. So I could see FURIA go all the way in this group. And Nico as well. Why not?
He had the easiest horse to back up. He had the easiest horse with Astralis, and he decided to step out of it.
Maniac. It's boring. I want to win, and I want to win with style.
Fair enough, guys, it has been an epic pleasure with you all from start to finish of this. That is the end of Group 2, and that is the end of today. We'll be back on Monday, same time as always, with Group 3. You guys won't want to miss it. Tons of amazing Counter-Strike action only here at Blast Premier.